Well, welcome everybody. It is 2:00. Good to see everybody here. We're going to go ahead and I'll call the meeting to order. We begin the meeting with an invocation, which we observe by a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Corliss.
Here.
Halliburton.
Here.
Morales.
Here.
Nash.
Here.
Stead.
Here.
Willits. 5 present, 1 absent.
And we have some meetings minutes for approval.
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the minutes for the work session and regular meetings on September 16th, 2025.
Second. We have a motion, a second, clerk?
Corliss.
Yes.
Halliburton.
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
Nash.
Yes.
Stead.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, thank you. And now we've got a couple items under special business. First off, I have, because of some scheduling snafus, we're acknowledging September as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, but wanted to read this proclamation aloud here. Oh, hello, there you are. We have a group of folks that are here to receive it. Whereas ovarian cancer is the 5th leading cause of cancer deaths of women in the United States and causes more deaths than any other gynecologic cancer. And whereas in the United States, a woman's lifetime risk of being diagnosed with ovarian cancer is about 1 in 78, and the American Cancer Society estimates 20,890 cases of ovarian cancer will be newly diagnosed in 2025. And 12,730 people will die from this disease nationwide, including 100 new cases and 80 deaths in Idaho. And whereas the 5-year survival rate for ovarian cancer is 50%, and survival rates vary greatly depending on the stage of diagnosis. And while the mammogram can detect breast cancer and a pap smear can detect cervical cancer, there's no reliable early detection test for ovarian cancer. And whereas too many people remain unaware that the symptoms of ovarian cancer can include bloating, pelvic or abdominal pain, difficulty eating, urinary symptoms, and several other vague symptoms that are often easily confused with other diseases. And whereas improved awareness of the symptoms of ovarian cancer by the pubic and healthcare providers can lead to a quicker diagnosis, I do hereby proclaim September 2025 as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Boise. And I want to say too, I appreciate this opportunity to bring awareness to this disease. And tomorrow we begin to observe Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which we will also have a proclamation made available at Councilmember Corliss's request. And now I'll hand this over if you'd like.
Madam Mayor, do they want to say anything?
Say anything? I should have offered that before you sat back down. Thank you, council member.
Thank you for asking. I'm Camille Oldenburg, and I've been involved with the Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance.
You lift it up just a tiny bit.
I'm tall. And we'll have to lower it again when she speaks. So I've been involved with the Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance since I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer 4 years ago. And I was told I had probably less than a 50% chance of surviving 2 years. So as you can tell, I beat that because it was 2021. But the chances of recurrence are extremely high, as you heard in the proclamation. And so the mortality rate for ovarian cancer is one of the highest for women. And I did recur a year ago when we did the first proclamation, actually in the state, and it was done by Lauren in the city. So thank you. But I was diagnosed, and again, I'm here today, which has beat the odds because I have a new drug that didn't even exist 4 years ago. So my theory is I'm going to be around for a long time. You'll get to see me because we would like to do more to create awareness in the state of Idaho. So thank you. Now, I just want to second because I'm involved for personal reasons for me. However, Tiffany's involved for different reasons.
Thank you so much. My name is Tiffany Meekum, and I'm honored to be here as well. I'm involved with the Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance for slightly different reasons. I lost my mom to ovarian cancer and my great-grandma. So go, there's doing good. At the ages of 54 and 33. So when you hear those statistics and as you read on the proclamation, it's serious, it's aggressive, it's fast. And so it's very personal, and that's why we get involved. I've advocated on the Capitol Hill in DC, and it's very obviously very passionate about this cause. So we want to thank you guys. Thank you, Mayor McLean, and your time, and the City Council for allowing us to speak today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Really good to see you, Beth. And now we have the interim budget changes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you've seen, there's two quick IBCs for today. One is just a further evolution, or I should say maturation of the organizational effectiveness department, moving to further forward positions out of IT into org effectiveness. There's obviously no cost to this move. It's just moving positions. So the IBC is just to memorialize that move. Secondly, there is an IBC for $775,000. It's revenue neutral to increase the parks revenue and M&O budget. I'm sorry, revenue and expenditure budgets for 2025 across a variety of activities. Participation in parks programs has just been outstanding in 2025. Golf, we're estimating, will be over current budget by 350 grand. On Idaho Ice World, it's something like $125,000. And then across a smattering of other parks programming, there's another 300,000. So this is a revenue neutral change, meaning that the revenue and expenditure increases are offset. And this would just allow us to increase those budgets as we head into the end of the year. I know that was a quick presentation, but I think that these are pretty straightforward. If you have any questions, happy to stand for those.
Any questions? All right, doesn't look like it. I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the interim budget changes.
Second.
We have a motion and second discussion. Clerk?
Willetts,
Yes.
Corliss,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Stead.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. And now we have the appointment of Maureen Brewer as the Planning and Development Services Director, effective September 21st, 2025. I'm putting this nomination or appointment before you, City Council. I'd just like to say that I appreciate Maureen's willingness to serve in this role. For the last 5 years, I've trusted her, as you know, with our highest priority, which has been housing. And through that work, she's made possible great relationships with developers, work within the community, and we've seen now the opening of hundreds of homes, including nearly 200 for families exiting homelessness. So I appreciate Maureen's record and work to date with the city. I'm excited to have her work alongside us to tackle the issues as our city continues to address housing and all the effects of growth in a very, very important department that touches so many of the priorities that each and every one of us have.
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the appointment of Maureen Brewer as Director of the Department of Planning and Development Services effective September 21st, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion and a second discussion.
Madam Mayor, I just want to say how excited I am about Maureen serving in this role. I was having coffee with, of all people, my opponent in my election, who said that they'd like to see better integration between the types of services that we provide to keep people housed and the planning decisions that impact the market that plays a role in housing and homelessness in our community. And I I would just strongly encourage Maureen never to take that hat off that she's worn all these years in the land use decision making that we do in planning and development, among the other tasks and responsibilities that come with the department. That's more than just planning. So looking forward to that. And of my experience with Maureen is that she is a problem solver, regardless of whatever environment she's in. And looking forward to her taking on these new opportunities.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. I also want to congratulate Maureen. I'm really grateful for this team, the planning team. There's just so many amazing staff. Had a great time chatting with her about being able to come in and provide some leadership to a group that's doing really excellent work. I think when I think about what Boise is doing, particularly in housing, Boise has done a lot through the modern zoning code and a national housing conference a couple weeks ago. I heard back from them that there were multiple people that were recognizing what Boise has been able to do, a lot of the successes in being able to bring forward more attainable housing, ADUs being a really big bright spot. And so I'm excited to be able to chat with her a little bit about what we can do to continue to look at how we can help get out of the way in some regards, incentivize in others, more housing, more units. A lot of communities continue to rise to the level of Boise, and in some trying new things that we haven't been able to try yet. So really excited and thankful for her stepping forward in this role.
Madam Mayor. Maureen or Director Brewer, I just want to say congratulations and thank you. This is a tough job. And it's a department who's gone through a lot in a period of time, different leadership, a new zoning code, big changes that we've experienced here in the city. And I think it takes a lot of courage and strength for somebody to step up into a role that's this important at the city. And I often tell people that courage begets courage. And you've displayed that every single step along the way as you've helped us navigate probably the largest housing crisis that we've ever experienced in our own community. You've built that trust. You've proven your leadership. I'm excited to see what you do as our director of PDS as well. So thank you and congratulations.
Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm really proud to support Maureen Brewer in this role. I've worked with her for a short time within housing, and Maureen has just been exceptional with strategic vision, collaboration skills, working with our other partners in the community, and really a proven record of guiding complex programs within housing and those partnerships that greatly benefit our community. I think Maureen is just the epitome of what doing good work, well, doing the work right, and appreciate her and can't wait to see what you do within PDS.
And Mayor, I'll add, Maureen, congratulations. This is really exciting. I am really thrilled that both you and Sarah are going to be directors at our city. I think it's a testament to the talent of the staff when we have folks who are promoted, and it's a good thing for the community because you know the community, you know what we've done, you know what the vision is, and I think that puts us ahead, and it puts the community ahead. On a personal note, Maureen, I have seen you in a lot of tough situations, and you have been here late at night, and you have been patient and kind, and you have a customer service mindset of helping people get the answers. And that will be imperative at PDS because we're dealing with customers all day long. So thank you for that. And I just can't wait to see you shine.
Madam Mayor, I'll add to the list. Maureen, we're so proud of you. I'm excited to see you take this position. You have such a calming presence. We talked about this when we spoke most recently, but I think that's only going to add a tremendous asset within the department and also with all of the stakeholders along the way. This is a high pressure role, and we're lucky to have you in it.
All right. Well, with that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Willetts,
Yes.
Corliss,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Stead.
Yeah.
All in favor, motion carries.
Congratulations, Maureen. Come on up. This is so rare. I typically don't allow applause in this room. You'll hear this from me later. But we never have this many people in when we're bringing new directors on board. So this is really, I mean, this is, I think, special that we're welcoming Maureen right now and soon Sarah, but also that you get to have the community join you this evening as you're being appointed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for your support and comments. I just have a few brief remarks I wanted to share. I am incredibly grateful for your confidence and trust in me to take on this role, and I'm honored to do so on behalf of this administration, our team, our partners and customers, and also our residents. I am acutely aware of the responsibility inherent in what this position is and what it can be, and I am very much looking forward to our continued collaboration as I move into the role. I know we'll have increasing opportunities for interaction and partnership. And in that vein, our shared vision to create a city for everyone is reflected in PDS's mission to build Boise together. And together is exactly how I envision stepping into this role. The partnerships and collaboration necessary to create a city for everyone, to build Boise together, to facilitate change and development and foster housing affordability is what excites me the most about becoming the PDS director. All of these efforts require teamwork and they require centering people in our decision making. We have professional and earnest and high performing staff. I know many of them are in the room in PDS, and that is committed to dutiful public service. And with that as our baseline and our foundation, I'm excited to guide our staff team and cultivate an environment that facilitates achieving the outcomes that we're all seeking. Housing that is both abundant and affordable, increased access to people-oriented spaces, a development pattern that is sustainable and resilient, and that enhances what makes Boise, Boise. I am committed to the work we are doing together and the work we have yet to do, and I'm committed to doing that work alongside you, our staff team, the development community, and our residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All righty, and now I have to put before council the appointment of Sarah Arkle as our Parks and Recreation Director, effective November 2nd, 2025. Like Maureen, Sarah has come up through the department that she will now be leading, has worked, and many of you know the work that are familiar with the work that she's made possible, both in parks throughout the city, leading the open space initiative. And I remember the early days when we first hired you to join the city, back when I was on the city council. I was so pleased to have Sarah apply for this position and to be able to nominate her to the position. I do want to point out that our current director is here. That's why Sarah's not starting until November 2nd. So Doug Holloway is here, as is her leadership team in the Parks Department, to celebrate this special day. So with that, I'll put this nomination before council.
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the appointment of Sarah Arkle as Director of the Department of Parks and Recreation effective November 2nd, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion, a second discussion.
Madam Mayor, once again, really excited for another internal hire. Sarah, it's been great to work with you. We've had some big wins, a loss here and there. I still remember in my district, we went to Hyatt Hidden Lakes with a constituent a little while back. There was a controversy around a hill, and it was really fun to watch Sarah defend 100-year-old sagebrush next to an irrigation canal to an angry constituent. It was really fun to watch that. And she's the type of person that cares about the small things. She knows the parks portfolio very well, and has good relationships in the community to further the types of acquisitions that we want to make and the inroads we want to build with community partners to keep what we love about Boise. And so, Sarah, congratulations, and we look forward to your service.
Madam Mayor, I'll add, Sarah, we are so excited. I'm so excited to see you take this role. I think it's very well deserved, whether it's walking the Greenbelt with a constituent or trying to creatively solution for a funding, funding. You always are coming at it with respect and great ideas and patience, and you're very practical. I think it's going to continue to serve our community really well. Thank you so much for stepping into this role. Madam Mayor, I was so excited to see Sarah get this position, and I'm going to be short. I'm going to say one thing about Sarah. She can wrangle over 90 park staff, 110 park properties, and still find time to save the clock tower.
So,
She knows what I mean. That's leadership. Thanks, Sarah.
Madam Mayor, Sarah, I'm not sure how many years you've been at the city. 10 years at the city. I'm so excited for you and for being in this position. 10 years at the city. I think that you've worked through several different jobs. You know the job well. You've had great mentorship with Doug. I've had the opportunity to work with you even before I was on city council, and you've always been somebody who's been great to collaborate with and have brought that collaborative team spirit that includes the community at the same time to the role. One of the things that I really appreciate about you is that even since I've been in council, I've seen you grow in your leadership skills and your leadership ability. And I know that you're somebody who is committed to continuous growth, and that's something that you bring to your department as well. I do think the next few years we'll have challenges as budgets get tight, and we'll have to foster those collaborations and partnerships even more. I think you're the perfect person to do that. I think, like the PDS director job, this is a really hard and challenging job. So I appreciate your courage stepping up into it. I also think it might be the funnest job in Boise, not just at the city of Boise, but maybe in Boise in general, maybe the best job that we've got here. So I'm a little bit jealous because I think it is the perfect position here in our city, and I think that you're the perfect person for it. Congratulations.
Sarah, you and I did tussle over that 100-year sagebrush. Growing up in Eastern Idaho, I didn't have the same affinity for it that you did. But having said that, congratulations. And what I appreciate about you is your can-do attitude. And that's the kind of attitude and thought process that we need in our city. And just as another moment of personal privilege, you know, Sarah is so kind that she would answer a phone call on July 4th from a city council person who was trying to find the right event at the park. And it's that kind of thing that I just really appreciate you doing. And I can tell that you love our city and you want to continue to do all the things that make our city what it is today. And an important piece of that is our parks. We love them.
Madam Mayor. Sarah, thank you so much for your leadership up to this point. It's been a pleasure, my short time on council, to be able to be a liaison to Parks and Rec Commission, and always got excited when you were there ready to provide a report, because it was always provided something really exciting or complex ways that you were looking to solve problems. And so I know you're going to be fantastic as director, and I'm just thrilled again that the bench, the staff that are in these departments just continue to grow, and now you get to facilitate the growth of another generation of leadership within the department. And you're coming into a critical time for our Parks and Recreation department as we think about the well-loved and more loved everyday pathways that we have in the city, and how they service folks even beyond our city limits regionally. And then the really fun new sport that starts with a P that I won't name, to raise your cortisol before you come up here with remarks. But being able to serve all of these needs that provide spaces for our friends, family, neighbors to come, third places essentially to be in our beautiful community and connect. And it's just, I'm super excited to see how your thumbprint gets put on those efforts. So thank you.
Well, thanks, everybody. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Willits,
Yes.
Corliss,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Stead.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Congratulations, Sarah. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, colleagues, friends. I am so honored to be your next Director of Parks and Recreation. In the 10 years that I've been with this department, I've seen the dedication and innovation and teamwork that make this department such a vital part of our city. Boise Parks and Recreation is so special, not just because of the lands that we manage or the programs that we offer, but it's the connections that we make with people every single day that are the most important. Through our 10-minute walk initiative, we're working to ensure that every Boise resident has a neighborhood park or a pathway connection within easy reach. Signature parks give us signature events like the 4th of July celebration or the Spirit of Boise. And our greenbelt, trails, and pathway systems link neighborhoods across the city, giving people safe and beautiful places to walk, bike, explore, or commute. Through recreational programming, youth sports, aquatics, art, and dance classes, residents of all ages and abilities find opportunities to learn, play, and grow. And of course, the zoo continues to inspire conservation efforts, curiosity, education for families each year. Together, these spaces and programs are the heartbeat of our community. And I truly believe the work we do supports the heart our residents have for this incredible city. Looking forward, my vision is to strengthen that heartbeat by expanding opportunities for both accessible and equitable, so every resident, regardless of age, background, or ability, can fully experience what Boise Parks and Recreation has to offer, what this city has to offer. At the same time, we must grow our revenue, right? We've got to be innovative. We've got to expand partnerships, diversify funding sources, and create sustainable revenue streams. We can reinvest directly into our programs, our facilities, and our people. That balance, fiscal sustainability, paired with broad accessibility, is how we ensure our department and this city can thrive today and serve future generations. As we plan for the future, I can't help but recognize that our parks and open spaces are essential infrastructure for Boise's resilience. They help our city adapt to climate change, reducing wildfire risk in the Boise foothills, managing stormwater to improve drinking water in the Boise River, improving air quality, and providing safe and healthy places for people during times of stress. Parks and programs are not just amenities and benefits. They're foundations to belonging and well-being, vital to the health and safety and sustainability of our community. We care, we connect, and we're going to perform. All these values guide us as we adapt and innovate to meet the challenges of growth, sustainability, and equity. Boise is changing, and Parks and Recreation will continue to be a leader in making sure those benefits, that those changes benefit everyone while creating spaces where everyone belongs. I want to thank you, Mayor McLean, council members, for your kind words, and my team, our team, my colleagues, whose passion and hard work make all of this possible. Together, we can ensure that Boise Parks and Recreation continues to be a cornerstone of livability and a reflection of our shared value, building a city for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, well, that was a lot of special business today. Thanks everybody for being a part of this today. We're now going to move into, we don't have an executive session, correct? Okay, we'll go ahead and move into the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Clerk?
Willetts,
Yes.
Corliss, Halliburton,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Stead.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Great, we're going to move into ordinances. I did want to say, I know that, great, people are leaving. I'm not trying to stop you. But I was going to invite anybody that's standing up there. I knew there was a lot of staff that were here for these things, but if anybody's standing in the back and planning on staying for the meeting, there are seats up further forward. So just wanted to invite you to take a moment if you'd like and grab a seat, because now we're just going to be doing some reading of bills for a couple minutes. So it's a good time to find one. We've got two ordinances on first reading.
Madam Mayor, I ask unanimous consent that all ordinances on the first reading calendar be read by number and title only and filed for the second reading calendar.
Without objection.
ORD 33-25, an ordinance CAR 25-4 for property located at 2626 and 2680 South Maple Grove Road, amending zoning classifications of the city of Boise City to change the classification of real property particularly described in section 1 of this ordinance and adjacent rights of way from R-1A residential large lot to R-1C residential traditional, setting forth a reasoned statement in support of such zone change and providing an effective date. ORD 34-25, an ordinance ZOA 25-4, amending Title 11, Chapter 7, Section 2, Boise City Code to add live/work as an allowed use within certain subdistricts of the Barber Valley specific plan area to increase the maximum dwelling units per acre within the SP 02-0C subdistrict of the Barber Valley specific plan area and providing an effective date.
Thank you. And now we've got, looks like one on second reading.
Madam Mayor, I ask unanimous consent that all ordinances on the second reading calendar be read by number and title only and filed for the third reading calendar.
Without objection.
ORD-32-25, an ordinance, CAR 25-10, for property located at 8750 North Bogart Lane and adjacent rights-of-way annexing 11.96 acres of certain lands and territories situated in Ada County, Idaho, adjacent and contiguous to the corporate limits of the city of Boise City, establishing and determining the land use classification of said 11.96 acres as R-1C residential traditional, establishing and determining the sensitive lands overlay district to said acres, setting forth a reasoned statement in support of such annexation and zone change, directing the city engineer to lodge and file a legal description and map for said annexed lands and territory, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Auditor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission, providing that a copy of said legal description and a map of said annexed lands and territory be recorded with the Ada County Recorder and filed with the Ada County Assessor and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law and providing an effective date.
Thank you. And next up, two on third reading.
Madam Mayor, I move that further reading of ORD-30-25 and ORD-31-25 be dispensed with, and the record reflect they have been read the third time in full.
We have a motion and a second, clerk?
Willetts,
Yes.
Corliss,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Stead.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Madam Mayor, I move that ORD-30-25 and ORD-31-25 be approved.
Second.
Yeah, before I take that motion, I'll have the clerk read them.
ORD-30-25, an ordinance, ZOA 23-10, amending the Harris Ranch Specific Plan 2007 Volume 1 as implemented by Title 11, Chapter 7, Section 1 to modify certain blocks, block prototypes, and street sections associated with the Village Center and Village Green blocks and providing an effective date. ORD-31-25, an ordinance describing the exterior boundaries and removing certain properties related to the Ustick Ditch lateral from the Boise Municipal Irrigation System, directing the Boise City Clerk to record a certified copy of this ordinance in the office of the Ada County Recorder and providing an effective date.
Madam Mayor, try that again. I move that ORD-30-25 and ORD-31-25 be approved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Clerk?
Willetts,
Yes.
Corliss,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Stead.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. All right, so now we're going to move into new business, and there's one item on the agenda tonight. All of you are here for that. I want to welcome you again. I'm going to walk through some of the procedural stuff, and then we'll start the hearing. We will hear first from the city, Josh Wilson, then from the appellant, which is the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. Welcome. Will you be speaking? Or Katie speaking? Okay, great. We'll have Katie up, and then the applicant and also an appellant, Clark. Clark Wardle. But so I'm just reading. Sorry. You'll be speaking for Interfaith. Great. All right. And then I will then open it up to the public. So members of the public, I don't know. I don't have a sign-in sheet. Is there? Okay. Yeah. By the time we get to that point, I'll have the sign-in sheets. And so then I'll be working through the sign-in sheet, calling people's names based on those sheets. And if I don't call your name, don't worry, because I'll then open it up after I've gone through the list to anybody else that wants to speak. we limit testimony to 3 minutes. There'll be a clock up on it's the screen turns into a clock, but if you miss it, don't worry about it. We'll just let you know that you've run out of time. And we're going to break for dinner from 5:30 to 6. If you want to grab a snack and you're still here, the bodega across the street has like ready-made fast food. It's a great place to go. And I would ask that all of us, many of us have been through this process once before. I'm going to remind us all that we each and every one of us cares about this community deeply. The things that we love about this community are often the same. And we come to this while maybe with differing opinions from the same place of loving Boise. So I ask that we extend that care for the city and the neighborhoods that we call home to our neighbors, to each and every one of us as we testify tonight. It's how Boise gets this stuff right time and time again when you all are here and acting as you do as Boiseans, respectful and welcoming of each other. And if things get a little dicey, I'll just remind us that those are the ground rules that we seek to operate from while we have hearings like this. And again, I welcome all of you here. Look forward to hearing from all of you that choose to testify tonight. And with that, I'll send it over to Josh.
Madam Mayor, if I could really quick.
Sure.
Just to be maybe a little bit more specific, I have a hard time of hearing if there's lots of people who are talking at the same time while other people are up here. It can be really challenging, I think, for myself and other council members to make sure that we actually hear from each and every individual. And so when there's clapping, when there's groaning, when there's reactions to different things that people say, it's actually more difficult for us to hear and to understand the information that's coming forward. So again, know that it's an emotional issue. I think that it would be helpful if we can try to keep those emotions, contained while other people are speaking. And that way we on council can hear everyone. So the clapping that we did earlier, please don't. The groaning, other types of talking that might be happening. If you do have a reaction, I understand it, but it's easier for us if we can hear every single person. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Before you this afternoon is appeals of a conditional use permit for a shelter home in an MX3 zone and a variance to deviate from the streetscape standards and access and connectivity standard requirements on an approximately 2-acre site located at 4306 West State Street. I will begin by providing a brief summary of the proposed facility and then move into the appeal grounds submitted by both the applicant and the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association, noting that there are in-depth analysis of each appeal ground in the appeal packet that was distributed for the hearing today. The site is located on the north side of State Street, across from the intersection of Willow Lane and State, and was the former location of a Salvation Army retail store. The surrounding area is a mix of uses with residential located generally to the north and east of the site. There are commercial uses located along the State Street corridor, including a mix of office and retail. The site is also in close proximity to the Willow Lane Athletic Complex, the Boise Greenbelt. State Street is a best-in-class transit route and is an important connection to points east and west of the site, certainly including the city of Eagle. The current conditional use permit application is for a shelter home. That will be a place where daily activities for residents occur with additional supportive uses on site. This includes sleeping areas, hygiene facilities, dining spaces, outdoor spaces, and lounging areas. Their proposal includes 205 beds plus room for cribs with on-site supportive services, including a medical clinic, recovery and family programs, case management services, and educational facilities. The population served include single adults, families with children, and the medically fragile. The submitted plans include details on the physical separation between these populations as necessitated to maintain separation during dining, sleeping, and bathroom use. The submitted drawings included in the hearing packet dictate the areas of travel for each population, delineating how separation will be maintained during operations. The shelter will operate on a pre-approved guest list with reservations required for intake and will have a wait list for potential residents and will not function as an emergency shelter. Guests will not line up each night hoping to be admitted, and emergency overflow housing has not been included in the current proposal. The shelter will operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with constant staffing and dictated hours for check-in each night until 8 p.m. Guests are allowed to leave for jobs and outside obligations, provided they return within the prescribed hours each evening. Exceptions are available for those with unconventional work schedules, and families with children and single adults have separated physical spaces and separate intake processes. A difference from the previous application, the applicant has submitted an operations manual which addresses the day-to-day function of the facility. Topics included are guidelines for guest access and intake, procedures for the pre-approved wait list, behavioral expectations, house rules, the use of outdoor space, and educational and social programs available. The safety and security manual has been developed in consultation with the police department and goes in depth into topics such as security screening and prohibited items, de-escalation procedures, coordination with law enforcement, and proposed staff training and professional development. As part of the approved design review application on the property, the applicant is in the process of constructing the improvements to the site, including landscaping, parking, and pedestrian facilities in accordance with that design review approval. At the front of the building, new landscaping has been provided with the redevelopment of the existing parking lot, providing trees and planting areas along the right-of-way and at the ends of rows and parking along the roadway. At the rear of the building, large areas of landscaping have been provided, providing multiple trees and areas of lawn for use by the residents. An 8-foot masonry wall required with the design review application has been constructed along the rear perimeter of the site. A playground for families is located in the northeast portion of the property, behind the fencing separating this area from single adults. Pedestrian connections have been provided along the front of the building into the public right-of-way. Along State Street, a bike rack has been provided at the entrance to the building, as was required with design review approval, and direct access to that bus stop along State Street is provided as well. As part of the application package, the applicant requested a variance to deviate from the streetscape standards, which would require a 12-foot multi-use pathway be constructed along State Street. We will go into greater detail on this request when we get to the applicant's grounds for appeal. On July 7th, 2025, the Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing that lasted approximately 8 hours. There was a lot of testimony and extensive deliberations on the application. The ultimate result of that being that the conditional use permit was approved with a number of additional conditions and changes to conditions. Those included that the neighborhood and the applicant participate in a mediation session. They added monthly meetings with BPD and the neighborhood association. And then the required streetscape improvements needed to be constructed by 2030 with 1 2-year extension available. At that same meeting, the variance was denied, relying on that added condition with the conditional use permit to accomplish essentially the same thing. August 5th, 2025, the parties did participate in mediation and a resolution was not reached. Subsequently, on August 7th or August 6th, 2025, the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association appealed the CUP approval. And on August 7th, 2025, the applicant also appealed the conditions placed on the CUP and the denial of the variance. I'll begin by going through Veteran Park Neighborhood Association's appeal grounds, then move into the applicant's grounds for appeal. So first, the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association asserts that the commission's decision was made on unlawful procedure and was inconsistent with city code. Specifically, that the Planning and Zoning Commission did not maintain adequate quorum. The planning team finds that quorum for the Planning and Zoning Commission requires the presence of half plus 1 active commissioners as stated in city code. At the time of this application, the commission had 8 active members with 5 members constituting a quorum. Commissioners Stallings, Torres, Danley, Doan, and Moore were present for the meeting. Commissioner Moore recused herself from the deliberation and vote due to a stated conflict, but was present for the entire hearing, maintaining the required quorum per code. Second, VPNA asserts that the inclusion of mediation was improper and inconsistent with city and state law. The planning team agrees with the appellant in that the manner of which mediation was required was beyond the authority of the Planning and Zoning Commission because it delegated decision-making authority to a third party. Ultimately, however, the parties did participate in mediation And for clarity, we recommend that this condition should be removed since it has been satisfied to the maximum extent allowed by state law. Next, the Veteran Park Neighborhood Association asserts that the commission's decision is in violation of constitutional, state, or city law and goes into specifics. The first being that the reason statement does not reflect the deliberation conducted by the PCC. The extensive record, extensive testimony presented, and lengthy commission deliberations do make creating a concise reason statement especially challenging. However, the Planning and Zoning Commission adopted the reason statement at their July 15th hearing, and they are in the best position to determine if the reason statement accurately reflects the facts that they relied on to make their decision. Staff agrees with VP&A's contention that the condition included failed to acknowledge that Commissioner Torres added the neighborhood association to the required meetings with PPD, and that council can correct this error with a revised condition of approval. Next, Veterans Park Neighborhood Association asserts that the commission erroneously stated that they were barred from considering impacts on property values in the surrounding area. While this is not specifically listed as an approval criteria, we do agree that impacts on property values can be considered when making a decision. Council should examine whether any impacts on the surrounding area have been mitigated to the maximum extent practical, and whether the public benefit outweighs any remaining unmitigated impacts. Regarding special privilege, the applicant contends that the developer is being granted special treatment and that the application constitutes spot zoning. We are unable to identify any substantiated argument that special treatment is being given or that spot zoning is taking place, and find this appeal ground has no merit. VP&A also asserts that the city's de novo appeal standard is confusing and defeats their right to due process. The planning team finds that the de novo process in no way defeats any party's right to due process and actually provides greater opportunity to be heard and submit additional materials for tonight's hearing and provide meaningful input at a meaningful time. VP&A asserts that the decision is arbitrary, capricious, or an abuse of discretion, and goes into extensive detail on their grounds on that appeal. They assert that the condition of approval giving planning and development services authority to review any proposed changes to the operations and security manual to determine whether a process is necessary is inappropriate. There are triggers for minor and major conditional use permit modifications in code, but they do not capture things like changes to a security or operations plan. It is normal and expected procedure to allow entities to operate as they see fit within the parameters of code and the conditions of approval. The amount of process that VP&A has requested in that every change to the operations or security plan would involve a public process would result in endless public meetings beyond what is required, and the included condition strikes a balance between letting the applicant run their operations and ensuring impacts on the neighborhood are considered. The appellant also contends that conflicts within the conditions of approval demonstrate that the decision was arbitrary. The planning team finds that inconsistencies within the conditions of approval do not mean that the decision was arbitrary. To the extent that there are any discrepancies, this is a de novo review and those can be remedied. To that effect, the proposed conditions of approval address the conflicts that have been pointed out. VP&A also contends that the conditions regarding an occupancy limit, family separation, and annual report to City Council that were considered integral for CUP 21-00026 are not included here. As evidenced by the application materials, many of the conditions of approval from the previous application have been integrated into this proposal by the applicant, rendering many of those conditions unnecessary. The limits on occupancy and requirements for an annual review do raise Fair Housing Act concerns, which we will discuss in further detail later. I will take this opportunity to point out that this is a new application being evaluated under different approval criteria and with a different set of facts and circumstances. This application has been evaluated on its individual merits and is not appropriate to simply carry over all of the previous conditions of approval from the previous application. In response to the assertion that key aspects of the project are not explicitly included as conditions of approval, The detail and inflexibility requested by the appellant would be unprecedented and not well suited to a land use decision. To make operations plans inflexible could increase impacts on the neighborhood if adjustments cannot easily be made by the facility operator. Next, VPNA asserts that the only remedy available to the neighborhood is revocation of the permit should adverse impacts develop. There is, in fact, a number of sufficient remedies available in code if problems arise. There are misdemeanor violations for creating a public nuisance. There are civil and administrative enforcement options for violations of the conditional approval. And it is correct that revocation of the conditional use permit is an option as well. Finally, for VPNA's appeal grounds.
Just a second, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Josh, could you be more specific about civil or criminal penalties available?
The administrative, sure. So for violations of specific conditions of approval, the code enforcement team can inspect, they can note violations, and we can issue notices of violations on those. So there are administrative options that are certainly short of revocation of the CUP that we could use to address violations of the conditions of approval.
Madam Mayor, Josh, did you say criminal as well or just civil?
There are criminal options available, and that is related to a public nuisance, which would be found in our police code. And finally, VPNA asserts that the commission's decision is not supported by evidence and that the operations and security manuals provided do not make this a different application than CUP 21-00026. The planning team finds that the Planning and Zoning Commission carefully considered the information in the public record and the testimony provided before making their decision. As previously discussed, this is a new application with different operations, different facts and circumstances, and being evaluated under different criteria. There have been changes to the neighborhood since the last application, such as the Whitewater Police Station opening 1.2 miles from the site, Fire Station 13 opening approximately 3.5 miles from the site, and Fire Station 5 being reopened approximately 2.7 miles from the site. As such, the planning team finds that this is not a valid appeal ground. The applicant Interfaith Sanctuary has also submitted an appeal of the conditional use permit contesting the conditions placed on the approval and the denial of the associated variance application. First, Interfaith asserts that the neighborhood association demands a veto, which is an unconstitutional delegation of power. Regardless of any assertions or arguments by the neighborhood association, code is clear that city council is the decision maker on appeals of conditional use permits. Therefore, the city has not delegated decision-making authority to the neighborhood association. Second, Interfaith asserts that the neighborhood association demands conditions never placed on similar uses. They argue that the CUP process cannot deprive Interfaith Sanctuary of its constitutional right to due process and equal protection. The planning team agrees that the neighborhood association has attempted to place too much regulatory weight on the security and operations manuals, and it would be more appropriate to rely on the enforcement mechanisms available under city code. Not every application is the same, even for projects of the same use type, and to the extent that council determines there would be a greater impact from this specific proposal than others of a similar use, different conditions may be justified and included. Next, Interfaith asserts that the neighborhood association demands conditions that clearly violate the Fair Housing Act, including a limit on occupancy below that which is allowed by building code and the requirement for an annual review by city council. We have reviewed the information provided by the applicant, and the decision cited does seem to prohibit the imposition of an occupancy limit that is not based on life safety standards set forth in building code or other generally applicable density limits. Additionally, the inclusion of an annual review was invalidated with the court finding that there were a variety of other enforcement measures available to the city. If the city council determines that this is a dwelling and subject to the Fair Housing Act, these potential conditions are preempted, and other conditions imposed because of handicap would have to be for clear benefit of those with the handicap.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'm going to let Josh continue and then I'll ask.
Additionally, the applicant requests revisions to the conditions of approval, specifically that the mediation imposed was improper, the condition for on-site medical services is improper, and that limiting the occupancy is arbitrary and not allowable. Again, the planning team agrees with the appellant that the manner in which mediation was ordered was beyond the authority of the PZC because it delegated decision-making authority to a third party. Ultimately, though, the parties did participate in mediation, and for clarity, the condition can be removed. The planning team has no objection to the substitute condition provided by the applicant for the provision of medical services on site, and the modified condition can be included in the decision tonight. And then finally, the applicant asserts that the capacity limit insisted upon by the neighborhood is unreasonable and not allowable. A condition regarding capacity was not included in the current approval from Planning and Zoning Commission, but Interfaith Sanctuary wants to be clear that the shelter home is designed in a manner that would permit the facilities to serve more individuals than the 205 proposed. They assert that permissible limitations upon occupancy may only be established by the applicable life safety codes or by the objective limitations on density codified in the zoning ordinance. Limiting the facility to 205 persons, they state, is an arbitrary limitation and not a reasonable local restriction. The applicant has proposed an alternative condition of approval in regard to the total occupation of the shelter, which the planning team does not object to. And then finally, the applicant has also appealed the denial of the variance, stating that zoning code requires that if a variance application is submitted concurrently with a conditional use permit, then the variance findings must also be found to be met. We find that the granting of the variance to the streetscape standards on State Street would not provide a special privilege to the property that is not available nearby. There's a hardship with the streetscape improvements required by the development code along State Street in that CCDC has a streetscape improvement project in the 5-year capital improvement plan on the north side of State Street, which includes the subject property. The denial of the variance should be reversed and the application should be approved. To date, staff has received a high volume of public correspondence with approximately 199 members of the public providing comments. 95 of those in favor are in favor, 102 are opposed, and 2 were neutral. In conclusion, the planning team recommends that the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association appeal of the CUP should be denied. The applicant's appeal of the CUP should be upheld and the conditions of approval modified provided herein. And the applicant's appeal of the variance should be upheld and the application approved. The specific modifications to the conditions of approval in the hearing packet include a modification to 1F to clarify the hours of which check-in will take place. There was some confusion coming out of the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting regarding that. A modification to condition 1G as proposed by the applicant in terms of the provision of medical services on site with clarification about certification of EMT base being required by a staff member for 20 hours a week. Condition 1J modified to reflect the language in the appeal memo as follows, that the neighborhood association is included in those monthly meetings with the Boise Police Department and that the Boise Police Department shall approve the final security manual. Condition 1K modified to reflect the fact that the variance is approved and then including the condition language from the previous conditional use permit that talks to the improvements being completed by 2030 and 1 2-year extension being available. And then finally, condition 1L modified to reflect the language provided by the applicant in terms of shelter capacity. With that, I will stand for any questions from council. We do have representatives from the fire department, the police department, Parks and Recreation, and library here tonight to answer any questions you may have.
Madam Mayor. Josh, under fair housing, the issues raised by the applicant, are you recommending modifications to any conditions other than the cap based on that fair housing analysis?
Madam Mayor, Council President Nash, it would be the modifications to condition 1L. And then they do raise, as part of their argument on the Fair Housing Act, they do raise concerns with the condition that was approved regarding the medical staff provided on site. So we would recommend adopting their proposed language on condition 1G as well.
To the best of your knowledge, Josh, is there, and I'll ask the same of the applicant, is there any fair housing claims the applicant brings that are unaddressed in the proposed modifications by staff?
Madam Mayor, Council President Nash, to my knowledge, no, but I will let the applicant address that as well.
Okay. And I'm going to pose the same question to staff, the applicant, and the appellant. Can you give me your version of the history of how the 205 bed limit was reached?
Madam Mayor, Council President Nash, that was proposed by the applicant in the previous application and carried forward to this application by the applicant as well.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you were in agreement with the applicant that the cap, based on the case law, needs to be tied to building or safety codes. What is your understanding of what that cap would be based on building and safety codes?
Madam Mayor, Council President Nash, we have consulted with our building department, with our building official. There are things that restrict occupancy in a structure, and it's frankly quite complicated. It's limited by things like building ventilation, plumbing fixtures, and exits. We feel confident after speaking with our building department that that number is 231 as the building is currently configured. The caveat being that buildings can be modified. Additional exits are probably one of the bigger constraints that would require a new design review approval for external improvements to the building.
And to your knowledge, other than request for overflow, has the applicant what has the applicant's request been? Has there been anything above and beyond the overflow request?
Madam Mayor, Council President Nash, no, they have not put a number to any of their requests.
Madam Mayor. Hi, Josh. Thank you so much for this. On that same condition, and so I know when we talk about that limit of the building and life safety code, we say right now it's 230, but you're saying there could be changes to the building that would allow for additional capacity. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Council Member Corliss, that's correct. I mean, it's kind of an unknown, right? What we can do is evaluate the building as submitted today, and we feel confident that number is 231.
Yeah, and the reason I kind of bring this up because I remember 205 being such a topic of conversation in the original application, and it seems I think I'll bring this up for the applicant and why we want that overflow capacity in excess of that. Do you think that there's a need to put a hard number in there for that, or I just feel like as it is, it may feel a little squishy and that somebody won't know what that number is.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Corliss, that's fair. The applicant's proposed condition does not include a cap. Without some sort of understanding of building code and what restrictions and limitations that places, there could be some uncertainty certainly read into that. If the applicant is comfortable with some sort of number, I would leave them to address that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Josh. Madam Mayor, I do have another question.
Sure.
So this is on item J. This is regarding that monthly meeting between BPD and the Veteran Park Neighborhood Association. Has Boise ever set a condition like that for any type of development to have a regular meeting with a neighborhood association?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Corliss, the last application, CP 21-00026 did include a condition similar to that.
Okay. And so outside of this application and the original application, we haven't seen any other application on any other development that would include a neighborhood association?
I am not familiar with one.
Okay. When I look back at the original application, it looked like there was a monthly meeting scheduled, not with the neighborhood association, but with our Path Home. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Corliss, I can go take a look at those previous conditions. That may be correct. My recollection is that it did include the BPD, but I can take a look at that.
Okay. Sure. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
One, if Greg's out there, is there any possibility of turning up the microphone just a little bit
yeah,
louder?
I was going to ask if anybody needed that.
Yeah, just with a little bit of the rain, you may not be able to hear it out there, but it's starting to get a little quiet here. So if there's any way to
Yeah,
turn-
I'm seeing people are having trouble hearing it. Yeah, so if we could raise the staff mic and likely the public's mic too.
Awesome. And I'll just talk a little bit
It was
closer.
reminding me of that meeting we had to shut down because nobody could hear anybody.
A couple of them. Yeah.
Hopefully that doesn't happen.
So Josh, this is a question you might need a little bit of assistance from fire on as well. I'm wondering if you can speak to the differences between the medical services that we had required in the first condition versus the medical services that are proposed at this point. The differences that are there, it sounds like staff is in agreement with Interfaith's new medical services. And I'm just could use a little bit of context between the changes and then maybe a little bit of input from potentially fire on why we feel okay with the new proposed medical services.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton. So my understanding from the applicant's perspective is that this version of the condition does give them more flexibility. The previous condition did specifically say that a medical service provider would be on site for 20 hours a week. This does change that to that it could be they shall employ, so it could be a staff member. So what that does is it frees up their options for how they provide that service. The EMT basic was included in the previous condition, so that is not a change. We did add some language that is EMT's basic certification. Our recommendation from the fire department would be that would be in line with industry standards, and I'll let Mike jump in and provide anything else he can.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton. So as Josh noted, the previous conditions were medical services left fairly generic. Trying to leave it open for proposal as well, and the applicant actually wished to have a little more specifics. So that we brought the idea of an EMT basic. EMT basic can triage. EMT basic can treat, obviously minor, but minor injuries and such, but not lower like a first aid, just a generic first aid level. So the ability to triage will help lower. We believe will help lower the amount of low acuity calls that we would end up that the emergency services could have to respond to. The EMT basic should be able to take care of those.
Great. And then is the understanding with the new proposal for medical services, they would have one of their employees who had this certification, and that employee would be there at least 20 hours a week. Is it following that same sort of guideline, but we're just saying now it can be one of your employees versus now you're potentially having to contract someone else?
That is correct.
Okay. And is the current proposal at the 20 hours? Or are we just saying that they need to have on staff?
This current proposal, we're still looking at the 20 hours.
Okay, great.
Madam Mayor, I have a couple other questions. In the conditions, it's item C, that's packet page 1970. We asked for a detailed contingency plan for overflow parking to be submitted to PDS. And that, again, just asking for a detailed plan seems a little ambiguous, and just wondering if we have submitted more details of what should be included in the plan, such as number of parking spots or so close to the IFS site.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Corliss, you're right. That is just a kind of blanket requirement to submit a detailed plan. We would evaluate that plan when it's submitted for its adequacy. The idea being that it's really to prevent overflow of parking into the neighborhood, right? That there isn't a suitable nearby site that could accommodate the overflow parking. And without knowing exactly what that proposal is, it's difficult to say what success looks like, right? So we will evaluate that with our partners at Boise Police Department when that's submitted.
Madam Mayor, a follow-up. Okay, Josh, I understand. So it's intentionally vague so we can take a look and see what's going to be proposed instead of being so prescriptive on that. Another question is on item D, and we have outdoor activity is noted between 9 a.m. or 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. So my question is this just for activities outside there? Are people allowed to go outside after 9 p.m. to read a book, or maybe those who want to smoke a cigarette?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Corliss, the idea is for any noise generating activities. I don't think that there is an absolute prohibition for somebody going outside the building after those hours. The idea is that the owner is out having conversation or some sort of activity that could impact the neighbors to the rear. I think a preference would be that that takes place in front of the building after those hours, but I don't think it's an absolute blanket prohibition on anybody leaving the building, certainly.
Thank you. I was hoping I appreciate that. Okay, I think those are the questions I have right now. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I could follow up on Councilmember Corliss's last question, I'm trying to understand in my head what would be reasonable. So like if I've got a kid in my driveway who wants to play basketball at 9:30 p.m. at night, I don't think that we have anything that's going to prevent my kid from playing basketball at 9:30 p.m. at night. So I'm trying to understand why there would be any sort of restrictions for people being able to be outside, being social, playing basketball, being in the backyard or anything at a restriction when we don't have a noise ordinance extending to that time.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, certainly the intent there is to speak to mitigatable impacts on the neighborhood and surrounding properties. So the conditional use permit criteria is to mitigate those impacts to the maximum extent practicable. We have tried to limit the conditions placed on the proposal to things that actually do have impacts on the neighborhood, kind of low-hanging fruit that could reduce those impacts. And I think late night congregations, behind the building against that neighborhood is one of those low-hanging fruit that we can prevent. You're correct that the noise ordinance doesn't speak to somebody out playing basketball. It specifically references amplified noise, things like music. So there is not a provision in Boise code that would prevent this. But some of these conditions were included specifically to speak to some of those, again, mitigatable, impacts on city, on the city as a whole and the neighborhood surrounding.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, that makes sense to me. Like if we're talking about larger group activities at the same time, when it's a nice night outside and wants to be outside, I want to make sure that somebody has the ability to relax and breathe in fresh air, just like anybody else would in the neighborhood. Another question, and I think that we're going to get into this a little bit more from the applicant, but you mentioned sort of some of the streetscape improvements that we're talking about. I know that there's an idea of some flexibility here because we are expecting construction on State Street. Are we talking specifically about the detached sidewalk, or is there any other streetscape or traffic safety measures that we're referring to when we're addressing that issue?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, it is specifically the streetscape improvements, which would be everything behind the curb as far as the zoning code is concerned. That detached sidewalk, the landscaping, and the pedestrian connections required. That CCDC study is going to address how to handle that frontage road because this is a rather unique configuration of the property here with some challenges that could include vehicular changes as well. But our streetscape standards strictly speak to that sidewalk and landscaping that would be required, not improvements inside the curb.
Okay, so my kind of understanding, looking at the images there, when we're talking about pedestrian crossing, we're actually talking about a pedestrian crossing between Interfaith before you get to State Street. It's like a pedestrian crossing to get out to sort of like that island there, because there's a road that maybe runs in front of it. That doesn't extend to any sort of pedestrian crossing that we see at the intersection or enhanced pedestrian crossing to get to the other side of the road.
No, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, that's correct. ACHD did not require any site-specific conditions with this application because the traffic impact is less than the previous retail use. So those improvements to the Willow Lane intersection, some sort of crossing of State Street was not included in any conditions.
Yeah, Josh, it's not going to be possible for you to remember some past applications, but we've had past applications before when we knew that there was going to be an increase in pedestrian volume. So not necessarily vehicle volume, but pedestrian volume coming in and out of an apartment complex. I think that this one was over in sort of off of Vista in kind of southeast Boise. And we had talked about conditions about improving the pedestrian crossings because we knew that there was going to be increases there. That hasn't been something that's been asked by ACHD or anything that's been proposed so far.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, no, that has not been required by ACHD or proposed by the applicant.
To your knowledge, have we done that in past applications when we knew that we were going to have higher pedestrian volume, whether that be a school, a community center, someplace where we know we've got multiple vulnerable community members who probably are arriving not by personal vehicle? Have we ever done that on past applications before?
To my knowledge, that would be tied directly to ACHD requirements in terms of those traffic impacts, a traffic impact study that addressed that pedestrian crossing. if it was required, it would have to meet the nexus for improvements, right? There is a nexus, and then does the impacts of the current project necessitate those improvements, and is there a direct correlation between those?
Awesome. Thank you, Josh. Madam Mayor, do we have anyone from ACHD?
Is ACH, I don't see anybody here in the room. Raise your hand if I can't see you. And I'm not sure if they're online or not. All right, I'm gonna ask staff to reach out to ACHD to see if they would be available, so that you can ask a question later on.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Any further questions for Josh?
Madam Mayor, I'll
Yeah.
ask a question, and I'll probably ask the appellant the neighborhood association the same question. Can you clarify on the monthly meeting, can you clarify for me what is the intended goal of that to address safety concerns, I imagine with BPD, is that right?
Madam Mayor, Council Pro Tem Stead, it is really to address safety concerns, problems that have arisen as a result of the operation of the shelter that could easily be addressed through a conversation.
I think so. If I recall correctly, and this is to Councilmember Corliss's point, I think in the original application, it had been a condition with BPD and Our Path Home for that meeting. And I wonder, I guess my concern is around we know that the mediation wasn't successful in reaching a middle, reaching, I don't know, productive grounds. I would love this monthly meeting to be as productive as possible. I have no doubt that concerned neighbors in the area would call BPD upon, any safety concerns probably. So I would love any more thought is it one representative from the neighborhood association? Is it that this is taking place with the entire neighborhood association, and kind of what the thoughts were behind including that specifically?
Madam Mayor, Council Pro Tem Stead, this condition is not specific about number of participants from any of the parties, and it's also not specific about metrics for success. If everyone walks out of there unhappy, I think it still meets the intent of the condition. So, I don't know that I have any bright ideas about what that would mean, but certainly I think it is fairly open at this point. It's really meant to be a conversation, a point of contact between the neighborhood, the facility, and BPD to really kind of bring those folks together to fix any differences at the lowest level of conflict possible, I think is really the intent there.
Yeah, thanks, Josh.
All right, thank you, Josh.
Yeah.
And now we will hear from VP&A, the appellant, Katie Decker. Welcome.
And Josh, there we go.
And there's a clicker somewhere that you'll be able to use.
Great, thank you.
Do you see, is it there? I just can't.
Yes.
Great, okay.
Is there a specific time limit I should be aware of?
Yes, it should go on the same, what is it? 15, are you gonna put it up on the screen? Great, yep. 15.
Okay.
It'll pop up, so you'll be able to see it.
Thank you. So I am here today in my representative capacity for Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. And with my limited time, I'll only be able to briefly touch on some of the central points, but I'm ready to take questions on any of our more extensive written comments. My name is Katie Decker, and I'm the president of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. My address is 5001 West Wymosa Street.
Now, I was gonna ask that. Katie, will you pull the mic just a little closer? People in the back can't hear.
I think we need a longer.
I know you're.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Before you today is the continuation of a project first applied for in 2021, for which P&Z found that the impacts would be too great for the residential neighborhood and small businesses surrounding the shelter and denied it. This image shows the distribution of police calls for service at and around Interfaith. These are the impacts in question. By comparison, at the left are calls at and around the State Street site. City Council asserted that by restricting overflow so that every guest got a bed and day use space, the impacts would hopefully be reduced. And they instituted an annual review process because they foresaw the need to add or modify conditions in future to address any impacts that occur. The Idaho Supreme Court then overturned that approval. Now, in 2025, P&Z has heard this project again. During that hearing, VP&A and Catch both shared that Interfaith has represented this project as a high barrier shelter with programming requirements, such that untreated substance abuse would not be allowed. And VP&A expressed that this feature, if recorded as a required condition, could be a significant mitigating factor. The preponderance of drug and alcohol-related calls for service at and around Interfaith's low barrier shelter, mapped here, is a major concern for the neighborhood. And BPD has been consistent in confirming that it is reasonable to expect calls to and around Interfaith to transfer with the shelter. This year, P&Z found that while the conditions were not adequate to find the impacts were fully mitigated, they believed the remaining differences could be settled in mediation, and instructed mediation to focus on strengthening the written neighborhood protections and making them enforceable. P&Z's hopes for a middle ground was based on VP&A's testimony that we're open to compromising if restrictions on untreated addiction are implemented, as Interfaith had shared with VP&A during an April tour. However, Interfaith has avoided committing to programming requirements or sobriety restrictions in their written or oral comments on the record to date. Now, P&Z's reliance on the mediator to assess whether the ultimate conditions were strong enough was illegal under LUPA and the Idaho Mediation Act. But it's important to note that mediation was not able to resolve the weaknesses in the project. Now, we have Interfaith coming forward, asking to remove any semblance of conditions in the project. First, they're backing off of their commitment to providing private spaces and to reduce the spillover impacts by requesting that there be no cap on guests allowed. This would allow them to operate at the same overcrowded population densities that they currently do with their River Street shelter, and could eliminate the proposed benefit to their guests of providing single and double rooms and day use spaces for all. Second, they're requesting to change the demographic they serve at any time, which could allow them to eliminate the much advertised family and medically fragile components of their proposed service, as they shared with us that other providers and projects are increasingly stepping in to fill needs in these areas, which are typically considered to have lower neighborhood impacts than low barrier adult shelters. And they have now intimated that rather than serving only regular guests who have a background check prior to admittance to the campus, they may also operate as a food kitchen and allow all comers to enter the restricted areas of the site. In short, they're asking for your approval to allow this project to have more impact than any of the previously reviewed iterations, despite every level of prior review acknowledging concerning impacts on the neighborhood. This council has stated that you value P&Z's opinion, even if the code no longer requires you to defer to it on appeal. And the Supreme Court underlined that P&Z is appointed based on some expertise in planning. We are requesting council to remand this decision on material changes to the project to P&Z. It's required by code that a CUP first be heard by P&Z with a quorum to transact business. Now, on police calls for service, there has been some attempt to prevaricate by questioning whether calls for service are directly translatable to impact, because not all calls for service are crimes. Calls for service is a standard metric used in policing and should be assessed for this project. However, we are providing here crime statistics for Interfaith and the surrounding area. These graphs show the number of crimes recorded by BPD in Ada County within 1,000 feet of Interfaith's River Street shelter in red and the proposed State Street location in blue. Yes, just like calls for service, crime at and around the shelter is also much higher, with the drug-related crimes that are so concerning to the neighborhood averaging out to 4.5 times per week around Interfaith. We also see huge differences in theft from building, vandalism, disorderly conduct, simple assault and battery, and all other crimes. Citywide, Interfaith remains a clear focal point for crime. Zooming in, Here are the drug crimes specifically. Published literature finds that property crime increases near emergency shelters and property values decrease. Review of before and after data from similar shelters opening in other cities also reinforces that these impacts are real, predictable, and substantial. An approval without enforceable conditions that address these impacts would be a breach of your impact standard at code. Some of the conditions we're requesting include simply recording the key aspects of the applicant's project description as conditioned, as they've described. Cap the facility at 202 guests with no overflow. This matches their floor plans and allows 1 guest per bed, and with keeping the exam bed free. Specify that the shelter is not authorized to convert capacity for family and medically fragile demographics to serve more single adults. This would ensure that the shelter meets its proposed function, that it does not discriminate against these protected classes in future, and that it has a predictable level of impact on the neighborhood. Having guests be admitted via waitlist only and requiring that the access to the B waitlist be conducted remotely. This is to prevent the shelter acting as a magnet to draw more people than they can serve to the area and preventing prospective guests from traveling to the area to get added to the waitlist, then choosing to camp in the area until space becomes available.
Madam Mayor. Katie, thank you. On that one, I just need a little more clarification. What do you mean by exclusively remote waitlist access? What does that mean? They go online and or they call from somewhere else?
It can be calling in, it can be registering in a partner organization, but if you include allowing people to come up to the site to register, then what does it mean to have a wait list? They do currently have a wait list at their shelter and a nightly line as well. Currently, their operations manual doesn't include instructions on how to access the wait list.
Great. So just to be clear, you're talking, they could maybe call, there's maybe an online way to do it, or there's a referral from another agency in a different area that could get them access remotely. And that's how they would go about it.
Yeah, that would be typical through the coordinated entry system. That's how the system is designed to operate.
Okay, thank you.
Also specifying that only registered guests may receive food, services, or supplies at the shelter. Again, this is to prevent drawing folks who can't be served to the area. And eliminating the possibility for disruptive guests to be expelled overnight and choosing to leave overnight into the neighborhood. While they've promised this, there has not been anything in writing to address it. All of these conditions are in line with the promises Interfaith has made during the promotion of this project. We're also asking council to impose some conditions aimed at reducing the likelihood for neighborhood impacts, instituting either programming requirements or sobriety requirements. Interfaith already has sobriety requirements for the Red Lion Family Shelter, and they told us directly that they expect to only admit people working within their programming when we tour their site. Institute consequences for breach of neighborhood behavior agreements and write in minimum required components to this agreement. This condition would be intended to remove shelter privileges from any repeat offenders, based on some of the data we saw in the 2025 Sep-10. Specifying a minimum level of background check and specifying what guests will be excluded based on background check results. We've been asking for clarity on this for 5 years now. Please require a nationwide background check. People experiencing homelessness or a mobile population and sexual offender registry databases do not include all 50 states. Include a clause that would make anyone receiving a camping violation in the area around the proposed shelter ineligible for shelter there. Again, it's not expected to have a significant compliance burden, but it would act to deter the prospective move of unsheltered individuals camping in the neighborhood waiting for services. These are minimum practical mitigation measures to reduce predictable impacts and do not carry compliance burdens. However, without being reported as conditions, none of these project facets can be relied upon as mitigating factors, especially since the security plan is subject to administrative modification. We've heard from the city and
Madam Mayor, sorry. Can we go back to that last slide? I just want to make sure that I'm fully understanding before we keep moving forward. So the last bullet point there, Katie, the restrict eligibility for camping violations in surrounding areas. So can you explain that a little bit more to me on what that means to you?
So this is an idea we had to find a way to discourage people camping in the area. Because we've heard from some of our residents who formerly experienced homelessness that when they went to a new city, they'd go to the shelter, they'd get themselves on the wait list, and then they'd camp nearby until their spot opened up. We've heard from Interfaith that they don't expect that to happen, but there's nothing about why that's not expected to happen or what we can do to prevent that. So this would encourage Interfaith to publicize that you're not expected to be camping in the 2 miles surrounding the shelter, that the shelter is only able to serve those they have space for, that they're not able to function as they do now, providing additional services in any way that they can to people outside their registered guests.
So would this mean that if somebody, let's say that they got a ticket for camping by the river less than 2 miles away, if they were issued one of those tickets, that they would be forever ineligible to then use the shelter space?
I did provide written comments. I think I said within 6 months or something like that. There was a rolling window in the proposed comment I drafted.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is there any concern, like to me, I'd rather have somebody instead of sleeping by the river, like sleeping in the shelter. So if somebody has been sleeping by the river and we have a space for them over at Interfaith, like wouldn't we want to get them in there as quickly as possible instead of banning them from using it? Or would we say that they need to now go use a different shelter somewhere else? So that's why I'm trying to understand if this, in your mind, if this makes it so that people don't camp, or if it actually kind of forces them, to camp more if they can't get into the shelter.
I also included timelines.
Okay.
So if somebody has a camping ticket today, that wouldn't apply. This isn't a law yet, or isn't a condition of the shelter or anything like that. But if the shelter is approved, then they are responsible for publicizing that to their proposed population. Every time somebody enrolls on the wait list, they say, look, just so you know, you can't camp in the surrounding area, or we have to take you off our wait list for at least 6 months.
Okay, so I see. So it's kind of more of like an educational opportunity where if there's guests that are there, they know the consequences of if they sleep anywhere around that they may not be able to stay there again. So it's kind of more, educational or informative that like these are the consequences of if you decided to sleep outside, you wouldn't be allowed back in here in the future.
Well, I suppose it would also apply if a guest left the shelter to sleep outside in the area of the shelter. But yes, it's intended to be educational and set the standard that this should not be a shelter that we are drawing unsheltered encampments around, as we've seen in other cities.
Okay, thank you.
Just a minute. Okay, we heard from both the city and an Interfaith written comments about the Fair Housing Act. This was a misinterpretation of case law. While we agree that shelter and whether it's covered under the Fair Housing Act is still an open legal question, even if it is covered, yes, occupancy caps are allowed, as are demographic caps, sobriety, and response to our annual reviews that VP&A has requested. The ruling in the Turning Point case cited was in response to an arbitrarily chosen cap by a city council member. In this case before you today, capping the occupancy to equal the number of beds designed and the accompanying level of service commitments would not be arbitrary. It would be a design-based response to impact. In fact, the record documents multiple other local shelter CUPs that include occupancy caps already. Occupancy caps to limit impacts are legal and advisable. Also, VP&A has provided reference to multiple other objective standards. Flipped my thing. That could be used to regulate an even lower occupancy cap than what Interfaith has provided in their floor plans. There is a line between where impact rises when the internal conditions of the shelter are worse, driving people to leave, right? So the more space you have, presumably the lower the impacts are. One of the potential standards we've referenced is a draft from Boise's own planning department of a proposed zoning ordinance amendment. While it is much less restrictive at 35 square feet per person in sleeping areas than comparable standards at 50 square foot per person, this project fails to provide even that minimal space required in the draft for 2/3 of the guests of the proposed shelter at the 205 bed number. It would be far less if overflow were allowed. This is a conditional use permit application Operating a shelter is not a right. By choosing to embed this project in a residential neighborhood, the applicant will have to make trade-offs to lower the intensity of use and lower the impact to meet the approval criteria for a conditional use. This comprehensive plan contains particularized directions regarding social services, homelessness, Veterans Park neighborhood, and the State Street corridor that are in conflict with the project. It's insufficient to simply cherry pick other provisions of the plan that may align with the project and ignore the particularized goals when there are conflicts between provisions. At the very least, in light of the acknowledgement of impacts on this project, both during and during the prior application and in the July P&Z hearings on this application, and these impacts again are now exacerbated by the applicant's proposed revisions to the project, this council is required by code to institute maximum practicable mitigations before even considering whether the public benefit of the project outweighs remaining impacts and whether it is eligible for approval. Any fact that you rely on to find that the impacts here at the State Street site will be less than what we observe at Interface Downtown Shelter have to be spelled out as conditions to be considered to define the project and to be reliable upon as mitigating measures, because that security plan is editable. So mitigation measures contained in the security plan can't be considered permanent. If the applicant is not willing to operate under these conditions, then the assessment of impact can't rely on them as mitigating factors. So, for example, if you're relying on the programming as a mitigating factor, the current modifiable security plan only says that programming will be encouraged. How do we know that programming will be provided? The record includes examples of other shelters that advertise programming and weren't able to fulfill that. The record includes testimony from other homeless individuals saying that they would only enroll in programming if it was required to access day use spaces. If it's optional, maybe they wouldn't access it. If any of those things, if those types of conditions come into play and that the programming is not occurring, then the mitigating effect will not occur. The same thing is true of allowing the overflow and relying on the design of the shelter to mitigate features when there are now potentially many more people in the shelter. I'm happy to stand for questions now.
Madam Mayor. Katie, thank you for coming. And thank you for your input on this. Could you go back to your slide where you recommend what we should cap occupancy at?
I've based this on the applicant's floor plans, again, on the basis that everybody should have a bed. So their floor plans show 202 beds with one exam bed, which presumably should be kept free for the clinic use rather than have a resident.
So could you help me understand, it seems like we've only been dealing with beds and your distinction of guests. I know there's suggestion that propose that we exclude cribs in that. Could you just speak to the distinction you're making there between guests and beds? And is this the first time this has been raised, or has this been discussed previously?
I did not consciously distinguish guests and beds on this site, on this slide. I haven't really had a very clear answer from Interfaith regarding how many cribs they expect or whether that can be included in a room or not. It does, obviously, anybody in a crib is an individual, so it does reduce the floor space per person, and it still increases the overcrowding of the area.
Madam Mayor, Katie, I would say my reading of Fair Housing Act would provide that an occupancy cap is appropriate, but it has to be tied to something it has to have a rational basis. I think you use the frame reasonable. I'd have to look at additional case law to see that. But in your mind, what is the rational basis for the occupancy cap?
So to cap it at 202 beds, I think that the rational basis is very easy. There is a whole record full of Interfaith proclaiming that the mitigation is in the design and that this facility has been designed to provide a higher level of service than what they can provide at their downtown shelter, and that that is the mitigating feature. If that is the mitigating feature, then presumably it needs to stay at what it was designed to contain, right? In my opinion, it is still not large enough in terms of the sleeping space per person and the amount of private areas provided. And there are rational standards that can be applied to reduce that. For instance, per their floor plans, they have something on the order of 9,000 square feet dedicated to sleeping spaces. And if you apply a 50 square foot per person minimum across the board, if you don't even consider, oh, that's not true, it's not across the board. If you look at the shelter design standards, there are different standards. For instance, 166 square foot for a single room for a disabled occupant. There are also 125 square foot standard for a single room, et cetera. So if you apply the British Columbia Shelter Design Manual standards, because that's the most well-cited source that really deals with shelter design specifically.
Madam Mayor, Katie, could you repeat that standard, what you said?
The British Columbia Shelter Design Guidelines Manual is something that RPAP Home referenced previously as well. But designing to those standards would require on the order of 14,000 square feet of sleeping space. So, I mean, that's probably on the order of a 30% reduction in capacity to meet those standards.
And Katie, what is your understanding? This is a question I asked Josh. What's your understanding of how we arrived at 205 and how you arrived at 202?
So this is a picture of a news article with an interview with Jody Peterson-Steigers in 2021 when the project was announced. She had originally announced the project proposing 275 beds, and Interfaith themselves reduced that to 200 beds and later increased it to 205 beds. Her quote here says that looking at the numbers and the need and how we as a shelter could best operate in a neighborhood. So it's my understanding that the reduction to 205 beds is an acknowledgement that you need to operate shelter differently in a neighborhood than you do a traditional dormitory style, everybody in one large room shelter to reduce impact. Again, with regard to 202, I'm referencing the floor plans that Interfaith has provided themselves.
Madam Mayor, Katie, I want to take a step back and less be in the weeds on the legalese here and more on impact to the neighborhood or feeling of the impact to the neighborhood. If this were my neighborhood, I think the types of things that I'd be wanting to be mitigated would probably be visible homelessness. And I'm really trying to wrap my head around how not allowing for the overflow would reduce visible homelessness or the impact of that. And maybe I'm making too many assumptions there about what I would want, but help me understand, like if we are using impact to the neighborhood as the rational basis for an occupancy cap, how does that tie into restricting overflow? Because if there is a chance that folks would be coming to Interfaith with the intent to seek emergency shelter, but would not be pre-approved on the guest list, or there's some other factor in consideration here, or there's inclement weather or emergency situation that would warrant overflow. As a neighborhood member, I would want that visible homelessness to be taken care of by the shelter. So help me understand how the occupancy cap without emergency flow helps mitigate the impact to the neighborhood.
So currently Interfaith's River Street Shelter, I think, serves on the order of 170 adults. And the family shelter has been separated into the Red Lion for the past few years. This shelter has capacity for 80 adult men and women and 20 medically fragile, right? So we're already about halfway down on our capacity for the low barrier adult shelter population that Interfaith is currently serving. And if all of that capacity need is transferred to our neighborhood, it's already beyond the capacity of this shelter to serve. And so we are trying to do everything we can to get conditions that discourage all comers from registering at the site. That's why we need the remote wait list. That's why we're asking for the camping ban. We want people to come to this site only once they've been told that shelter is available for them. Per Interfaith's description of the project during the tour, they are expecting people to stay multiple months at this site. They're not expecting to be kind of a night by night response unit anymore. And so coming with that changes the way that you can operate and changes the ability to just try and see how many people you can cram in. And then the corollary to that is the day use space that they've said is a key facet of this project in reducing impact. I know that we heard from Josh today that the current number would be 231 for fire code occupancy, but we have been told that they have been telling tour groups that they're expecting 275. And so if you're putting a 30% increase in how many people are in the building, that's going to reduce the feeling of beneficence, I guess, the quality of life inside the shelter accordingly. And again, as we've shown in our space per person calculations, it's already quite tight. So adding 30% to that population makes it harder to exist inside the shelter and makes it more likely to leave the site and go into the neighborhood. Also, with the low barrier nature, if drug and alcohol use is not allowed in the shelter, but somebody has a chemical dependency and a need to fulfill that, then the only spot left is in the neighborhood.
So Katie, the kind of issue I'm wrestling with here, I mean, maybe this isn't a feeling that you hold, but I feel like the application and the project and the conditions as they are have resulted in this multi-year process of trying to be more responsive to either the city or the neighborhood or other providers. And my preference would be that if this application does move forward, consistent with what happened at planning and zoning, that it tries to adhere to those as strictly as possible so that what has been negotiated through this public process most closely adheres to that. What I'm concerned about is when I'm looking for, like, if I were a judge looking for like discriminatory intent here, I would look for, are there other examples at the city of Boise where you've imposed similar restrictions? And in my time, I have never seen an application with so many restrictions that go so deep into programming and uses and so forth. That doesn't mean they are unreasonable. I just have not seen that. And what my concern is here, if we do not have a stronger rational basis for the occupancy cap, I could see a situation where the applicant could sue the city over these conditions under the Fair Housing Act, and kind of the baby gets thrown out of the bath with the bathwater, where we've imposed so many conditions on here that we just lose them all in court. And I guess my question to you is, what is most important to you here? And if we say tied the occupancy cap to something with a stronger rational basis than just kind of vague notions about impact, I guess, what does the neighborhood association want out of this? Like, are you concerned about the risk of losing everything that's in here because we're pushing the envelope so far on what the shelter looks like and what the programming looks like?
So again, occupancy caps are common in Boise's local planning. To your point about the additional conditions, I think that shelter in Boise is regulated as a conditional use permit. So it's true that we do not have a zoning ordinance that provides what the maximum occupancy can be. However, the conditional use permit and the whole special use process under LUPA specifically dictates that the decision makers are allowed to apply their discretion. In this instance, it is, I'm going to really zoom forward here. It is a uncommon setting. These are pictures of our peer cities and where they've sited their shelters. So the city of Boise and Boise State University identified peer cities of similar population and demographics. This is Spokane, Reno, Des Moines, Iowa, etc. The green is multifamily residential, the blue is single family residential, and the red is shelter. So down at the center bottom in Little Rock, you do have a shelter across the street from a residential zone, but there is a pretty big commercial or industrial area surrounding the shelter, right? And there's not really amenities in the family residential single family homes area. This is the proposal in Boise, where we're really surrounded by that single family residential housing type. And when we talk about the crime prevention through environmental design report, it's not just about what you can do with the site, it's how the community is designed. So I know that we've had a lot of problems in the shoreline district, but commercial areas, even as many problems as they have had, are significantly more defensible environmentally. You have far fewer entrances to individual properties. You have the ability to provide professional security outside. You have cameras. Some of the subted requirements were saying things like all adjoining sites should lock their water and utility access points. They should all have gated parking. They should all have all kinds of things that just aren't possible in a residential area. So what we're saying is that by choosing to locate the shelter here, embedded in a residential community, you have to change the way you operate. The reason that these other shelters don't have that type of conditions is because they're not addressing the same types of environmental receptors, the same types of vulnerable populations. One of my neighbors is actually in the unique position of living kind of in this impact area of the shelter and owning a business that operates in the shoreline impact area. So she's really experienced the impacts firsthand. And her comment to me was like, you know, I can let go of my lease and move away, but it's a lot harder to leave my property. It's a lot harder when those types of impacts are accruing on families with children and refugee communities and other vulnerable receptors.
Madam Mayor, can I just, so in response to Council President Nash's question about what does the neighborhood care most about, what I'm hearing from you is that the neighborhood would not be satisfied if this project moves forward under any conditions. Is that correct?
I mean, I think we've made clear that at this point, we are saying a compromise condition could be a high barrier shelter or a family shelter. If you go to transitional housing, which the applicant has referenced many times as, you know, this application for transitional housing was approved with no issues. We will accept transitional housing if you reduce this to the intensities typical of transitional housing. That's a great project.
Thank you.
Open arms.
I had another question around the planning and zoning references that you started with in your presentation today. I can appreciate the 2021 history as context, but I think you were referencing, and maybe I missed it, but I think you were referencing the commission's decision in 2021 as part of the reason perhaps that is what we should honor and not move this forward because of that 2021 decision. Did I understand that correctly?
While it is a different application, it's hard to overstate how parallel the applications are. And so I think if you make an incredibly different decision and don't consider the findings on that case, you have to consider how that decision is not arbitrary and capricious.
So I was on that commission, as you might recall, at that time in 2021, I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I guess from my perspective, it had almost no conditions attached to it when it came through, just the kind of site specific, the general conditions that the staff generally introduces. And it was council that put on all of the conditions that we saw. So when it came through planning and zoning, it had very few. So I guess from my perspective, because of that, it is a new zoning code, new application, new conditions and operation requirements. So I guess, can you clarify any further why you believe the prior denial should outweigh this commission's current approval?
Just as a quick aside, the commission, both in their deliberation and their reason statement, expressed that the existing conditions were not sufficient to mitigate. So while they classified that as an approval, it is not legally defensible under your criteria code. To go back to the 2021 project, I would direct you to look at table 1 attached to our June report on this application. And that table compares side by side the conditions that you observed at planning and zoning compared to what city council eventually adopted and were then overturned. And most of those conditions were either already verbatim in the record before you or were explicitly considered in your deliberations. And so they were not new to planning and zoning. So if you look at what those conditions are and how they've been carried forward or not carried forward to this project, we're not really seeing anything new in this project. Okay. The only thing we really have is that they have now submitted an operations and security manual, but many of the questions that we asked before the application was submitted in May of 2021 are still not answered in the security plan.
Okay, thanks, Katie.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor. Okay. Hi, Katie. Thank you so much. And thank you for taking all this time to answer various questions from people who've been here, people like myself who it's first time sitting through this. I have a couple of questions from your presentation. One is in regards to the crime data. If you wouldn't mind going back there and looking at the red circle, at the high level red circles through the city. Yeah, so I guess I'm curious, Katie, did the neighborhood association also look at like that? I'm assuming that other one was downtown Boise and the other one's Overland to see how this, so I understand the crime data in this one spot, but how does that compare to downtown Boise or area in Overland?
So I can tell you that those are mapping to the Walmart on Overland, the Walmart Supercenter. And I didn't look much deeper into what that included. But yeah, we see a big concentration in the shoreline district generally. The SEPTED report is clear that interfacing shore is usually the highest call volume, sometimes always in the top 3, often the top 1 call volume locations within the SEPTED shoreline planning area. To me, the size and intensity of the heat map looks to me like shoreline exceeds the downtown Boise concentration.
Yeah, I guess I think about if we're going to say that these are actual impacts, is these are, and which very well could be, are they impacts that are so much different than what we're seeing in other parts of Boise? Is there so much more than what we're seeing at the Walmart on Overland? That is the shelter and versus other situations that could be contributing to those situations, or the amount of calls for drugs and alcohol similar to what's happening at Walmart, similar that's happening to downtown. So that's not, but you don't have that information, so I'm not going to ask that question.
So this is the drug crime specific map. You can see that the calls are much higher at Interfaith and the shoreline area than they are downtown. I don't have that at the citywide level.
Yeah, thank you. Can we go to the requested conditions?
There are additional conditions in our written works as well. Oops, I'm sorry. Which ones?
Okay, yep. So on this one, Katie, just to get a better understanding, when we're talking about converting family or medically fragile capacity to serve single adults, I understand that you want to keep those capacities in those different groups separated. But I wondered if we need, if there was a need for more family, let's say we have a COVID situation or outbreak and we need more medically fragile, would we be okay converting single adult beds to fragile capacity?
The neighborhood would be amenable to that. I think that that would be allowed under the Fair Housing Act because it's in support of the protected classes.
Okay. Okay. And then on that fourth bullet point, only registered guests may receive food supplies or services. I think about churches and how they sometimes offer bag lunches, or in the summertime, maybe we have people who are homeless who are couch surfing, but they need access maybe to supplies like sunscreen or a meal. You're saying you don't want those people coming to Interfaith to grab those supplies?
We think that if this is going to be a successful shelter in the neighborhood, it needs to set itself up as serving only the community that they admit. And so we don't have currently a situation like you do in the Shoreline District where there are a lot of people wandering around looking for those services. And so we think by explicitly prohibiting them, we set that standard that this is not the new central spot for all unsheltered homelessness in Boise.
Yeah, I go back to thinking about churches in various neighborhoods in the area, how they're being kind of a distribution point for people who are in need for different types of supplies and foods or services. And I guess I'm not sure why we would want to restrict giving these people who may need these supplies or services that are going to come in and grab something and leave.
I mean, again, it's about where you choose that distribution point to be. So currently, Interfaith has been known to distribute camping supplies to people outside of their guest population. And in fact, they sent out a request for camping supplies yesterday. If they are advertising the State Street Shelter as their distribution hub from that, then it follows that that spot will act to draw additional unsheltered homelessness to the area. And our point is that that should not be the role of a facility in a residential neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm willing to make that leap to say just because you're advertising to provide something out that it's necessarily an unhoused that are then going to be in the residence for a long time, right? It could be to pick up a meal again and go, like the Salvation Army does. They offer food boxes. You come through, you pick up food, you pick up other supplies. So I don't, but that's okay. We'll move on from there. On the next slide.
Oh, sorry, I'm the one. What is the clicker?
Can you talk to me more about the sobriety requirements and what the neighborhood association is expecting there?
We would be amenable to either of these things. I think that the neighborhood has been very concerned with the low barrier nature of this project. And so when we took the tour with Interfaith in April, and they told us specifically that they expected to serve only people willing to interact with them and their programming because they had the limited space. This is what they wanted to make of their shelter. That was the first time that we started to feel we could get on board with that. I do have, in my written comments, it's much longer. Interfaith talked about having a program with the city in which 8 beds would be exceptions to that. And those 8 beds can be filled by BPD on a night-by-night basis if they are available, and those folks wouldn't necessarily have a background check done in advance, and that those folks could also be exempt from the programming requirements for the first 2 weeks of their stay. So I did write in that exception. But while Interfaith still considers what they told us as a low barrier site, despite the programming requirements that they shared with us, because of their lack of barriers for gender identity and sexuality, for example, the barrier towards untreated substance abuse and putting that barrier back in this neighborhood setting was viewed as something that the neighborhood might be able to get on board with. And they have since not brought it up. We were talking of planning and zoning, like this is like, okay, if you write that down, we could sign up. It's not present in the application. So they've talked a lot about how they have programming and how that's considered a mitigating condition. but it's only a mitigating condition if you know it's going to happen. And there's nothing in the application that says that we can rely on that as a matter of law and as a matter of factual finding.
And Madam Mayor, just a follow-up on that. To be clear, Katie, is that the expectations then, it's not the sobriety to enter into the shelter, it's that at some point in time that they would be involved in a program or programming of some sort?
We would be amenable to either programming requirements or sobriety requirements. Under the Fair Housing Act, you can require 30 days of sobriety as a to be eligible for admittance. They do have sobriety requirements at their Red Lion Hotel Shelter. What they told us about during our tour would be more programming requirements, which as soon as you're entering the shelter, you need to be actively enrolled in programming.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the explanation.
Madam Mayor, Katie, you can take a drink. And if you'll go back to the slide before this one, I want to hone in on Councilmember Corliss's question just a little bit more about the food and supplies and services. So I sort of see a difference between beds and occupancy. So if the maximum occupancy is 230 people and we put in 230 beds, and then we have staff on top of that, then we start to think about going past our occupancy. But if we have 205 beds and the occupancy based off of fire code and safety says 230, in my head, that's telling me that there actually is the ability, a legal ability to have more people in the building. So I'm trying to just make sure that I understand. I think what you're saying in that last point is that if they're not on the wait list, then and they're not staffed, that there's no other services. So no food that they could come in and get. Is that correct? If they're not on the wait list. Okay. No supplies as far as, warming supplies or things along those lines. This isn't a spot where somebody could come and they could pick up something unless they were actually on the registered guest list.
Correct.
Correct. Even if there's additional occupancy.
Well, I would argue that there should not be additional occupancy. If there are additional occupants, then those would be guests.
Well, so there's
200,
205 guests, but there's potentially 231 occupancy for the room. So there's a gap here. There's an additional, whatever the math is. So I'm trying to distinguish between beds and occupancy. So if they have the ability to have more occupancy in the room and there's only 205 people there, could additional people come in to get those food services if they weren't exceeding the occupancy? Or are you saying that unless they're on the list, that they're not getting any of the other services?
I think again that would change the type of shelter from being a shelter for the guests who we are able to serve with a high quality level of service to being the hub for homelessness in Boise.
Yep. So an example might be during the wintertime, we have these really cold spells, and oftentimes our different areas will become like a warming shelter. So there's 205 people that are sleeping there, but they still have 40 more spaces in there, based off of occupancy, or it's more like 30. Could they bring in 30 additional people to serve as a warming shelter during the daytime, even though they're not going to sleep there?
I would argue against allowing that.
Okay.
I think that, again, you're detracting from the quality of service for the 205 guests that the shelter was designed for, or 202 or whatever.
Great. I think that's clear then. So what I'm hearing then is that you're saying there are 205 people who are on the list. They're on the guest list, and that's it. There's no other services available to anyone else except for just those folks who are staying there at the shelter on the list for that night.
That is what I would envision, and that's how I interpreted City Council's decision in 2021 as well.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, sorry, I forgot one question. I wanted to give you the opportunity to answer what I had asked staff, which is, help me, for the monthly meeting with BPD, is that something that the neighborhood association would like to be a part of? And do you see that? I just feel like this is kind of years of a contentious relationship, and could there be, I don't know, could it be productive to have that monthly meeting from the neighborhood association And I expect that would be a representative, you or someone else in your absence, or when you roll off the board, or however that works.
I can say that condition came from Commissioner Torres, and he was very specific about including that and referred to it later several times as a strengthening of neighborhood protections. What we see at other shelters is that there is a regular meeting where stakeholders are invited. In those cases, it seems to be kind of a posted all-comers meeting so that any neighbors can attend. I think that it is important to have somebody there to be able to talk about what impacts the community is perceiving so that they can be addressed. And in my discussions with Police Chief Dennison, he was adamant that he thought the neighborhood should be included in that.
Do you, and I'm sure this has been asked before, but can you remind me how many people are represented in the neighborhood association? I think what I'm wondering is like, would the neighborhood association have that access to information perhaps that BPD wouldn't have, to have that as a productive input, I guess, to the conversation?
I mean, I think that I do receive complaints from neighbors if that is the question.
I think, well, how many people on the board, I guess, was the question.
I think our bylaws say we can have up to 9.
How many currently?
I believe 7.
Okay, thanks, Katie. So it sounds like that's a condition that you're supportive of, like helps. Do you agree?
I think that it makes sense for stakeholders to be included in the plan, do, check, adjust cycle to talk about whether the project is creating impacts.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have ACHD on the line. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. We'll ask the question of ACHD. I am going to ask that ACHD be available this evening. And then we'll come back and hear from the applicant appellant. And I expect that we'll still be able to wrap at 5:30. Otherwise, we'll hold you over till 6. All righty, we're going to get started. I'm missing 2 council members. Wah, wah. It's like the airport. Kathy Corliss, please report to the dais. Okay, great, thanks. All right. You can come on up. Oh, that's right. Thanks for the reminder. ACHD is on the line. So Councilmember Halliburton.
Yeah. Hey, Edison, how's it going?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jimmy Halliburton, thank you for your question. Sorry, I missed the original question. Apologies ahead of time, but yeah, what is exactly the question you have for me?
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much for jumping on the call. I really appreciate it. So we had some questions just sort of about the traffic study didn't really warrant any additional measures because it wasn't going to create any more additional car traffic at this site. But what my concern was more related to pedestrian traffic. And I was wondering if there was any studies that you've done or any recommendations as far as related to the amount of people that we think will be crossing at that intersection over State Street, because they do have a small pedestrian crossing up to State Street. I'm wondering about getting to the other side and if that was addressed in any of the traffic study plans.
Madam Mayor, Council Member, certainly through our analysis in the staff report, we do an assessment of the corridor itself, looking at it from based on the concerns that we heard at the time. In the staff report, we noted a couple of locations that are in close proximity to the site, the interfaith site. So besides that location at Willow, we are seeing a signalized pedestrian crosswalk at Arthur Street, as well as on the west by Wiley and Collister. So we noted that due to its proximity, we wanted to ensure that it wasn't significant traffic impacts due to the number of pedestrian signals, which are taken into account. So the short answer is yes, we took an evaluation of the pedestrian crossing based on the feedback we heard at the time.
Great. And so I think in the long-term plans, we have a 12-foot or 10-foot wide sidewalk planned along State Street in that area. Are there any other additional pedestrian improvements planned at that intersection or nearby interfaith as far as people crossing the road?
So we have, as part of our current draft of the 5-year plan, we have a State Street, Collister Drive to 36th Street State Street project, where we're going to look at this corridor and make improvements to accommodate that additional 7-lane roadways as part of has established in the State Street TTOP. So there are going to be further improvements at this intersection based on the general improvements to the roadways, but not targeted specifically to that for bike ped specifically. Certainly, we're doing other improvements that would enhance the bike and ped utilization along the corridor, like the 10-foot pathways, as we have been applying per policy and per commission direction, including, in addition, some access management control, like central medians, turn pockets. Those are other features that come in with this type of roadway improvements that we're planning.
Okay, and just a couple more follow-up questions here. So in the past, when we've built sort of high pedestrian generating facilities, we can think of like a school, we can think of a church, especially when we have it related to, vulnerable populations, older people, younger people, medically fragile people. It seems like there may be some special considerations that need to be taken for enhanced pedestrian crossings. I have some concerns sort of related to, is the crosswalk timing going to be enough? Is it actually, going to be triggered, fast enough for people to get across? How long are the wait times? And so I'm just trying to understand if there's any other additional measures or concerns that ACHD has related to the increase in pedestrian crossings that we know will happen at the specific intersection based on the change of use, and if that triggers any sort of need for additional enhancements in the pedestrian crossing at that intersection.
Absolutely. One of the considerations that ACHD and our traffic team takes a look at is that we continue to monitor many of these intersections, considering that State Street as a whole, it's within a coordinate system. We make sure that if there's a location where we see a high concentration of pedestrian crossing, we're able to accommodate enough time so it can also be adjusted throughout the entire system to avoid impacts from both the pedestrian and the traffic flow side of things. So yeah, as we continue to implement improvements along State Street, we'll continue to monitor, see where those high concentration of crossings will happen in the future and make adjustments as necessary.
But there has not been any requests or requirements from ACHD related to interfaith having to enhance that pedestrian crossing at this point.
Not from what I can see in our staff report, I don't see that listed there at this point.
Okay, thank you. That's probably all the questions I have for ACHD at this point. I don't know if some will pop up later tonight when we get back to staff interactions. I don't necessarily want to make Edison stay on for the entirety of public testimony, but
right,
it might be nice to have ACHD later this evening as well.
Yeah, why don't we plan on this? You can sign off now, and then when we have a better sense, if you'll be available, when we have a better sense of timing of when we'd get to the questions for staff, somebody will reach back out to you so you or somebody else could jump back on.
Thank you, Madam
Great.
Mayor, Council Member. Absolutely.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Edison.
Really appreciate it. All right, come on up.
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm Jeff Wardle. My address is 251 East Front, Suite 310 here in Boise. I am counsel for Interfaith Sanctuary, and I intend to answer all your questions tonight, but Jody and I are prepared and we've focused on what we know the key issues are going to be, and we want to address those, and then we'll answer the questions. So all right. We appreciate the fact that this body, in its wisdom, has utilized the term shelter home in our zoning code, not homeless shelter. This is more than a homeless shelter. As you describe, a shelter home is a facility providing basic services that may include food and hygiene support, information and referrals, employment, mail, and telephone services, including overnight sleeping accommodations to people with limited financial resources, including people who are experiencing homelessness. We take home seriously. Matthew Desmond, in his seminal work Evicted, wrote, "The home is the center of life. It is a refuge from the grind of work, the pressure of school, the menace of the streets. We say that at home we can be ourselves. Everywhere else we're someone else. At home we remove our masks. Home is the wellspring of personhood." So what is a home? It's a refuge. It's where you sleep. It's where you eat. It's where we bathe. It's where we keep our possessions, our papers, our personal mementos, the things that have value to us. It's the place we return to each day. It's where we launder our clothes, our children learn, where we ourselves do our homework, where we can take a break and watch television. We can charge our electronics. We relax after work. We entertain friends. A shelter home is all of that plus more. It is a refuge plus an opportunity for personal improvement development, where you can participate in job training, obtain mental health treatment, receive early childhood education for your children, develop life skills, and have private outdoor space that you may not otherwise have. You can learn, you can create, you can get basic medical treatment, you can recover after being hospitalized, and in some cases, you can receive hospice care as your life comes to an end. So this is a new application. It is a different application. Why? Because we have taken significant steps to learn from this process and act. So what have we done? We have addressed specific concerns, responding to misunderstandings, and we'll respond to some of those tonight as well. We've identified appropriate solutions and incorporated them into our operating plan. And we've developed and provided operational and security plans. We have evaluated and incorporated the prior recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Commission from 2021. We've included the design recommendations from the SEPDED report. We've utilized the prior recommendations from Boise Police and Boise Fire, as well as the current recommendations that they've provided. And we have incorporated in our operations the germane conditions of approval that remain relevant in light of the adoption of the modern zoning code. Reasonable and appropriate mitigation has been incorporated into this application as we have modified it. 24/7, 365-day-a-year guest access means that no one is sent out. Individuals do not line up at the facility in hopes of getting a bed. Placement is by appointment only with a wait list for services. We have coordinated intake. All guests are screened to exclude sex offenders. Individuals who cannot stay are offered alternative services. No operation of a congregate shelter. Families and single adults are separated. Security screening occurs for all guests and all employees, and we have constructed an 8-foot tall CMU wall. We have an operations plan. We have a security plan. We've identified and outlined the services and training that are provided. We've established the behavioral standards that our guests will be required to adhere to. And the city has done its part. Since 2021, we have a new police station. We have additional fire capacity. We have pedestrian and greenbelt improvements that this city has made. And as ACHD has informed you, there are significant roadway safety improvements, pedestrian facility improvements, and transit improvements that are prepared. But we will not incorporate unreasonable and inappropriate measures. Will we tell people just to go somewhere else? No. Will we surrender permitted uses that you have already determined under the modern zoning code are permissible here? No. Will we agree to ad hoc limitations on services? No. Will we agree to conditions that violate the Fair Housing Act? No. Will we agree to prohibit the unhoused from public spaces? No. And will we call the police on the 206th or 207th guest that shows up? Absolutely not. So if there is concern and objections about the issue of occupancy, we will address that in depth. But let's talk about really why this is a new and different application. First of all, the modern zoning code rezoned the entirety of this property to MX3, which is a district that is intended to provide opportunities for office, commercial, institutional, and residential uses to support active modes of transportation. The modern zoning code modified the conditional use standards and made it clear that we have to look at what is the community benefit even after we address conditions and mitigation of those problems. What is the need? The public benefit has to be considered. Next, the modern zoning code liberalized permitted uses at this site. Of right, with just a zoning certificate, we could operate a community center, a food kitchen, playgrounds, a group home, assisted living, trade or vocational schools, medical or dental clinics, personal and professional office space, and medical and psychological treatment, and adult and child daycare facilities. These are all uses that are permitted at this site of right, thanks to the modern zoning code. Next, there has been, as noted, significant public investment in this neighborhood, and you are to be commended for that. With the Whitewater Station, Fire Station 13, the Willow Lane investments, and the State Street Urban Renewal District. And you have recognized that transitional housing, converting assisted living to transitional housing for families emerging from homelessness, is appropriate in residential neighborhoods. It's undeniable. Residential zone, residential neighborhood, converting a use that had required a conditional use permit to permit families to live in situations and suites much like we propose. Most problematic, though, are the state and federal changes that we're faced with that we have to address. And that's why we ask for flexibility. The Supreme Court of the United States has legalized the criminalization of homelessness, and the Idaho legislature has embraced that. In light of Idaho Code 672341 now being effective, we have, if we are a just and decent people, we have to be able to address the needs of our most fragile without incarcerating them. Most importantly, I am grateful for Chief Dennison because this is a different application because of his efforts and the efforts of his team. Chief Dennison and his team have been incredibly cooperative. They've toured the site. They've given us input. They've directed us as to how to apply the SEPTED standards. They've suggested design modifications that we have made, and we've incorporated everything Boise Police. Boise Police today is not the agency that it was in 2021. Thank you. So we agree with the site-specific conditions as recommended by staff, including all the modifications. I don't think we need to talk about, the mediation provision. It's moot. We agree with the language that was provided here. And just to clarify the prior question, it required medical services with a minimum level of EMT basic certification. We objected to the term medical services because the reality was it was a direction to employ a staff member who had that. We can do all the triage that Boise Fire recommended, but we thought it was important to talk about how those services are delivered and the ability to do it, and that it's a recognition that there are a variety of services and employees being utilized. And now we come to the issue of occupancy. And if people are going to be mad about occupancy, be mad at me. Why? Because at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, VP&A suggested that our responsibility was to call the police if somebody showed up asking for service. This condition is to address the 206th, the 207th person who shows up. The demands that you've heard from VPNA tonight for conditions limit operational flexibility. This is not about changing the demographics from families to all adults. This is about our ability to serve families, to serve the medically fragile, and to serve women. Occupancy should be tied to adopted codes, not the arbitrary ad hoc numbers we've seen thrown around throughout this process. And if you impose an arbitrary ad hoc limitation, you're going to have to apply it to everyone in the future. We seek clarity and finality, not endless conflict. This condition does not eliminate occupancy limit. This condition does not eliminate the conditions of approval, the extent to which we can allow Mary and Joseph to stop for the evening as they seek help on their way to Bethlehem should not be constrained. The ability to ensure that a veteran who has been released to our care on hospice care shouldn't have to subject himself to a work requirement shouldn't be there. This does not eliminate or convert family space. It does not circumvent our operational security plans, and we do not make it dangerous for people. I will not allow my client to agree to criminalize people seeking help. So let me turn it over to Jody Peterson-Steigers to address this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jody Peterson-Steigers, and I'm the Executive Director of Interfaith Sanctuary. My address is 1620 West River Street. I'm going to skip some of this stuff because I'm going to run out of time, but here's what I want you most to understand. When we talk about this 202 bed count, what we're really addressing is the risk of our guests outside who didn't make it into a shelter that night. What I'm asking for you to do, from the beginning, we've listened to the Veterans Park neighborhood and worked to address concerns in ways that keep the community safe while not harming people who have nowhere else to go. A key issue raised is what happens if someone arrives at the shelter in the middle of the night after 205 guests have already been checked in. If that individual cannot be safely brought inside because of a hard 205 bed cap, we are deeply concerned about what happens next. Some neighbors have suggested calling the police, treating a person simply seeking shelter as if they are committing a crime. We believe that someone actively asking for a safe place to sleep should never be punished for having nowhere else to turn. When other shelters cannot receive them, we do not want to see that person left outside, vulnerable to harm, further trauma, or criminalization for being homeless. A hard cap of 205 undermines the very goals of this new shelter home. With that strict cap, we cannot offer refuge to late arrivals in crisis who come to our door seeking shelter. We cannot keep large families together when the total headcount of parents and children exceed the cap. We cannot accommodate additional medically fragile guests even when space, staff, and resources are available. We cannot support the city during emergencies, cold weather surges, or public safety events. The building has been purpose-built with safety-tested infrastructure to do all of these things. A fixed number on paper should not override the building's design, its security features, or the professional oversight in place. We are asking council to remove the 205 bed count so that our new shelter home can operate as it was designed to, from single beds to flow up to bunk beds, so that we're not putting anyone on the floor. We can safely welcome families, adults, seniors, and mentally fragile guests who need care. We can respond humanely to someone arriving late at night in crisis. We can keep families intact and protect the most vulnerable without being forced to turn them away. We can help the city respond effectively in emergencies or seasonal surges. It is in just the past year, even in our cramped and truly uncomfortable warehouse shelter with open dorms, limited bathrooms, no kitchen, and mats on the floor to accommodate everyone in need, we have moved over 70 households into housing of their own, brought recovery and well-being to over 100 guests, helped guests gain employment through our food service training program, graduated over 40 guests through our CWI construction program. All of this was achieved because of our incredible staff and programming, despite the limits of the current space. Now imagine what this work will look like in our new shelter home, a place where people can stay morning, noon, and night in a secure, trauma-informed environment where those who prey on the most vulnerable will have no access to them. Please help us move into this new shelter home so that together we can show what is possible when our guests and staff do the hard work of healing and rebuilding in a space that cares for, supports, and empowers them and helps our whole community shine. We respectfully ask you to deny the appeal, uphold the cup, and remove the 205 bed cap so that the shelter home can be responsive to need and to serve its purpose for Boise. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to building a Boise where every neighbor, housed or unhoused, has the chance to find safety, stability, and hope. Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor,
Yes, we've got some questions.
are they out of time?
Is time up? Time's up.
We recognize.
Okay, sorry.
Questions?
I didn't hear it. Questions?
Do they have the full 15?
Did they have
We did get the full 15.
Madam Mayor, Greg, what we have, I have some questions about square footage. What's the full size of the facility?
I'm going to ask our colleague from Erstad to, if you've got technical questions about the size and configuration, I'm going to defer to Adrian.
My name is Adrienne Lane Martin. I'm at, pardon? Thank you. And I live at 9838 West Lindstock Street in Boise. I am the project manager on behalf of Erstad for the Interfaith Project, and I don't have the exact number, but it's about 42,000 square feet with both buildings included.
And do you know how much of that is designated sleeping area?
I have that in front of me. Sorry, should have brought the drawings with me. Hang on one second. I apologize. We've got 4 different areas that we include. Probably close to a little over 8,000. I can get you a more exact number.
8,000 sleeping area?
Yes, sir.
And how would you classify the remaining area of the building?
It's a mixture of offices for case management, storage as needed for mechanical, electrical, IT closets, other types of closets that they need, assembly areas, which we consider as the day room, which is the kind of more living room style for different areas. And then we have 2 separated dining areas, one for single adults, one for families. Those are all considered assembly based on how many people are actually in there. That's per code. We have bathrooms, which are not counted technically as occupancy because they're usually occupied by those other occupants. Circulation areas. We have one small classroom for the education area. We have community rooms that are similar to the day room, but they're not considered assembly because they're smaller. Again, I go back to the IBC, the International Building Code, and that's how I classify occupancy.
And then do you know how much is that sleeping area, is that evenly divided between single individuals and families?
Not necessarily. No, I would really have to go dig into the plans to figure out how.
Understood. And this might be a programmatic question. Is there any intention of having folks sleep overnight in an area that's not a designated sleeping area?
The way in which we've worked the design of this building, we've started with single beds that can be turned into bunk beds, but it is a trauma-informed building. So utilizing floor space would only be if we were actually responding to a city need of crisis, but we have the capacity to flow up and keep everyone in a bed.
Jody, it's the city's opinion based on what we heard from Josh that the building codes would allow for up to 231. Do you have a different opinion based on the design or the building codes on what that max occupancy can or should be according to code?
Well, hearsay from what I've heard from maybe on the construction site is that it could flow up to 257. But I will respect whatever the actual number is.
Jody, could you help me from like an operational standpoint? I could imagine a situation where someone is approved to use your facility. They call, they make a reservation or whatever you would like to call it. But then they find a place to sleep that night that is not the shelter. Maybe it's a friend's house, and maybe they don't call back to let you know that they're not coming. I want to better understand how you would hold reservations like that, because I could imagine it's 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, 10 residents didn't show up because they found alternative housing, and you've turned 10 people away that were pre-approved. Can you help me from an operational perspective understand how that would work?
Yeah, so just so you know, we've been working in partnership with Our Path Home and HMIS to actually create what is a coordinated entry system for this new shelter that is operated through the partnerships as part of Our Path Home. There's many access points to get on that wait list in person, by phone, with a QR code. And what it does is it basically allows us to know vulnerability, who is the most in need when a bed becomes open. And so with education, the hope is that we've foolproofed it, that most people won't just show up at our door at night. But the rule is that all intakes will happen from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And those intakes would happen because we knew that we had a bed available. It operates different than our urgent overnight shelter, where we will flow onto mats. One of the call outs that we just did, the Army cot, those are for floor spots inside our shelter so that people aren't sleeping directly on the floor. That won't be a response that we'll do at the new shelter. And so based on the fact that there's 3 different programs, there's a men's program, a women's program, and then families with children. The wait list will actually help move the people up in each of those categories. A single adult will never go into the family shelter. We will never change the demographic there. The only program that doesn't go on the wait list is the medically fragile. That's direct intake from the hospital, St. Luke's and St. Al's. That's respite, home health, and hospice. And so we would actually they won't be on the same wait list. When a bed becomes available, we work really closely to the hospital partner, and they'll move someone in because they're just far too sick to go to the street or back to a shelter. Does that help?
Yes. Jody, do you know how many individual sleeping rooms are in this facility?
So we have 25 family dorms, and they're designed Jack and Jill for smaller families. So 2 bunk beds, a bathroom, 2 bunk beds, so that there's 4 people that can sleep in each of those dorms. So what that might look like is a mom and 3 kids, or a dad and mom and 2 kids, and another on the other side, and they're sharing a bathroom. The larger suite is for a larger family, and they have their own private bathroom, and they have 4 different bunk beds and then space for cribs. They also have wardrobes for possessions and things like that. But when we talk about configuration, if we had no space for a small family, so we put them in a large suite, and say it's a single dad with 2 children, if another single dad was looking for housing, we would move that single dad in with those children to share it with the other single dad. And so that's why we want to be very careful about not just saying 1 family per unit. We want to be able to adapt to what the need is that's coming on our wait list.
Jody, do you know how many bathrooms are going to be in this facility in the sleeping areas?
So happy to report that of the 8 toilets that exist at our current shelter, we are at 50 toilets at our new shelter. I think either Nick or Adrian can actually break that down, but we are abundantly blessed with toilets and showers, and could not be prouder.
All right, I think that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor. Yeah, I do have a couple more questions.
We'll go Councilmember Corliss and then Morales.
Okay, great, thank you. Sorry, I have like notes on notes. Bear with me while I try to make sense of my own notes. Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about the services, if I could, just to make sure we fully understand those as well. In the medical dorm, it talks about a nursing station. Can you maybe share with us the intention of that and the information on how you're going to use that, how that's going to be staffed, or what's that going to look like?
So the medical dorm was designed in partnership with Terry Riley Health Service and Full Circle Health. Full Circle Health has identified 14 residents that will actually help us with clinics and well checkups and consistent care. The St. Luke's, St. Al's partnership is actually that medical intake into the medical rooms with the hospital beds and the hospice rooms. And so we have a nursing office that is shared by all of our service providers. There will be a locked door where med management will happen, refrigeration for medicine that has to be kept cold. They'll be able to help distribute medications to all of our single adult families. Storage for families with children will be in the family dorm. The only place where a child may come into that adult space is actually for the exam room, which is run by Terry Riley Health Services in Full Circle. So that's for like ear infections, throat, things like that. And then St. Luke's actually donated what is a 24/7 virtual doctor program. So there's a room that is a service provider room where a guest could actually have a doctor's appointment 24/7. They Zoom in, they talk and help us assess if something needs to be managed right away, if there's something we could do with the staff that we have, or if we should be looking at transport. So we have all these different partnerships that are giving us significant coverage in every level of care, from urgent to also just maintaining people's well-being and health.
Madam Mayor, Jody, thank you. That's very descriptive.
Yeah.
I do have a couple other questions.
Sure.
And so earlier I mentioned on one of the conditions on item D about the outdoor activity going to 9 p.m. at night. How do you understand that to read?
I think definitely that they don't want us to have congregations outside past 9 p.m. where we would have large noise and things like that. That CMU wall is very effective in actually buffering noise. Just a great side note that the neighbors that live directly behind that wall have come over to hug Marvin, our superintendent, because it's the first time they can't hear the street sounds of State Street because that wall is so significant. It has buffered them. So they have quiet houses now. So it's very quiet. But that being said, we wouldn't have amplified noise or anything. Sometimes going outside to have a smoke is part of how we de-escalate, or just needing some cool air or something like that. We don't understand it to be that we could not walk outside with one of our guests, but we wouldn't be having a barbecue or a party past 9 p.m. That is at least how we interpret it.
Okay, great. And then there was also a discussion on a mitigation plan for the overflow parking. Do you feel like you have a good understanding of being able to provide that to the city?
We have an excellent understanding, but not a signed lease. So I think I could basically tell you that we have located a building directly across the street from the shelter that offers an additional 18 parking spots, and it will be where our admin office is. But I can't show you that lease to give you an exact plan, but that is what we hope is the plan that we will present to you.
Okay. And then talking about when we're looking at the number of people, I know that I'm still unclear on where the 205 came from. I'm hearing it's the original application. And I think we don't necessarily want to be so tied to a number of 201, 205, but want to make sure, I think that also concerns is, I guess the question would be, how do you know the staff to guest ratio is appropriate? Or do you have a set limit on that, or?
So we do our operations around the number of people that are in our building. And so because of the warehouse, the current setting where we're at, there's very few walls. There's very few spaces which you can be. There's a lot of concentration. And so behavior is a constant issue. So staffing, we overflow when needed for urgent care. Measuring that in a building that is so spread out, that has outside and spaces and cameras everywhere, 148 cameras down every hallway, so that we kind of have eyes on everything. This is a different design. And so we'll learn with the building. We're going to staff high, but we may find out that we need it in different places. Like in the evening is when we have our highest count of staff, because we're doing a wait list. We're bringing unknown people in to do intakes and background checks. All of that will happen during the day now. All intake will happen 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then in the evening, everyone is known to us. So really the job descriptions change quite a bit. And so we'll adapt to that. The building design though, and based on the number, like when we look at 202, that's been a number that's kind of landed on us. I don't even remember. Yeah, Jeffrey can speak to that, but we can certainly in that building serve safely those people and then up.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just another question here is, we talked earlier about, I think there was a request for limitation on uses and not having people maybe come and pick up meals or supplies or other things that maybe they're not going to be at the shelter for the evening, but maybe the shelter is providing a benefit. Do you see that happening?
That is what's being asked of us. I mean, of course, we're looking at like what we've been to the community for, we're going on our 20th anniversary this year. And so what we've always been is like the response system. When COVID hit, the doors opened, we started to provide meals to everyone. When it's super cold, we put a military tent up and we make sure that people have a place to come inside. What's being asked of us now is to not be responsive like that. And I think in order for us to be good neighbors, we need to probably come in a way that allows us to learn what our capabilities are and what the neighborhood capabilities are. But I think the understanding for us is that city is responsive and understands that when we need to flow up, that's why we're flowing up. And if it's freezing cold out, what would be the direction of our path home and what would they ask of us? And we'll respond according to that. And I don't know if my lawyer would say it differently.
No, I'm not going to dispute the operations. That's not my job. I'm here to give you history. So when we made the original application.
Wait a second, sorry. Are you answering?
This is the response.
Is this another answer to her question?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Madam Mayor, Commissioner Corliss, in response to your question of how we got to 205, when we made the original application in 2021, there was a modification and supplementation that we submitted after we went through the Better Housing Task Force that the mayor organized. And when we did that, we provided the matrix and the analysis of here are the beds that we are going to provide. And the condition that we had discussed with staff at the time read 205 beds plus cribs together with overflow. There was objection to that together with overflow. And when it came time to make the motion and propose conditions, Councilmember Clegg took the lead and she made the motion and she said, we're going to omit the and overflow. Now, why is it an issue now? And I know there are those that characterize that we're backsliding, but it's always been contemplated that there is some flexibility in what you can do for all the reasons that Jody stated. And when we look at that flexibility, it became apparent at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing that our understanding of what our capacity was and what the neighborhood association's understanding were not consistent. So I proposed a condition to clarify that. We're not seeking unlimited use, but I did raise the issue because where we have now agreed to all of those other items that make this a high barrier shelter where people will be for an extended period of time, now we're starting to talk about a type of housing, a type of dwelling that implicates the Fair Housing Act provisions. And the Turning Point case is a case, it's an Idaho case. It involves Caldwell and Caldwell.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut you off there. But I will confirm that it was Councilmember Clegg that changed that evening.
Madam Mayor, I have two more questions real quick.
Is this
It's kind of an FHA question.
Okay.
He's kind of leading into that.
so? I'll take the follow-up and then go back to you. Great.
I heard you started talking about, and I want to apologize. I called you Greg before, but I know I've called you worse.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Fair Housing Act. It's been used a lot to talk about occupancy. I imagine there are other claims you would likely bring under a Fair Housing Act claim. You've raised some of those in your application and supporting materials. Could you speak to claims that could potentially be brought based on existing or proposed conditions Are there claims that you might consider under a Fair Housing Act that aren't included in the supporting materials? And like the types of things I'm getting at are like, is there a cumulative effect here as well that we might encounter based on this?
Madam Mayor, Council President Nash, sorry, I've called you worse. I don't want to appear litigious, and I'm not threatening anything. I want to ensure that we adopt conditions that are not deficient and do not create litigious provisions. And the Fair Housing Act is clear that municipalities can adopt reasonable standards. So my identification of the Fair Housing Act was focused on two issues. And to your question earlier, I don't perceive any other deficiencies with the conditions your staff has laid out under the Fair Housing Act. I think they comply. I disagree with several of the conditions that the neighborhood association has asked for. But the first one was we wanted clarity on the health service provision. And staff's recommended additional language, I think, really helps that, because the focus there isn't just to provide health services, but it's to ensure that we're reducing calls, but specifically for that population. And when the Fair Housing Act uses the word handicapped, it's those who are limited and those who are perceived as being limited and who have limitations in their daily life activities. And so I would posit that under the Fair Housing Act and under your current code, that this constitutes a group home that meets your group home large definition under your code. So that's the first thing, is that we are serving a population that is inherently going to manifest a disproportionate degree of disability and handicap. Now, being an active substance abuser does not protect you under the Fair Housing Act. That's specifically called out. But that's not what we're talking about. We're making sure that population is taken care of. So back to the second one on the occupancy. I disagree with the assessment that the neighborhood association, that the Turning Point case is irrelevant, because it was an Idaho jurisdiction faced with a conditional use permit for a homeless shelter where the fire chief and the building official said, you can put 25 people in this space. And a member of the city council goes, well, I know that that may be the letter of the law, but I think it would be better for the neighborhood if we limited it to 15. And that the district court here in Idaho found was a violation of the Fair Housing Act, and that was upheld by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. So I'm not saying we want an unlimited amount. We want it to be tied to health and safety, but occupancy, and I want clarity. I want clarity on what we're allowed to do, because it was clear at planning and zoning that the expectation would be that if we had 205 guests in the building and you had the individual seeking help randomly some evening who doesn't know that there's a wait list, who doesn't know what the requirements are, we were told in the testimony from the neighborhood association that the expectation would be that we would turn that person away and call the police for potential criminal activity.
All right, Madam Mayor, if I could interrupt here, just to follow up on the Fair Housing Act. Is there a scenario you could imagine where council imposes certain conditions, and under those conditions, interfaith would agree not to bring claims against the city under the Fair Housing Act?
Oh, absolutely. As long as we're reasonable, Council President Nash. I mean, the conditions that have been imposed tonight, I would absolutely fight tooth and nail. I'm not going to acquiesce that somebody who gets ticketed for camping is barred. That's a violation of the Fair Housing Act.
As proposed by staff.
Oh, as proposed by staff, with the modifications that you've seen in the staff report, we are in complete agreement with the conditions proposed by staff. We believe.
I just want to be clear. So when you're talking about conditions earlier. You were talking about the proposed conditions by the
I'm
other
talking
appellant.
about the conditions that the appellant has
Gotcha.
asked for.
Okay.
Correct. We are in total agreement that as proposed, the conditions in the staff report comport with the Fair Housing Act.
Okay, Madam Mayor, just a couple of quick questions. When I read through a lot of comments that had concerns about the shelter and the location, a lot of it I think had to do with people loitering around. And I don't know if people are aware that this is a 24/7 shelter, where the current shelter today, shelter home, is not. And I don't know if you can speak to it or Jody can speak to it. Is the question be, does your current guest today, would they rather be inside in a 24/7 shelter? Or are they looking to leave in the daytime?
The honest answer to that is that the guests right now who get to stay at the shelter are in programming. So they're in Project Wellbeing, Project Recovery, they're in the food service training, they're in the senior medically fragile, or their families with children. Because of the space limitation, anyone else has to leave for the day. And so that many of the people who are in programming, that is a benefit for them to have a place to return throughout the day. They're not stuck in the shelter, but they have a place to return. The design of this new building is that anyone staying at the building has a place to return. And so, yeah, I mean, people want to go outside. They definitely want to go to the park. They might even want to go get a slice of pizza. But when you have nowhere else to go and you're just navigating the streets all day long, it's really hard on the mental health. It's traumatic. And that's why you see a lot of behavioral health, physical health, mental health, like it's all related. And so the design of this building is give people a safe place to leave and return. And so, and when you're looking at the programming piece, that request, that high barrier request for programming, when we're talking about who's going to be in the shelter first, we serve more than the 205 that we have beds for right now. And so when it comes time to move people in, the way in which we're going to select who gets those first beds is everyone who's in programming, because we're not going to disconnect them from their programming. And so once we have the first group in, then we'll be using that coordinated entry system where someone will come in and have the ability to get connected to programming. And so, yeah, people want to be able to be inside, but they want to be able to go outside too.
Okay. Madam Mayor, last question really quick. The HMIS system that you're working on with our Path Home, will that be available from the first day?
It will. Yeah, okay. We're working on the criteria right now. Yeah, we have a whole working group.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. I think this one would be for Jody.
Okay.
Operations. Yeah. I'll get it closer. There we go. So just kind of jumping off of that, talking about, VPNA's concerns about people coming and there being a wait list. Can you talk through how people get on a wait list, and is that in person? Sounds like there's some pre-clearance stuff that has to happen before they're even on a wait list, and kind of talk through what that looks like and how someone becomes aware of that process.
Yeah, so the process that we're working on is that there would be some locations that they could walk into that are near to the downtown services, like Corpus Commons and Ketch. And you can get your name put on the wait list there, and then we talk to them every single day. We're also working with Sadie through our Path Home. There's a website where we're going to hopefully be able to utilize an access point there where names can be moved there. And then that'll be moved to our staff to get assessments done. We'll have a working wait list. And when we do have a spot open, we will either be able to contact someone directly, or we'll have a contact through our partners who help them to get on the wait list.
Wonderful. So just maybe you can throw out a percentage. What percentage of residents at the shelter home do you think will actually be coming there for the first time to get on the wait list, as opposed to being referred through other partners or from downtown or another site?
So do you mean when we first open the doors? Because right now we serve about 260 people.
I would say just going forward, thinking a year out, the normal cycle of new admits.
So let's say we are at 205 capacity. We have 100 family members, and we have 103 adults in all of the beds. The wait list, my prediction is that it's going to be very heavy in every single program. There's a wait list already for families with children. just in general for our community. So we'll be actively using it before the doors open.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
2 more quick questions. I just wanted to clarify, the appellant noted a call for camping supplies. I think you indicated this. It was just for sleeping cots.
So we overflow to the floor spots we have forever. We have 140 beds, but we serve 175 guests at our emergency shelter.
So just
3
no,
of our
I guess
army cots.
I'm just
broke.
asking any other camping supplies that you solicited beyond the camping
Absolutely
cots
not.
okay, great.
No.
And then final question, will there be access to subsidized or covered public transit through your programs? Do you do that already?
Yeah, we
Beyond
do it
60?
through a bulk buy-in program through our path home. So we're already, and the bus stop's right in front of our door. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're
That's it for
welcome.
now.
Madam Mayor. Yep.
Hi, Jody. Thanks for
Hi.
being here today and deliberating with us. I need some clarity on high barrier and low barrier because those are terms that keep getting thrown out. And I'd like to better understand what the rules are at the interface shelter at State Street.
Okay. And I think I haven't been doing this. Madam Mayor and Council Member Lucy.
I
no, Willis.
selectively enforce if you get out of hand.
Okay, thank you. So a low barrier shelter is considered by many best practices, and it removes as many possible barriers to someone being able to enter into a shelter system. And so that means no matter your race, your religion, your nationality, your sexual orientation, whether you're clean and sober, you're welcome here. And that is our mission. And that is how we were created. And it is to be all encompassing. And that way, if someone is seeking to come inside, we have the ability to offer them services, support, stability, and all of that, with the understanding that there's a behavioral code. As long as our guests and our staff feel safe, then we can keep you in our care. In our current shelter, it's not easy to always be able to serve everyone who has mental health issues and things like that. The design of the new shelter really addresses that to even be more successful. But the fact is, pets, possessions, families staying intact, those are all reasons why someone wouldn't come into a shelter. And so the design of Interface Sanctuary is trying to open the door, because what you really want first is to bring someone off of the street, get them out of their trauma, offer them a warm meal, a shower, a safe place to sleep. And then hopefully as they get better, as they're healing, the idea of the different programs become real hopeful to them.
Thank you. And then talk to me about the behavior code. So once someone is admitted, what are the rules?
So the rules at our current shelter will be different than the rules at our new shelter, because our new shelter has a neighborhood. And so the rules are actually for not just inside our building, but outside. We have utilized the city of Boise for the
So
restrictions.
these, to be clear, these will be the rules at the new shelter, not at the current shelter.
Correct,
Okay.
which I think you probably, it makes more sense for me to speak on that. So right now, well, at the new shelter, the behavioral codes inside, you cannot bring any alcohol or drugs in. You cannot be abusive, slanderous, racist, or create any kind of sense of discomfort or fear. Within those margins, we do have a 70-year-old with severe dementia that might say something not appropriate that we know how to manage. So we know how to kind of distinguish what is not appropriate and what we're gonna have to like adjust to, behavioral agreements, things like that. Lost my train of thought. Help me back on track.
Rules. So I
Oh,
have a
okay. So
specific
then,
question, though.
okay. So at the new shelter, because of the greenbelt, the parks, the neighborhood, there's actually a welcome pack that will be given to each guest that gives them an orientation of that neighborhood, the way to safely cross the streets, to understand like where safe passage is, what the rules are by the city of Boise when you're on the greenbelt, when you're in the parks, and being good stewards of our neighborhood. And if there's feedback that we have someone who's not really being a good steward of the neighborhood in our shelter, then we will approach that with a behavior plan and then a possibility that they will have to move to a different shelter. So behavioral agreements help to give a person a reason to do better. And that's where our programming comes into. Like if we're having a hard time managing someone because they have anger issues, they have to go to 3 Just Mad classes, which is run by an incredible woman by the name of Janet Kaufman. And to stay with us, they have to go to 3 classes. Or if someone's just dangerously intoxicated, they have to go to 4 phase 1s. Or like, so we have these like built-in things that the programming actually supports helping someone stay with us.
Thanks. So someone could enter drunk or they could enter high. They can't bring the drugs and the alcohol with them.
Correct.
So what would be the process to ensure that that doesn't happen?
The secure entry points. So each entry point, there's a family with children entry and a single adult entry. You walk through what is basically an X-ray machine, a metal detector. You're wanded, your bags are checked. Anything that's not allowed on property is disposed of. If it's illegal, we actually work with the police department. And then once you're on the shelter, if you've made it through security, we know that more than likely we don't have alcohol and drugs with them. On the off chance that somehow we missed it, we will dispose and then that person does have to go into, you know, appropriate programming or something like that. But most times we do catch it right at security.
Thank you. That is really helpful. So the neighborhood had like four things that they wanted. And I think you've addressed the sobriety one. Like you're okay with people coming in that are drunk, but once they're there, there's no alcohol.
Yeah.
The one that I was curious about was the national background check. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, we have always served families. Before we had the hotel shelter, our families with children actually stayed in the same building as our single adults. They just stayed on one side of the building. So our organization has always screened out sexual offenders. We've never been able to serve them. And so anyone who enters into our shelter system within that intake process, we've done a local and a national search to make sure that they're not showing up on the sexual registry. And after that, we do deeper background checks if needed. So it's a screening process that we've always had. With the wait list, that screening process will probably happen it'll happen before they're actually brought to the shelter, which usually we're doing this screening process because they're at the gate and we have to figure out if we can bring them in. The hotel shelter, we have always had to manage a wait list for the hotel shelter. It's 24/7. They have their own rooms. It's medical intake. And so we've learned how to do it through the hotel to how we're applying it to the new building.
So is that already happening then?
Yeah.
So that is a condition that you feel like you're meeting of the neighborhoods?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I'm cognizant of time. I think that's what I've got for right now until
We've got a couple more minutes. And yes, council member.
Just a couple more minutes.
Well, we got 5 minutes, then we got to eat.
I know.
If you know, I get hangry.
I know. This question is probably for Jeffrey. Thanks, Jody. So Jeffrey, I just want to come back to sort of our occupancy capacity conversation a little bit more, because I don't think that anybody, including the neighborhood, wants to turn anybody away and in the cold and the freezing temperatures, including baby Jesus that I think you brought up earlier. But I think we do want to figure out what the right number is. And so what we heard earlier was that we have a 231 person occupancy based off of health and safety. And we have 205 beds that we sort of been talking about as well. And your history, I think with that was correct. I think that there was a little bit more to Council Member Clegg's comment, is that if we have 205 people, and that doesn't include cribs, so then we add the cribs to there. So there's more with occupancy with, you know, potentially babies that we have. There's additional occupancy related to staff. There's additional occupancy related to volunteers. And so I think that the goal here is to try to figure out what that number is. And so I'm trying to get from you, it's not just that one person. Like, yes, nobody wants to turn away that one person, and especially in a terrible situation where it's too hot or too cold or whatever it may be. But how do we arrive on that right number? And so that's what I'm trying to get at this point.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I mean, not to take the place of your building officials, When we talk about occupancy, as has been shared, is not just a function of beds. It's a function of bathrooms. It's a function of how far are these assembly areas away from doors to be able to vacate. And so we understood the concern that former council president Clegg had raised. And it was a topic in discussion, no overflow. But what has become apparent as we went through this process, that there was an expectation that, you know, your thing says you only have X number of beds for the medically fragile, so you can't make an adjustment, or families are only this number of beds. And that is not reasonable. So I want to be clear, because you were absolutely right, Councilmember Halliburton, that when we talk about occupancy isn't just beds. I mean, at some point in time at night, we will have all these individuals in beds, but we will have staff. We will have volunteers. During the day, people will go to work. People will go to doctor's appointments. So occupancy varies. And that's why I think it is totally appropriate that occupancy be established under your building and life safety codes. That's the fair standard. That it can't be read that you can only serve 205 people, because what's to keep, and again, this has been 4.5 really long years. 4.5 years, and I don't want us to continue to do this. I want to address, and to the extent I can and will allow us to address, because I don't want to keep fighting with the neighborhood, but I can't have a situation where the next neighborhood president sits out front with a clicker
Madam
going,
Mayor.
Oh yeah, I mean,
205.
we've got like 30 seconds.
Yep, Madam Mayor. Okay, so I'll just
So,
Oh, wait,
Councilmember Halliburton-
no, sorry.
Let me-
Councilmember Halliburton was talking to
Yeah.
you.
Let me follow up here. So I understand this. I also understand the occupancy. I also understand the flexibility with all the operations. We could set the number at 200, and then you could have an overflow of 5. I'm trying to figure out, like, where are we drawing the line as far as the additional people that we're taking in? Because if there's an emergency situation and we have 205 people sleeping in those beds, when do we say we can't take any more in because we're going to hit occupancy?
Councilmember Halliburton, Mayor McLean, I think the solution is that we talk about the number of beds, we talk about occupancy. If the city of Boise proclaims an emergency and asks us to add capacity, we need to be able to do that without having our conditional use permit threatened.
Okay, that's fair.
And we need to be able, when that 206th person who arrives from Grangeville and doesn't know the rules, they should not be punished for showing up at our facility first.
If you haven't met
All right.
occupancy.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
we-
I think that's good for my questions for
Yeah,
now. I
and
will
we
have
can-
questions
yeah,
about
we'll-
transportation and
We'll
pedestrian
start.
safety
So did
coming
you
back.
ACHD? I don't know if ACHD, we do have ACHD in the room now too. So we'll come back at 6. We'll start with the rest of Councilmember Halliburton's questions, and then go from there for council. And if that's it for council, then we'll start moving into the public testimony portion of the evening. Great. See you all in 30 minutes. All right, we are going to start back up again, and I'm going to pass it back over to Councilmember Halliburton.
Thank you. Yeah, Jeffrey, let's just kind of wrap up that conversation that we left off on.
And first, Councilmember Halliburton, Madam Mayor, my mom pointed out that I didn't listen to you and I talked over you, and I apologize for that. To you both.
No need to
Wait,
apologize.
is your mom
yet.
here too? I thought your
Yeah.
dad.
She was here.
I love that.
So I want to get into a little bit of the difference between the condition that Council Member Clegg ended on, the 205 that we adopted, that I adopted when I was on council, and the difference between that and the condition that you've put forward with staff that you say you're supportive of, because there's a couple numbers in there that are the same. Can you explain the difference between what we originally had and like what you are proposing now?
So what we originally had was 205 plus overflow. And there had been extensive discussion about under what circumstances are there overflow, what is overflow, how do we determine overflow. The difference between that and the condition that I proposed is we are acknowledging that there is an upper limit on overflow, and it's tied to occupancy under the fire code and under the International Building Code. What we've seen is a lot of numbers thrown out by a lot of people over the last 4.5 years about what would be acceptable, and that's not the way I think we should go about it. We want to afford you the flexibility to continue to be your partner to address when it's 30 below for 3 days. How do we do that? We did have a discussion 4 years ago with staff about how do we define that? Because we acknowledge there needs to be a limit, and we can't always be in an emergency situation, because when we proclaim everything an emergency, it's never an emergency. But I struggle, Councilmember Halliburton, with the demands that we have heard for conditions which deal with that gray area. You know, if somebody shows up from Grangeville in crisis, we should be able to give them a bowl of soup, help them calm down, make a few phone calls, figure out what it is, and if appropriate, allow them to sleep there and then move them to an appropriate facility the next day.
So the difference then between the condition that I approved in an earlier council meeting years ago and the condition that you're putting forward now still is 205 beds, but it includes the flexibility to go up above 2 occupancy given the situation.
Correct. And it allows us, and again, I apologize if people misunderstood what I meant when I said demographics. We have X number of beds for women, Y number of beds for men. I don't want to be in a situation where I have to come back to you and say, you know what, we have a greater need for women than we have men, so we want to take the women and move them into the men's dorms and take the men and move them into the women's dorms because the men can be served elsewhere. So that's part of this. I don't want to be accused of violating a conditional use permit if we take in 2 additional people from one of the hospitals. And again, we're never going to put anybody on a mat unless we have that emergency, but we do have the wherewithal to go, okay, can we add a bunk? Yeah, we could add a bunk. That's how we would do it. So when we talk about demographics, it is not about abandoning the mission. It's that internal number. However, we allow that 205, and you look at the condition, it's got to still comply with the conditions of approval. So families still have to be separate from the single adults, but we need the flexibility to change those numbers within, and people cannot be punished. And we can't be punished when they show up.
Okay, I'm trying to make a murky area just a little more clear. And so I'm going to ask that we 100% focus on the beds and the occupancy. So the understanding that we have.
As if your mom were listening to you.
So the understanding with this new condition that you proposed and that our staff has recommended is saying that there is a 205 beds proposed. But that we have the flexibility to increase that in emergency situations or overflow, not to exceed capacity. Yes or no?
Yes.
Great. And so in that capacity, I think it's important that everybody also understands that we are talking about the occupancy of staff as well. So that doesn't necessarily mean 26 more individuals sleeping there that night, because we also have volunteers and staff who may be there as well. So I think when people think that there'd be a lot more, okay. Great.
Correct. Absolutely.
That's the murkiness that I was trying to clear up. Okay. So we're good to go there. The other conditions that you were, I think, referring to that I'm just going to kind of check off a couple one by one. The remote wait list that the neighborhood is asking for. To me, it sounds like you're already doing some of that because you've got a very coordinated remote wait list, but you're also saying that we don't want to be restricted to that in case somebody does show up and we do have space. We want to be able to let this person in, correct?
Yes.
Yep. So we're not, that's why requiring a remote wait list wouldn't work, even though you are doing a remote wait list most of the time.
It is our intention to utilize the remote wait list all the time. I just don't want to have the scenario that came up at planning and zoning that we're at 205 and somebody shows up in need and we cannot give them a bowl of soup and a peaceful place to calm down as we work through their housing.
Okay.
And that's just for overnight. So what we want is a time to reassess and daytime and not move them back out into the neighborhood at night. So if we're at 205, someone shows up the door, we want to go to 206 and then manage their care the next day. Not keep it at 206, still be using the wait list, but at least buy us the time during the daytime hours to find a better option for them.
Great.
Thank
And-
you.
And thanks, Jody. That actually kind of segues perfect into the next question here. And that was sort of the bullet point of no one accessing food service who's not on the guest list or other things that the shelter may be providing. So again, I just want to make sure that I'm sort of clear on the understanding here is that we say, yes, we can go above 205 beds, but we're not going to exceed capacity or occupancy if we're offering food, if we're offering a warming shelter, like we can take up to occupancy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that every single one of those people will be sleeping there that night.
Correct.
Okay, great. There was a condition about restricting, banning people if they have camped somewhere in the neighborhood. And in my mind, I have some concerns there because I want somebody not camping. I want them in the shelter. But I do understand the goal of that condition is to help interfaith be promoting staying in the shelter. And that's, I guess, potentially a stick instead of a carrot to sleeping outside. What are the things that you're planning on doing to promote people staying in the shelter, not sleeping outside without necessarily banning them?
So here's the challenge, Councilmember Halliburton and Mayor McLean. The challenge is that 1141 was designed, I think, to move people to services and shelter. But the problem is there's not enough shelter for the people. So when we have someone who's coming to us seeking shelter, they are actively asking to come inside. Our challenge cannot be to not let them inside because now they're camping. So I have a really hard time even around this conversation because when someone comes to us, they are doing exactly what we ask them to do. Please come inside and don't be outside. If we cannot extend that, how is that a crime? And so it's a tricky conversation, and punishment has never really solved anything.
Yeah, and so here's kind of a tricky question to follow up with that. So the concern is that the shelter in this area is going to bring more camping into the area outside of the shelter. So what are you doing to address that concern?
Well, 1141 did that. When it became illegal for people to camp, it moved them farther and farther away from resources. So they're not going to blatantly show up in Willow Lane Park or in some neighbor's yard. They're going to go farther away from us, and it's going to be harder for us to do what we do. And Catch will use their outreach to hopefully connect with them, get them on a wait list, and hopefully one day we'll have them in our shelter. But it's not going to move them closer to a neighborhood. It will move them farther away.
Okay. There was another concern about the expulsion of guests. And this was something that we talked a little bit about in our original hearing and trying to make sure that there was a way to get guests to someplace else. How will you be treating the expulsion of guests if there's an incident?
We are quite optimistic that Councilmember Halliburton, Mayor McLean, we are quite optimistic that the design of this shelter with all the space afforded to us and the de-escalation room and the medical services and all of that will actually be the thing that helps us overcome that expulsion. There is a space to move them away from everywhere else. They can sit on a couch in the day room. They can go into our de-escalation room. We have so many more options where no one's going to be put in harm's way that I think it will be a rare experience where we will have to call. And if it's an expulsion, that means that no efforts of ours worked. And so now we're going to call in the professional services. We're going to call for a welfare check, or we're going to call 911.
Okay, fair. There was also conversation in our original meeting about what happens when you do hit capacity and there is shelter space somewhere else of the transportation of guests to these other services. And so can you expand on if there's any changes in the plans there?
So the way that we've always managed that is if we don't have capacity at our shelter, we will ask someone if they're willing to go to the rescue mission. Based on our location, we can actually just call over there and we can easily locate them over there. Sometimes that person says no, and by their rights, we cannot enforce them having to go there. The same thing would be true at our new location. We can let them know that we don't have space tonight, but we would be happy to transport them to the other shelter option, but it is still within their right to say no. And if that's the case, that's when we're saying, you know, they could be banned, or it could be just, it's not a good fit. Could we please move them inside for the night, manage care tomorrow, and find out what the better option is for them?
Okay. But there is transportation options.
Absolutely.
Okay. So this next question is, it's going to be challenging for you to answer. If you want Jeffrey to answer it, you can as well. It's challenging for me to ask. So I made a mistake during the first hearing. I was focused very much on what is the best situation for the guests staying in the building and what is the best situation addressing the concerns of the neighborhood. I didn't dive, I think, hard enough into what is the safety of the guests when they're leaving the facility. I have concerns about putting any sort of vulnerable population next to a street that's unsafe. On 16th Street right now, in the past several years, we've had one of our highest collections of pedestrian versus vehicle mentalities. Some of those have been guests from the interfaith sanctuary. Some of them have ended in fatalities. And so I have some very large concerns about moving the same population over to a street that's twice as wide, probably 10 times as much traffic, one of the busiest roads in Idaho, and faster speeds and more limited ability to address speeding on those areas. We're not going to be putting an elevated crosswalk right there because you can't do that on a street like that. So I want to know, what are your concerns and what are you doing to address the concerns of the people staying at Interfaith Sanctuary who are going to be crossing and walking around State Street?
Mayor McLean and Councilmember Halliburton, it's been top of the mind, and I don't know if you've known the advocacy I've done for Americana, where I've worked directly with ACHD to actually have some improvements made there, slow down traffic, got lit crosswalks, things like that. We had the opportunity to work with CCDC, ACHD, VRT, City of Boise. I wish I had another acronym for you, but I think that's it. To actually walk the area with us and identified some short-term solutions and some longer-term solutions. That includes like increasing the length of time for someone to have the ability to cross the road, looking at slowing down traffic before we get there with those flashing signs that lets drivers know what their speed is, just to actually train them that there's something coming. I can't speak for ACHD. I can let you know we've had the meeting. I don't know what the status of this is. I do know that they painted the crosswalks very recently, as of a couple of days ago, because you just couldn't see them. And so we have a really great partnership. The thing with Interfaith Sanctuary is we are partly advocacy and we have a really good relationship with agencies. I actually think we're a benefit to that neighborhood in that area because we're going to be really focused on improving the safety of that area because we've had loss of life on Americana.
Yeah, I don't have any doubt that you'll be active in advocacy with ACHD. My concern is on day one, when Interfaith moves into the shelter, and it's going to take up to 2030 until there's actually sidewalks that are improved on that stretch of road. What is going to be done to address pedestrian safety right now? Because we have on past developments required the developer to put in pedestrian improvements in the area. And I'm wondering what is being evaluated, what types of programming, what other things you're going to do. I can't control operations.
Yeah.
But we have required developers in the past to put in enhanced pedestrian crossings when we knew that they were going to increase pedestrian traffic for vulnerable populations.
Right. I'm going to see if ACHD is in-house. I think someone was coming in person. Are they, is there anyone?
Yep, you're here professionally, correct? Not personally? Yep. But I'm going to, you know what, Jody, the council member's got to ask ACHD.
Okay.
To answer.
So I don't want to speak to that. What I can speak to is just our ability to work with our population to give them the information about how to be safest in the area where we're living, just like we are doing with Americana. We're doing outreach with ACHD. We do surveys. That part we can manage through communications and then with ACHD, but I think my lawyer would also like to answer this question.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, it's a legitimate concern, and it's something that we have been concerned with all the time. But when we look at 16th and Americana, the situation we have there is we have populations which are being discharged from the shelters every morning and having to go out without direction, without participation, just to go. And that's what has created a lot of the problem. As we work through this, we are totally amenable to additional pedestrian improvements as set forth in our application. As we look at what ACHD and CCDC are going to do, there's that bizarre little triangle in our property that we recognize should be dedicated as part of it. I don't know why it didn't end up in the frontage. I mean, those are things that we absolutely are willing to do. But I think we also have to, beyond the orientation, which Jody and her staff have put together an orientation on how to do it, where things are. We also have to recognize that part of the reason why we think this site mitigates it is because you have private outdoor space. Right now, our private outdoor space is very, very small. If you want any green space, you've got to go to Ann Morrison Park. Here, if you want to go have some outdoor peace and quiet with green space, you can do that on site. If you want to go utilize the computers or library or those tools, which we're not able to do in the current shelter, you can do it in the shelter, or those facilities are available on that same side of the street. We're located on the same side as the Collister Library. So we're sensitive to it. At the same time, we have a lot dangerous intersections in this community where we prioritize vehicular movement. And there were comments and have been comments articulating concerns that citing the shelter here isn't just dangerous to our guests, but it's adverse to commute traffic. And that's not the analysis we should have. So we're on board. I mean, the whole dispute about the variance is you're dealing with a really unique frontage road. We will do whatever needs to be done with respect to pedestrian improvements to ensure that our guests are safe. But that in and of itself can be mitigated.
That's good enough for now. And we can either move to ACHD or we can let council continue, whatever your preference
Yeah,
is.
why don't we see if council has more questions of the applicant? Nope. All right, we will move then to ACHD.
Solves that. That's your walk-on music.
Yeah. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the council, for the record, my name is Justin Lucas. I'm the Chief of Operations and Infrastructure at ACHD. I don't usually wear a baseball cap to these meetings. Sorry about that.
No, that's totally okay, but that's why I wasn't sure if you were here just to testify as a resident.
Most often you probably see me in a suit. Today, my attendance at this meeting, some wires got crossed at ACHD, so I wasn't able to change before I came, but I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here. Certainly glad to answer any questions you have.
Yeah, Justin, thank you. So we've had some past developments where we knew that we were going to be increasing pedestrian activity at different intersections, different crosswalks, and it hasn't been, and we have before required a developer to do enhancements to those different types of pedestrian crossings in the neighborhood. I know that there's a traffic plan that says that there's not going to be additional vehicle trips generated from this facility to require any major changes to the road or anything, but I do think that there will be significant increases in pedestrian traffic. And Interfaith has worked closely with you. I've worked closely with you in addressing some of those concerns on 16th Street, and I have huge concerns about putting this vulnerable population next to one of our busiest streets in Boise with faster speeds, wider lanes. And I'm wondering if there are any plans on increasing any sort of pedestrian crossings or increasing pedestrian safety in that area as far as crossing State Street goes. I know we have plans for sidewalks, multi-use path, long-term along the sides, but specifically crossing State Street, it's a long time before there's another crosswalk. There is one pedestrian signal further down next to Wiley Station Apartments. But we've got an intersection here where there's going to be a lot of traffic from people to getting to the park, getting to a bus stop, getting to everything else. I'm wondering if ACHD has considered any sort of additional pedestrian safety improvements at this intersection.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilman Halliburton, thanks for the question. I'm going to try to keep my comments really specific to the application for the purposes of this. I do want to highlight ACHD's letter that we sent all the way back in 2021, which kind of outlines our basic findings. I think you summarized those well, that in our review of the application, there was no site-specific conditions of approval that ACHD required on the applicant. That was where we were then, and that's still our official position in the record. Speaking to the crossings, this is a challenge in development applications, especially on a corridor like State Street. It is a very busy corridor, as is mentioned. And what we do is we look at, what's reasonable for us to require of the applicant and what's reasonable for ACHD as a, part of our projects within the city of Boise to undertake. The majority of improvements in and along this corridor are anticipated and are beginning to be worked on in the next few years, with this segment currently scheduled in our 5-year plan, the draft, which is out for public comment right now, in 2030. And that's when the specific design of State and Willow, how those pedestrian crossings work and how they would be modified will be kind of addressed and resolved. I think your question is more specific to interim things that we can potentially do. I think there's a lot of ideas that have been discussed. I think that was accurately described by the applicant. As of right now, other than striping changes, potential signage, beyond that, from an infrastructure improvement standpoint, I don't see much more to do other than what will be accomplished through that major project.
Would you please get a little closer to your mic, but we're having trouble hearing you.
I'll try to do that.
Sorry about that. I could hear him and I didn't realize that.
So are there plans for the crosswalk? I'm not sure what the current crossing time is as far as the countdown on the timer goes. I know that there are folks with a variety of different disabilities, somebody who may be using a wheelchair, a walker, who may be elderly, who may be taking longer to get across the crosswalk. Are there plans already in place to address something as simple as that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilman. Yes, so ACHD right now is going through a process of updating all of our controllers, which are essentially the brains of each intersection. This is a process that's being staged. I believe this intersection is on schedule to happen this next fiscal year, so within months, essentially. When we do the upgrade to the controllers, we are updating all of our crossing times and pedestrian calculations with the new MUTCD and ProWAG guidance, which includes a minimum 7 seconds for essentially the walk itself, which allows a pedestrian to orient themselves and enter the crosswalk fully in the walk. The countdown is established by essentially a formula of the distance, and we follow federal guidelines associated with that.
The ProWAG ones on that?
The ProWAG guidelines associated with that. So yes, those changes are anticipated to occur. I think essentially in line with the opening of the interface sanctuary. So that would allow for more pedestrian crossing time. I don't know off the top of my head what it is today and what it would be, but typically we have found that making those adjustments does add time for the pedestrians to cross.
Great, thank you. And as far as any additional improvements go on this street, I mean, this is not a street where you could put an elevated crosswalk because of the traffic pattern and the traffic speed. And as far as I can tell, other than not having a stoplight and adding a different pedestrian crossing, there really isn't any additional treatments for an intersection like this beyond making sure that it's well lit, making sure that the lines are painted well, making sure that it fits the different ProWAG standards. Is there any other pedestrian treatments on a street like State Street that would be helpful in this area?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilman, I think you're hitting it on the head. You know, those design features, which will be included in the design, the redesign of the State and Willow intersection, everything you just mentioned, are the best practices within the industry for an at-grade crossing of this type of a facility. You also have, you know, current and anticipated VRT bus traffic along this corridor. So I think access in and around this area and the pedestrian environment will change with our project substantially. This is an old state highway corridor with lots of change over the years, and I know a lot of change anticipated, and ACHD is dedicated to making those improvements, multi-use pathways, buffered. I know CCDC is anticipating streetscape improvements. All of those things are coming, as I say, on essentially the schedule I mentioned, but they are under development and are not here yet.
Great. Thank you so much, Justin.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, just a follow-up question. Once that crosswalk is upgraded to the new system with the ProWeg standards and it'll have an increased time, if they're finding it's just not sufficient, that there's people that are just still struggling to get across in that time, is there a process to notify ACHD to have them come take a look and potentially increase that walk time?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Corliss, absolutely. If there are kind of on the ground observations that we see, you know, pedestrians can be unpredictable sometimes. And if there are observations that occur, ACHD is always willing to take that feedback and make any adjustment that we can associated with pedestrian crossing times, access routes, and other things like that. Some of that information, it's hard to fully anticipate. The federal guidelines are, I think they're extremely conservative and do allow ample time for all people of all ages and abilities to cross. But if there is some discrepancy that's noticed, we're glad to address that.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. So now we're going to start with the public testimony. I've got pages, as I mentioned at the beginning, but some of you might not have been here. I'll read through these names. I'm going to call multiple names at a time so that you know that you're up soon. And I'd ask that if you're on deck, there are 3 seats here in front. So while somebody's talking, I'll say who the next 3 folks are, and please come up here so we can move things through efficiently. I know that there are folks online, so after I've gone through these lists and people in the audience have talked, we'll go online, and anybody online, I'm going to ask that you have your camera on before your testimony begins. All right. Well, with that, I will start with Julie Robinson. And then after Julie will be Kathy Sherman, Susan Bond, and Deacon Tom Dominic. If the 3 of you would please come sit up here. Is Julie, oh, there you are, Julie. Hello. Julie, oh, that does work. Great. Yep.
I can't stand.
That I didn't realize that was working. So I'm glad that worked.
First of all, I'm Julia Robinson. I live at 775 North Ash Tree Way, and I'm here to speak in favor of the shelter. I've had the opportunity to tour the new facility. It is absolutely beautiful, and they're raising funds now for all new furniture. As you heard, they have many more bathrooms. But I think a real important point that maybe got lost between if you've been working on it so many years, originally Interfaith Sanctuary started because of a philosophical difference. And that difference was that families could not stay together at the other shelters. And so the real important part of the new shelter is that it will have appropriate care for families. And I've been through all of the shelters because we have a significant donation we give to United Way. And the other shelters have very different philosophies about religion and families being together. They don't agree with that. And so I think it's important that one of the things that we need in Boise is adequate care for our families. And that's what this new facility will provide. And so I want you to keep that in mind because that is the real basis. It's not the single adults, as was pointed out. There may be a place for male adults. It's not the single women or women with children, because I just read that City of Lights, they will take anyone. They will never turn anyone away. So we're debating tonight whether or not we have enough room, and yet we have another shelter that absolutely says they will not turn people away. I've been in there and told that they had as many as 100 women on the floor in the summer. So we've allowed that. We as a city, we should not have. The good news is that tonight the Idaho Press said that on our instant count, where they go out and count how many homeless there are in a day, we actually have fewer homeless. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for your work on homelessness and for the committee. Then I'd also like to mention that I think the monthly meetings are an excellent idea. I'm sorry the neighborhood is so upset. Certainly isn't hurting property values. There are some homes selling down there at $500 a square foot, new homes right off of Wiley. I think the idea of a cap is a good idea as long as it's related to health and safety, as was noted. We do have to recognize eventually that you can't take everybody. I worked in healthcare. I did not work in homelessness. But at some point, you don't have a bed in nursing homes and you cannot take them. I mean, you just cannot. So at some point, there is a limit to how many can be taken, and we have to set that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I don't see Kathy here, so I'm going to have Susan Bond come on up. And then Deacon, see you there. Mark Montoya, perhaps, is after the Deacon. Wonderful. Susan, welcome.
Hello, I'm Susan Bond. I live at, guess this is okay. I live at 3011 North Inner Street in Veterans. And I'm here to ask the city for one thing. We've been talking about it all night, just to please get it in writing, specifically that IFS limits the number of beds, whatever the number is. It's been thrown around all over the place tonight, but limit it to those people and feeding these guests. And two, that IFS avoid long lines by registering and screening guests off-site. They've already talked about that. And three, something we haven't talked about, that the city puts in writing a definition of what in crisis means, because we have no idea what that means. And if it's going to mean people high on drugs coming into our neighborhood and being accepted into the shelter, word travels, then we're going to have how many dozens of people high on drugs coming into our neighborhood. And that's a concern. And as a homeowner, I feel like we have the right to be concerned about that. I personally am not against the shelter. I think we need more. I don't want to have drug addicts wandering up and down my street. That's my big concern. But if we could have things in writing so someone is held accountable to these figures, whatever you decide on, whatever's safe, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Tom Dominic. And if you've signed up, I don't need your address because we've got it. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Tom Dominic. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. I'm a Catholic deacon at St. Mary's Church and a retired attorney. I'm the chair of the Voice for the Poor advocacy group for St. Vincent de Paul. And I've been a home visitor for St. Vincent de Paul for 15 years. And we also have some other members that are here today. I help personally 12 to 15 poor families, we call them neighbors, every month. And approximately 25% of those lack stable housing or homeless. I want to tell you about a recent visit I had with a young family. They were living in a car. There was 5 people. There was a mom and a dad and 2 elementary age children and a toddler. And we pumped gas for them at the gas station because they needed gas to keep their car going, and that's where they were living. The husband had lost his job and they had lost their shelter, their place to live, their apartment. And I asked them why were they staying in the car versus a shelter. And they said because there was not enough room in the shelter at the time, there's no family room, there's no separation for families, or the families would be separated and they'd be kicked out during the day. So what they did was they parked at night by the school that their children attended. So we gave them gas to run their car to keep warm at night and cool during the day. I offered to buy groceries for them and some treats for their children. And they said no sugar. They had strict rules, no sugar for the kids. But I was allowed to get ices for them because it was a hot day. There's no evidence of drugs or alcohol, and that's typical of our St. Vincent de Paul home visits. Now there's no camping citable. Now there's no camping. It's a citable offense. So where will they go if this cup is denied? And VPNA would deny those cited even the ability to seek shelter if they are cited for camping. And that reminds me of Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol, where the Aid Society asked Ebenezer Scrooge, what about where the poor go? What will happen to them? And he says, are there no prisons? Are there no workhouses? Interfaith gives homeless a place for families to reside at night, stay together during the day. The homeless include veterans who have served our country and families with children. The Bible says we have a moral obligation to help the poor, Matthew 25, Luke 16, and we shouldn't demonize the poor. Instead, we should show them compassion and mercy. So St. Vincent de Paul strongly supports interfaith cup application. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. All right, Mark Montoya, and I've got your address.
Thank you. Mark Montoya.
Well, just a second. And next up, I think will be I'm not sure. Crawford is the last name from River Street. Derek Smith, Patricia McKernan, and then Jamie Sama. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll start off with a thought that a lot of public policy can be directed in a good way by benefit to cost ratio. And if I think about the benefits to this program, and then I think about the costs, I see some benefits for they can do some redevelopment of the existing location. So architects, developers, construction workers get some work out of that. Similar situation with the proposed location. And then I think about the benefits to the target clients for this facility. And I think it'll help them, but I think we could do better because I've heard, and I'm not a social scientist, but I have heard over the years we've been discussing this, testimony that smaller, more distributed facilities are much better because they give one-on-one personalized coaching. So they have better success ratios than these large monolithic facilities. So, and we've been struggling with this concept, this idea now for a few years. And it kind of leads me to think when I approach projects in my career, if you just can't justify it, you're probably framing the issue the wrong way. And I think that addressing the homeless problem is probably a legitimately could be called a public good. And it would sure be nice if the city could find a way to take the opportunity to build a different kind of a structure that would be more of a help to these people and maybe have lower costs to the neighborhoods, because Katie has presented quite a bit of information on the costs. She's got a lot of good data there. And you can pull some information from that data. And I just keep coming around to the idea that this is a public good, and it would be good to have something from that the city could build a better integrated solution, build that infrastructure. So that's kind of my thoughts on this current situation that we have before us. Looks like I've got some time. I wanted to touch on something that Councilor Halliburton mentioned. He mentioned the traffic safety, basically. So before I retired, I worked for 40 years, and I almost always commuted by bicycle because I'd rather be on a bike than stuck at a stoplight or in traffic. So 36 of those years, I lived where I live now, and I crossed State Street most mornings and most evenings. And I can tell you that in the mornings, especially during rush hour, those stoplights, you pick any 2 or 3 along that stretch there, they get run more than 50% of the time while I'm sitting there waiting. I've even seen a Boise City bus run a light there over the years. It's not, you've got to have your danger antenna up and be looking up and down and watching to say, is that car going to stop or not? You've got to make a judgment, because a lot of times they will not. They're in a hurry. They're doing their makeup or working a cup of coffee or something. So I guess the other thing is that with the recent state legislature actions, I think we have limits on what we can do for pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. And I think that's a concern going into the future on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Crawford? Of course. And then Derek Smith, Patricia McKernan, Jamie Sama, and then after Jamie will be Jim Rudolph. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. My name is Shiloh and I'm 19 years old. I'm currently experiencing homelessness as a young adult after being abandoned by my adopted family last year when I was 18 because my sexual orientation and our religious beliefs do not align. Losing the people I thought would always be there for me was devastating, and it left me without a place to call home. I want to share my story because too often people see someone without a stable house and assume that means we aren't trying, aren't working hard, or don't care about our future. I'm here to show you that nothing could be further from the truth. Even while homeless, I am actively working every day to build a better future. I'm enrolled in college, pursuing an education that will allow me to stand on my own 2 feet. I'm also attending therapy, addressing my mental health and healing from the deep emotional wounds that many people don't see while they walk past someone on the street. I am learning the tools I need to become a healthy, functioning adult in society. Being homeless has tested me in ways that most people cannot imagine. There are nights of uncertainty, wondering if I will have a safe place to sleep, and days when it feels like the world has turned its back on me. But even in the hardest moments, I refuse to let my circumstances define me. My situation is temporary, but my determination is permanent. I am determined to prove that even those of us facing tremendous challenges can grow, thrive, and make meaningful contributions to our community. Okay. I want to be living proof that homelessness does not erase ambition, dignity, or the human spirit. What I and so many others need are opportunities. We need access to education, affordable housing, and mental health support. These amazing resources have been provided by Interfaith Sanctuary and have helped me not just survive, but begin to thrive. And when we thrive, our entire community benefits. I'm asking you today to remember that people like me are more than our hardships. We are your neighbors, your students, your future coworkers. We are people who want to grow, to contribute, and to belong. Thank you for listening to me and the work that you do to make this city a place where everyone has a chance to succeed.
Thank you. Derek Smith. I see.
Derek Smith. I live at 9715 West McCall Street. So this reason is near and dear to my heart. I've been sober off crystal meth for about 5.5 years. And I'm going to talk out of both sides of my mouth, and at the end, I will rectify why I can say these things and they can both be true. I believe you need to meet people where they are, but it is also important to bring them along in a healthy manner. I like the idea of the community having cooperation with the police to address the new facility that's going to be coming up. But I also understand the need of allowing families, especially those not struggling from drug addiction, to stay together. I will push back and say, if a family is struggling from drug addiction, I believe it is incredibly important to separate the husband and wife to allow them to grow and get sober in a separate way. But what I see the Interfaith Sanctuary doing is trying to keep families together. I had an opportunity to speak with Jody the other day, and I'll be honest, before I spoke with her, I was planning to speak against the Interfaith Sanctuary. But someone who has such a golden heart, I think, deserves the opportunity to bring their dream to fruition. I do think it is part of the BPD to be invested in the community. Having the police department nearby is going to be crucial to ensure the safety, whether it's property crimes or violent crimes that may take place. And I know this, when you are in the throes of drug addiction, you can do bad things. We need to respect that fact, but we also shouldn't be shutting down someone who's trying to change that. I do not find myself to particularly be a housing first individual. I'm a treatment first individual, but this is a facility where they can get treatment. This is a facility where people can get back on their feet. They can go and they can have people come from CWI to give them skills to compete in the real world job market. And while I do believe maybe some restrictions would be beneficial in the long run, I don't think we should implement them if it means to prevent the facility from coming online. I do also believe that it is fair to hold certain people accountable if they are vagrant in the neighborhood. But as we all know, that the camping law will redress that. And just to say that while I don't want to criminalize homelessness, I've worked with many men, and their first step in sobriety was actually getting arrested. It doesn't need to be a stain on your record. It can be the beginning of a new life. So there are many ways to approach this problem. I kind of disagree on some issues, but I 100% stand behind Jody. I think she actually cares, and we just need more people like that in positions of authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Trisha, come on up. Then Jamie, Jim Rudolph, Milana Colt, and Karen Smith.
Thank you. Patricia McKernan in speaking in favor of Interfaith Sanctuary. This year is Interfaith Sanctuary's 20th anniversary. In October of 2005, First Congregational United Church of Christ opens its doors for nighttime shelter from below freezing weather. The Hare Krishnas cooked food and brought it, and many other churches stepped up to help and are still doing so today. The church wanted a member there, so I volunteered a few times. It was a real eye-opener. Two ladies, probably in their 60s, came in. My first thought was, but they're senior citizens. They shouldn't be here. But apparently homelessness doesn't discriminate. In spite of no private space at the existing 10,000 square foot shelter, there are many success stories of individuals and families getting back on their feet. This year, 71 guests have moved into their own housing. So just imagine how many more success stories there will be once the new 42,000 square foot shelter is open. I recently toured the new shelter, which is so incredibly well thought out. There were over 30 conditions initially placed upon the shelter, and they have all been met and exceeded. There will be separate spaces for single men, single women, families, and a section for medically fragile individuals with on-site medical care. There will be libraries, job training programs, early childhood education programming, on-site mental health and recovery support, and so much more. Housing First has been proven to be the best option, and the new shelter is most definitely state-of-the-art Housing First, a design to be shared. I think the fact that the new shelter will be open 24/7 is the most important piece of the homelessness puzzle. If you were on the street, even though you had a place to sleep at night, how could you possibly focus on anything but survival? How can I keep from literally freezing to death in the winter or dying of heat stroke in the summer? Passers-by are likely to pretend you aren't even there or look at you as if you should be swept out with the trash. Self-esteem just fades away. Sanctuary runs on compassion, support, and helping their guests to realize they have value and deserve to be alive. It helps them to remember who they were and to realize who they can become. It not only gives shelter, it gives hope. Planning and Zoning approved the second application unanimously. Homelessness is increasing nationwide, and the cost of housing has outpaced many incomes. Boise's rent increases are the highest percentage in the nation, and low-income housing is in short supply. Interfaith Sanctuary is sorely needed. Don't let those 205 people end up back on the street. Please cast your vote for shelter and hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie? All right, and I'm not seeing the other folks. Jim, Milana, Karen, are you here? All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jamie Soma. I'm here today to support Interfaith Sanctuary's conditional use permit. By doing so, you will support the larger community of people that they serve, as well as the many houses of faith that Interfaith Sanctuary helps mobilize in their mission. While I live in Southeast Boise, I work in the Collister neighborhood at Local Community Partners, just a few blocks away from this new development. My faith teaches me that all people are of immense worth and must be treated with dignity. Furthermore, We are called to love our neighbors, and love begins with just having a place to simply be and a place to belong. New state law that criminalizes being homeless in cities requires that we provide a place where the homeless can legally exist. I had the privilege of touring the Interfaith Sanctuary with Jody a couple of weeks ago, and I am extremely impressed by the collaborative and intentional design that's gone into this development. I'm especially impressed with how well they have heard, considered, and incorporated critical feedback on the project and responded in a productive manner to help make the development even better. This is the mark of an organization and leadership that will be a good and collaborative neighbor. I have high confidence that this organization and this new development will be a boon to this part of our city. When living in Austin, Texas, I have seen prior examples of neighborhood associations opposing housing for our homeless neighbors. Community First Village was initially opposed and strongly, but now it is seen as a model example of community engagement and community development in Austin, Texas. Thank God that there were courageous leaders at the state, county, and the city level who all championed the regulatory changes that were necessary to make that community happen. I trust that we here in Boise have enough courageous leadership at our city council to support a similarly worthy and beautiful effort to love our neighbors. I trust you each know it's not about how long someone holds a city council seat. It's about the kind of impact that you make while you are entrusted with it. Thank you for your careful consideration of all of our public's interest and input.
Thank you, Jamie. All right, Barb Hare. I think it's Buddy Garing or Garing, Pete Schroeder, and Jerry Graves. Please come on up. Hi, Barb. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, City Council, I'm Barb Hare. I live on 4684 North Jordan Way in Boise. And I just want to invite you all to remember why Interfaith Sanctuary started to begin with. We had people freezing to death on our streets. So I urge you, and in the summer, dying of heat stroke, I urge you to give them flexibility. Can you imagine being an employee of Interfaith Sanctuary? It's 2 degrees below zero with the wind chill factor, and a family shows up, and you know you have room in that shelter to accommodate them for the night, and you have to say no because it threatens the shelter. Can you imagine how that would feel? Can you imagine being that family? Because I'm telling you from my own experience, we're only one really bad medical incident from being that ourselves, any of us in this country. So I ask you to consider that. You know, Jody has transformed Interfaith, not just from a shelter, but a place where families can work to crawl out of a terrible situation and reclaim their lives. Interfaith takes care of medically fragile people. They take care of children whose families have lost their homes and our veterans. The shelter, you know, the shelter does a lot for Boise that I think is not always appreciated. I would urge those who think that we need a lot of small shelters around neighborhoods to go ahead and start one because we don't have enough shelter space. That's pretty established. Citizens of Boise really just don't like seeing people with signs on the street or tents by the river, and now it's illegal for them to camp. So what would people suggest for those who lost their homes and possibly cars if there aren't enough shelter beds, which there are not, and no acceptable place to be during the daytime? No place to take a shower, wash clothing, get previously lost identification again. You want unhoused people off the streets of Boise? Please give them a place to be, an effective place to be. Interfaith has programs for employment assistance, trauma, medical, and health and addiction counseling. The new facility will cover them for 24 hours. You don't want them wandering around on the streets? Okay, they have a place to be, a safe place. where their kids can get preschool and they can, instead of wandering around the streets, work on a job application because there are computers available. They need a safe and civilized place to be. You know, with the growth in Boise and in Idaho, we have growth in all populations, including our most vulnerable, those without homes. And that, again, could be any of us in this room at any time. I urge your compassion. I urge the compassion of the neighborhood. And I urge you to trust Jody Peterson Steigers to pull this off in a way that the neighborhood will be pleased that they're there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Buddy. I think it's Buddy Gehring. Okay. Pete Schroeder.
Madam Mayor and council members today. Just mostly wanted to start with being here for the whole thing. That really a lot of love was shown today. And with that, we'll succeed. So I must have taken a note from Jeffrey. I called my mom over the break. So she somehow wrangled 15 kids. I figured she could help Jody out. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Graves. And then after Jerry, David Shirtliff, Terry Dillian, I think it's Michael Bitzel, and then Kathleen Ramito.
Hi, I'm Jerry Graves. I was a one-time resident of Interfaith Sanctuary. They found me housing last year. And I also sit on, I belong to, I'm sorry. I've been waiting for so long. I've lost my voice now. I'll just say this. I met many different folks within my time of homelessness, veterans from different wars, troubled mentally by the things that they've witnessed, senior citizens who made the hard choice of paying rent or paying for life-saving medicines and eating. Every mental illness under the sun, schizophrenia, ADHD, bipolar, PTSD, suicidal ideation, and literal degenerative illnesses like Parkinson's or Huntington's and age-related dementia. One particular lovely lady with dementia wound up in a shabby hotel to stay out of the weather during the day. It's only recently that I found out that she was housed just in time for her death. It brought me to tears, but I couldn't say if the tears were for the length of the years it took to get her housed, or that she died comfortably with a proper roof over her head. The new facility that Interfaith is proposing actually would have prevented her from, staying out on the street and potentially dying on the street. And to that end, there's many people that are literally dying of cancer, heart and lung diseases, and the aforementioned brain deterioration. Families that can't afford our crazy rent prices, food and daycare, moms with kids in tow, escaping violent relationships, found it nearly impossible on one income alone. Teenagers aging out of foster care, families as well who'd rather rid themselves of children lest the neighbors find out they are part of the queer community. People suffering from addiction for many different reasons that always included a tragic underlying cause. Men and women in the tech field who maintained a lucrative job that new technology has now rendered redundant. And your garden variety folk that are permanently disabled for one reason or the other, like me, years of having my lawyer fight it out while I remained homeless with zero income and no way to support myself. We all have our reasons for ending up homeless, different backgrounds and upbringings, different colors and origins, different in sexual preferences, different political views and ideology. Would you like to know what they all have in common? Interfaith took us in when no one else would. I got used to being vilified and shamed over the course of my homelessness. There were times it seemed I had a big scarlet H emblazoned across my chest, but let's not vilify the very institution that is helping all of these people find a life again. It's not an option. It's not hyperbole. Our city needs Interfaith. Please,
Madam Mayor, timer.
Let's get this passed once and for all.
Thank you. David. And then I saw Terry. David, you're going to want to pull that mic down a little bit so we can hear you. Then after Michael Pitzel, it's Kathleen Romito and then Shane Harris. And then Brent Matthew.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, I'm David Chartliff. At the risk of exposing my age, I was the coordinator of the publication of the first downtown redevelopment guide. I also served as I'm a veteran of the Boise Design Review Committee that gave us the landscape ordinance and the Capitol Boulevard ordinance. I live at 2609 North 36th Street, and I'm in the Veterans Park neighborhood across the street from Sunset Park. I'm concerned for neighborhoods. There's a time in Boise when neighborhoods held top sway in consideration in matters of change and development. That importance seemed to be strengthened with the naming of neighborhoods and signs announcing their entrance. I'm not sure when that changed, but one can look to the Northwest neighborhood, which opposed a zone change, diminishing their semi-rural character. They fought the city to the courts, but ran out of money. They paid their own legal fees and through taxes paid for their opposition. Now the four neighborhoods opposed to the IFS State Street location, Veterans Park, Northwest, Collister, and Sunset, are in the same position. But so far as we have not run out of money. Most of the objections to the State Street location raised in the 4 nights of the original P&Z hearing still apply. Planning and Zoning Committee got it right and denied the application, only to be erroneously accused by a staff member of being arbitrary and capricious. Now, we all know the Idaho Supreme Court clarified that P&Z had not been arbitrary and capricious, but in fact, the City Council had. So now the City Council changes the rules with the addition of the de novo concept to the zoning ordinance, allowing new factors not previously presented at P&Z. During the P&Z hearing for that change, the chairman stated that this makes us irrelevant. Then they went on to unanimously approve it. Next, the City Council also unanimously approved it. The same story applies to the passing of the modern zoning ordinance in face of citywide neighborhood objection through the Don't Upzone Boise organization. Those concerns are manifesting in projects like the 6-story condo project at 8th and Franklin Streets and several others. In all of these cases, not one brave soul dissented. We many citizens have no voice. So now we are left with unanswered questions. What assurance did IFS have before the fact that led them to purchase the property before securing a CUP? No private developer, large or small, would be so privileged.
You're at time. I'll let you wrap up with one sentence.
Oh, well, that's about it. I just wondered what role, if any, the developers of the large mixed-use development called Midtown had in this determination.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before you go, just a quick question. It brought up Collister Neighborhood Association and Sunset Neighborhood Association and Northwest Boise Neighborhood Association as being opposed to the shelter. Are you aware of letters that each of those neighborhood associations sent in opposition to this meeting tonight?
No.
Okay. All right. We have had letters in the past from different neighborhood associations, sometimes in support, sometimes not in support. I'm not aware of one from Sunset or Collister Neighborhood Association taking a position on this particular issue. So I just wanted to clarify if you knew something that I didn't know. Nope.
I wasn't aware of those letters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Terry Dillion.
Hi, my written testimony covers a lot of data from Idaho, so I won't go through that. Instead, I'm just going to ask for a solution. Idaho, Boise needs a solution to this problem. The Interfaith Sanctuary State Street Shelter provides solutions for people who are unhoused, not just a place to sleep for a night. The idea is to address the root causes of homelessness, not just the symptoms. We have employed people who do not have homes. They need a place to do their laundry, keep themselves clean, and store their belongings in order to represent themselves well at their jobs. We have families with students who do not have homes. Students need a place to study, to wash their clothing, to access computers, to store their books, projects, and assignments so that they can be successful at school. We have families with young children who need a safe place to be during the day, play and sleep, and begin their development to set them up to stop cycles of homelessness. We have single men and women who we want to have off the street. Then we need to give them solutions. We need to make sure that they have access to the programming that's going to keep them from being homeless. Boise City does not provide a shelter solution. Boise is dependent on not-for-profit organizations and volunteers to address the needs of the unhoused members in our community. In Interfaith Sanctuary Homeless Shelter on State Street, we have an organization offering a best-in-class solution. Please support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael? And then Kathleen, then Shane Harris, Brent, see you there, and Tim McNeil.
Evening,
Hi.
Mayor. Council.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for your serious consideration of this project. I don't have anything in terms of numbers and all to express that you haven't already heard. That's going to sway you one way or another. I have sympathy for the neighborhood, that the concerns that they have, and that creates, those concerns create scenarios and imagined events that create a little fear for people, but that's great for us because it allows them to bring out issues that we can address and that solve before they actually become problems. I think this project will be something that this community will be very proud to have, and it will be an example to other communities of how they can address these challenges that we all have. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Kathleen. And then Shane. All right, welcome.
Mayor McLean and city council members. I'm neutral on this. I'm neutral on the shelter, but I come with one request to the city, not necessarily to the shelter, but to the city. And that is that you build in some sort of periodic meeting where the city council is accountable for the follow-up on all the issues being discussed. The monthly meetings that have been discussed are a little vague, involve the police, involve the neighborhood. It's a great beginning, but I think the city council needs to assume long-term leadership and responsibility. I hope I don't get any tomatoes thrown at me. The city council knows that I was the plaintiff in a recent lawsuit involving the Willow Lane pickleball courts. And as a physician,
You're brave to say that out loud.
I also care. For 30 years as a physician, I took care of homeless people at Terry Riley. I took care of homeless people at the Friendship Clinic. I took care of homeless people in the clinic. I have a little sister for the Big Brother, Big Sister program who's now 35 and we're still very close. She was homeless her entire adolescence. So I care deeply. I also live right off of Willow Lane. And so I can sympathize with the concerns of the neighborhood. I am neutral, but I request ongoing leadership by the city council, and it's for this reason. With the pickleball noise situation, people can laugh. Yeah.
I'm actually going to I'm going to ask that you stay away from that.
But I'm going to talk about the experience and why city council needs to be involved and not just the police. The way it's sounding to me right now is that the ongoing follow-up will be delegated to the police with the monthly meetings with the neighborhood. And I'm afraid that that's not enough based on my previous experience. Worked for several years with great people at Parks and Rec, great people in the police, and then it wasn't enough. And so that's why I'm beseeching you as a city council to remain responsible here. you'll all be gone in 5, 10, 15 years. There will be other people in your place, but the residents in this neighborhood, we seek safe refuge in our house, whether it's the trailers across the street, the 700 square foot house from the 1940s, or a 2,000 square foot ranch home. Like Jeffrey Wardle said, our homes are our safe refuge as well. And so we are a caring neighborhood. We provide, we house a lot of the social safety net organizations. And I know this neighborhood cares. I just beseech you, I plead that you all build in some sort of structure for ongoing oversight and accountability.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Also,
You've got, you've got a question.
that red light, people run it at least 50% of the time. Just so you know.
You've got a question, Kathleen.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, Kathleen, so I do not want to hide behind any laws related to the type of accountability that you're looking for, but I do want to bring to your attention, there's a legal case, City of Caldwell tried to impose a similar condition, and it was struck down under the FHA. So I guess my question to you is, if we find that that's not something we're comfortable with, given the likelihood that it could get struck down and you'd be left with no remedy, are there any stopgap measures that you think would be useful to you? So like the types of things that I'm thinking of are established complaint reporting procedures or document preservation requirements, so that as staff, BPD are curious or want to be held accountable for what you're talking about, we can work with the applicant on a voluntary basis to be aware of what concerns are being generated in the community. Are there stopgap measures that we could consider that might not run afoul of FHA?
That's a great question. And having been here all day and listening, I didn't realize that was the particular issue in Caldwell. So sorry about that. At the same time, I would say, as a citizen with city council representation, I would hope that my city council representative would be visible, vocal, available, and perhaps at every neighborhood meeting, ask, how are we doing here? It doesn't need to be, if it's legally, you guys can't take on that responsibility. It's kind of a sad situation. But I would just say to everybody here who's in leadership, for 5 years, our neighborhood struggled to find accountability, to find safe refuge in our homes for 5 years. And I don't know how to build that in with this process that's going on right now. I see the neighborhood nervous. I see the neighborhood anxious. I see the neighborhood having lost trust. And I don't know how we rebuild that. Thanks.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Shane, I don't think I saw Shane raise his hand. Brent?
3 minutes, huh?
Yes. You know the drill.
Let's go. I am Dr. Brent B. Matthew. I currently reside at 3003 Overlook Road, which is near the Houston Town Center. And the open streets, Boise was great. I was there. Well done. I used to reside at 4130 West Plum Street, which means I could stand on my living room window and look out and see Interfaith Sanctuary being constructed 1 block south. I was there 20 years ago when Interfaith Sanctuary was opened at various faith communities. I was a volunteer. I saw the people come in out of the cold, lie down with like sheets between where their separate spots are. I engaged with drunks who are loud and vomiting and annoying right next to a family trying to sleep. That was my experience 20 years ago. And Jody, where are
I've
you?
got to ask you to address the council.
Okay. You're welcome, Mayor. Madam Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. I really want to acknowledge the labor of love that this council has given, the excellence of analysis that the staff has given. I certainly want to acknowledge the superb leadership of Veterans Park Neighborhood Association, Katie Decker, and her associates, her board members. I was a former board member of that when I was living in the neighborhood. And I would acknowledge the amazing design features. Kudos to Interfaith Sanctuary's board. Best Actress Award goes to Jody for public relations. And I mean that quite sincerely. And I'm sorry that I can't remember everybody that really should be thanked for this endeavor. I really want to resonate what has already been said, especially make it safe crossing State Street. Crosswalk guards, little orange flag, or escort people. Because I've tried crossing State Street. It's intimidating for me when drunk. I mean, that didn't come up. It's intimidating for me when I'm sober. So, Tete Malkupa, to Boyhunla,
Madam Mayor,
Baruch, which means the poor in spirit will always be with us. Let's give them shelter. Amen.
Thank you. All right, Tim. And then after Tim, we've got Nick Guho, Lance Woodcock, and Gretchen Hoyt.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Tim McNeil. I live in Alamosa Street. And I came with a prepared statement. I was going to read all this, but I got thinking about it. This is a summary of what your Parks Director Holloway was telling you last April. You already know this stuff. A quote from him, I would put it bluntly, absolutely, there are additional resources needed to maintain areas where we allow this population to congregate, the homeless population. He said he anticipates similar impacts at Willow Lane unless policy and enforcement tools are implemented from day one. The current use of Willow Lane complex for softball tournaments, which involves responsible alcohol consumption, may complicate some solutions, and so on. He says there's a lot of problems that occur because of the homeless populations in the parks. He highlighted concerns that Willow Lane Park may experience issues that detract from user enjoyment. I'm one of the users. It's my neighborhood park. It should also be noted that the Willow Lane Peace Park under development and the wooded area between Greenbelt and the river are likely to face similar impacts. In his own words, citing the shelter along State Street will require additional resources for the Parks Department, which is a negative, a material negative. And I realize he's retiring or leaving his job. I wish him best luck, but I have a minute left. So I want to go on beyond what he had to say. And I want to go to the most basic question. The whole point here, as I see it, is that Interfaith Sanctuary bought a property in a residential neighborhood. Okay, I've lived in that neighborhood for 32 years. Some of my neighbors have been there longer than I have. We enjoy the place. It's beautiful. We're close to the river. We're close to transportation. It's a good place. And their proposed project will have, without any question, will have impacts on the quality of life, the security, and the economics of the neighborhood. And our job, your job and mine, you're working for me here, okay? Yeah, you're city employees, I'm your boss. Our job is to do everything we can we want to have it all. We want to provide help and security for the people that are experiencing homelessness, but not at the expense of the people that were there already, at my neighbor's expense. We can't do that. That's real clear. That's our obligation. Okay? That's all I really have to say here. I appreciate your allowing me the opportunity to address you. I am opposed to passing this CUP. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Good to see you. Nick, come on up.
Nick Guho. I'm actually the general contractor that is building the Interfaith Sanctuary, and I am very blessed not to be homeless. And I say that with all my heart. I've been very fortunate to be connected with Interfaith since 20 years ago. We actually were the ones that donated the building on 17th and Jefferson that got the thing out of the tents into a building. And then we went to the current facility at River Street. At that time, the way we got it accomplished, the first meeting we had for Jefferson Street, I sat in front of the city council and conditional use. We had to be in there. They let us in, I think, in December, and we had to be out March 31st. So people all went back on the street. We got the River Street facility. In August of that year, I brought the mayor, the fire chief, building inspectors all in to the River Street facility, and I told them what had to be done. A miracle happened. Everybody approved it. We got all the handicap improvements done, the fire sprinkler in the building, and we occupied that building in a month after we were given permission to be there. We fought the battle over the years of generation of the improvement of handling the homeless population. It was always in at 5, out at 7, everybody's out on the street. Well, one of the things that Jody came up with to me a while back is the addiction problem. When someone has an addiction and they've got a place to sleep at night, and then they're forced back onto the street, well, they are exposed to all the elements again, and it's real hard to get over the addiction. So what we did is we gave them a trailer that's in the back of their facility so the people can have a place of housing. The new facility, we have all that incorporated, and we've really developed all these support services. And my biggest thing is that the original people would go out on the street every day. Well, now they've got a park in the back that we're putting in there, and the families have got a play area to play in, and they aren't forced out on the streets. They've got 3 meals a day. Incredible. I've been very blessed and privileged to do a lot of improvements in the city of Boise with all the streetscapes we've done, the WASMA Center and everything else. And I think the greatest accomplishment that we'll have is building that interfaith sanctuary of everything that we've done, because it's all with non-public money and it's all donated. And it's an absolute benefit to the city that everybody is benefiting private money. And I'm very proud to be a citizen of the Treasure Valley. I travel a lot, and I look at LA, San Francisco.
Thank you. That was perfect. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Lance. Is Lance here? All right. Gretchen. Good to see you. Welcome.
Good evening. Gretchen Hoyt, 891 North Lander Street. I am not affiliated with any group, neighborhood association, or otherwise. 4.5 years ago, March 17th, Interfaith Alliance bought their State Street location. 16 days later, the River Street property was sold to the Americana River District LLC at a Portland, Oregon address. Investigating further, I came to know that a family foundation with deep ties to Boise through the grocery industry was at that address. That particular family has a supportive and loving history here in Boise. This connection prompted me to dive deeper into board of directors of many Boise's institutions, from hospitals to churches and beyond. I saw all the powerful names in Boise: the movers, the shakers, the lawyers, the doctors, the city leaders, the faiths of all denominations, developer, real estate agents, and citizens. All these people that I've looked up to and trusted to guide my city. It gave me hope. Due to my long career as an ER and critical care nurse in Boise, I've had firsthand knowledge that these leaders privately also struggle with mental health and addiction issues in their own families. Surely, I thought, they would never allow a shelter system that would re-traumatize the needy by forcing them to live within the low barrier population roof. They would take the rare opportunity to build a shelter system that would provide safety for all. Obviously, I have been wrong all these years. The legal counsel for Interfaith Shelter asserted that people like myself invoke hypothetical, irrational fears rooted in animus and public clamor. That is blatantly incorrect. My approach to this issue is rooted in facts, lived experience, and caring. I use real facts, and I am not gripped with irrational fears. So, we are left with a newly named shelter home that remains a low barrier shelter. Trust is fragile right now and almost non-existent on all sides of this issue. Even as I stand here before you tonight, before this cup is approved, I know that there is a ribbon cutting ceremony already scheduled for the new shelter in mid-December. All that being said, I pledge to do my very best to help this project move forward with the goal of Interfaith's Alliance guests, my neighborhood, and Boise as a whole being safe. In closing, I have three final comments. Interfaith Shelter needs to really consider hiring a community liaison person to interface with the neighborhood. Their current director is not the person for this job. Number two, for the safety of the interfaith guests and my neighbors, please, I beg you to install gates at each end of the Farmers Union Ditch Canal Road as requested by me and Farmers Union Ditch Company. And third, and finally, please know that I will continue to actively protect my home, my neighbors, and the shelter guests and Willow Lane Athletic Complex, which is my backyard, from any and all adverse effects stemming from the shelter as we move forward while I continue to try to help with this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, then I've got Terrence Sharper. Great, come on up. And then Matthew Oman, Sue Roybal, maybe Jose Bunkangoa. Sorry. All right, go ahead. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Mayor McLean, and thank you, esteemed City Council. My name is Terrence Scher. I run all things recovery to Interfaith Sanctuary. It's been the honor of my life to be able to help people in their need, suffering from the disease of addiction, dual diagnosis, mental health, and helping them get well within our community. It's been really difficult. That trailer that Mr. Guho was talking about, that's our trailer that we do classes in every day. It's a blessing to have it. But this new shelter will be a game changer. We'll have dedicated rooms for that, and we'll continue to do the work. We'll be able to expand and have more people in our groups and provide more programming and more classes and wellness classes as well. I'm excited about the opportunity to be there to do that. If you guys can consider approving this CUP, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by how effective we are in our community. We want to be good neighbors to the neighborhood association, and we want to assist in keeping everybody safe and helping those in need most. I don't have much more to say other than please approve this conditional use permit so we can help a lot of people.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Terrence. Matthew? Are you Matthew coming up? Great. And then Sue? Great, thanks.
Hello, my name is Matthew Oman. I live in Veterans Park neighborhood. I'm just here to voice my opposition to the shelter. I think it will have a negative impact on the park and the neighborhood. My concern is that, the place will change from what it is to something different. I understand the need to help homeless folks. Of course we do. Everybody wants to do that. The question is this the proper location for a shelter? And I don't think it is. Everybody else that's spoken has kind of covered my points, I think, so I'm not going to say too much. I'll let somebody else talk, but I also just want to say thanks for all the discussion and your attention, and that's for Interfaith too. I mean, they have a hard job, and even though we're stand on kind of opposite ends, we're kind of at odds, obviously, but I have no animosity or any ill will towards them at all. So, and thanks you guys for your time.
Thank you, Matthew, very much. Sue, come on up. And then I think it's Jose. And then Nisa Jensen, Cora Edlin, and Dwayne Anders. Welcome, Sue.
Hi, Madam Mayor, Council. Interfaith sold the shelter on River Street for the down payment on the State Street property. Interfaith did not check with planning and zoning on a conditional use permit, or Interfaith did, but moved ahead with the purchase anyway. Nor did Interfaith, in good faith, talk with any neighborhood association about their plans on State Street. This was extremely poor business. Zoning and planning denied the conditional use permit by every member on the council. Interfaith appealed to the city council, where it has been witnessed Interfaith has friends. City council overrode planning and zoning, approving the shelter, violating their own laws. The Supreme Court chastised the city council as arbitrary and capricious based on unlawful procedures for overriding the powers of planning and zoning, and ruled against the city council. So the city council just changed the rules, putting themselves back in power, then giving some lame excuse that if people don't like our decisions, we can vote them out. But the problem with that, the damage has long been done. Planning and zoning was created by past city council, so there couldn't be anyone buying favors with campaign donations or have any political influence over their decisions. What we have witnessed over these last 4 years is blatant corruption at its finest. Thank you.
Nisa. Hi. And then Cora and Dwayne. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Yes, after Nisa. Well, Jose is next. Is Jose here? I didn't see a hand. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yep. Okay, you're next. That's right. We talked earlier.
I won't take much time. Madam Mayor and council members, here we are again. I'm getting a little tired of doing this, but I will do it till I die if I have to. And I really feel pretty much everything that can be said has been said, including things I've said. So I'll try and be short. We really need Interfaith Sanctuary, and I think we all know that. And I think we need the new location. It will significantly improve the services Interfaith is able to provide, giving their guests the dignity and security they deserve. No other shelter is doing what Interfaith will be doing, providing a safe, secure, and stable place to be for as long as a person or family needs before moving into permanent housing. This is the humane way to treat our fellow citizens. All of the problems the opponents have come up with over the past few years have been addressed in good faith by the staff of Interfaith Sanctuary, and any future problems will also be addressed in good faith. Let me add that there may be scary people in this world who might sometimes walk down your street or camp in a park or otherwise be annoying to you. They probably live in houses right across the street from you already. I have had that experience, but it's not Interfaith Sanctuary's job to police those people or to prevent those things from happening. That is our job, our community job. Community is supposed to take care of each other. So that's not on Interfaith Sanctuary to fix. That's our problem to fix, and I hope we can do that. I've been a volunteer all my adult life in the unhoused population world, and I have been in various situations with people who are unhoused, and I have never felt unsafe. If anything, I worry about their safety. They're the vulnerable ones, not us. But now they will have safety indoors out of the weather with programs to help them go forward towards stability and dignity. I was thinking about this quote earlier today that is usually attributed to Voltaire, which says, "Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good." And I would urge you not to get bogged down and mired in minutia and details. And let's pass this and get on with helping our neighbors instead of regulating every last detail of, how many towels they're going to get and stuff like that. I really urge you to pass the CUP and stop vilifying the homeless people and start helping them. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose. And is Cora here? Great. And then Dwayne.
Hello, Madam Mayor.
Welcome.
And Council. I just want to, I really haven't heard anybody come in here and give anything that generates life. I am happy for Interfaith that they gave me a spot to do my work, to focus, to study, and I sleep and I shower there, but I've been working on whoever understands physics, a unifying grand theory of everything. And to whoever likes physics, but it's been hard to, even talking about it around the shelter, there's not really much people who know what I'm talking about. And so I kind of sometimes feel like I get put in the back seat. But either way, I do push hard for this, and I went and put copies to the university and everything, because I know at the end of the day, everyone that at least for the people pushing to be against all of this, I haven't seen them there volunteering. And usually when somebody comes in and volunteers, they get to know a person a little more. And it is like there is people there that are doing things that will benefit the world. Not everybody there is a drug addict. Not everybody there, has problems, mental health. There's just some people sometimes that just were born in circumstances that they just can't, they're doing their best and whatever. Either way, it's discouraging, but yeah, so that's just what I'm doing. And I'm, I don't have much money, and I did print out like a lot of papers from their printing machine. And I'm thankful for that, because paper, it's expensive, and I was able to take my theory to the university and hand it out to everybody. And I do believe that, I know for a fact that it's coming. It's going to be good. It's going to be on the news and everything. Interfaith Sanctuary will be worldwide known in the world soon. So it's pretty cool. But I do have this paper. I don't know, whoever wants to take it and look at it, and you can snap photos of it and then put it into AI and then ask AI, is this true? And it'll do like, oh, the math's true. And it says, it's like 3 or more things. And then you just tell AI, well, do the math for me. And it'll do it. And then it'll say, oh, well, the next thing to do is take it to the Hadron Collider.
All right. Thank you, Jose. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Cora. Welcome. We just pull your mic down a little bit for sure to hear you. Thank you.
Before I get started, I just wanted to thank you all for letting me speak. I'm afraid that I might not have time at the end to do that, so I just wanted to do it now.
Thank you.
My name is Cora Estelita Edlin. I live at 5016 Willow Lane. I am asking you to deny this CUP and vote no, because it is unsafe to put a low barrier shelter in any residential area. It has been said that our fears are based on unfounded speculation. These examples show our fears are not unfounded. A few months ago, a senator's business
on the shoreline area had been broken into by a homeless person. I read that he had smashed the front door and was laying naked on a couch. What if this had been the home of a family with children? The article said that similar incidents have been happening for years. The senator said that 6 months ago, another one of their windows had been smashed. On June 1st, 2025, there was a multiple stabbing in Salem, Oregon at a homeless shelter. A few years ago, a homeless man stabbed and killed a little girl during her birthday party at the apartments on Wiley Lane. It was said that the man was a former guest of IFS and that he had been asked to leave IFS due to problems with the individual. These incidents concern me because my son has health issues and can't drive. He likes to walk to Burger and Brew to watch the football and baseball games we can't see at home. Some of the games end after dark. He would be walking by himself in the dark by the park and is afraid of being confronted by someone under the influence. It appears that the developers on the shoreline area had concerns about the crime of the shelter residents and that is the main reason for the move. Why is it unsafe for them yet safe for us? It appears that IFS has consistently and deliberately misled the public. During the first planning and zoning meeting for the original CUP, the VPNA brought up the safety issue of having 205 people crossing State Street. IFS responded that their guests knew how to cross the street and it would not be an issue. Shortly after that, IFS went to ACHD to propose a walking bridge for safety. Would IFS pay for this or would it fall on the taxpayers? IFS led people to believe during their tent demonstration that the homeless were in crisis mode and had nowhere to go. Reverend Roscoe showed that that was not the case. Spokane has moved away from this type of shelter into individual types of shelter because they found that they did not work and people would rather stay on the street than in the shelter. IFS has not followed the process, starting with the selling of the current shelter before the new building was approved, and it failed to post the hearing signs on time, causing this hearing to be rescheduled. It blamed it on the construction company, showing a lack of accountability. It is said IFS is asking to modify the CUP to no cap on occupants from families to single adults. Who and how will stipulations be enforced? These incidents give the impression that IFS doesn't have to abide by any rules or the law. This gives reason to question their accountability and mistrust of their management. At the end of the day, you and the
Laura,
employees of IFS.
You're at time, so I'm going to give you a sentence to wrap up.
Okay. Can I take a breath?
Yes.
Okay, so at the end of the day, you and the IFS employees can go home. This is our home. We have no place else to go. You have a responsibility to ensure the safety to all citizens. Vote no. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Dwayne.
Thank you for your time. My name is Dwayne Anders. I'm one of the pastors at Cathedral of the Rockies, Boise First United Methodist Church, and we were one of the founders of Interfaith and continue to be a supporter of Interfaith with people. A number of our people spoke tonight, a number of people served there, and we've also raised $100,000 to help support this new facility. Thank you for this process. I think you've actually made Interfaith's new shelter better through this process. It's been hard. I would tell you, I wish it wasn't this long, but sometimes good things take time. And I think the time we've taken will make our life better together in this city. The interfaith group came together when the city got out of the shelter business. And so I would just repeat to you, if we can't do this shelter here, we can't do one anywhere. We've met every condition that's been asked. We've listened. We continue to support and work together. We want to be a partner with you. The churches and faith groups that are part of this will not give up. We'll continue to be part of this. We want to make a better city along with you. Thanks for your work. I hope you will support this effort.
Thank you. So that's all I had for people that signed up on She's Today, but I have the people that signed up in advance that I see you, Jenny. You're on this list. That I'm going to start reading through. I don't know if everybody's here, but I'm going to start going through this list next. Stephen Pipkin, Tyler McChain, Gary Harmon, come on up. And then after Gary, Stephanie Day. I don't see Stephanie. Morgan Burnell, Great. Come on up, please, Morgan. Go ahead, Gary. You can start. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, City Council. I am a resident of Interfaith Sanctuary. I am currently in their mental health program that is run by Nikki here. For decades, I've struggled with PTSD, and many years ago, I had an incident involving a tragedy. And for decades, I looked to try to find a way to get a hold of this and to grasp my addiction. And I finally came to Interfaith Sanctuary, and I got in the program. And this woman, Nikki, right here, has done wonders for me. The program is amazing, and they've been talking about the new shelter going up, and people like me and people like Shiloh have a chance to do some peer support, or to go to college and to help other people and become productive members of this community. And we can take this weight, and we have taken this weight that has been on us. And by Nikki teaching us, we have put them as stepping stones. I am currently in the process of trying to become a peer support specialist so I can help other people, so I can help the homeless. It has changed my life. It has literally changed my life. Not all of us are dangers. Not all of us get drunk. I could give you a UA right now and pass. Interfaith has helped me immensely. And we have a lot of hope going into this new shelter that our lives can change. And we can help other people, and we can become productive members of the community. And I would ask that, at least, you give us a chance, because not everybody is like that. Not all of us is like that. It has changed my life. It's changed Shiloh's life. And there's a handful of people to where this program and the Interfaith has really done us wonders. I'm from Southern California, and I've got family down there, but they're very toxic. And I would rather be up here and be homeless and be in a non-toxic place and be learning a lot of stuff than down with family where it is very toxic. I have learned a lot from these people, and I currently, and like I said, I'm working to become a peer support specialist, turn around and help other people and become a productive member of the community. Not all of us are the people only point out the bad points. They only point out the bad people. Well, what about the good? What about the good we do?
Madam Mayor, timer.
And there's
You're at time. Thank you.
And thank you
very much. Gary. And then, sorry, that was Gary. Morgan. And then after Morgan, Mary Cronin, Howard Beladoff, Nathan Smith, and Stacy White. Come on up. Welcome, Morgan.
Hey, thank you. Madam Mayor and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Morgan Bernal, and I am the Family Shelter Director at Interfaith Sanctuary. I strongly urge you to uphold the CUP and to increase the guest count to reflect the maximum capacity rating for health and safety. I have the honor and the privilege of running our hotel shelter program at the Red Lion. I get to see firsthand the impact that 24/7 shelter has on individuals and families experiencing homelessness. Through our 24/7 operations, we get to know our guests, their needs, and their struggles extremely well. We know when our guests make it to their medical appointments or when they overslept for work. We are immediately aware when there are behavior changes, and we can assess the reason for these changes because we know each of their routines. We manage the care of the guests the way we would want someone to care for a member of our own family. 24/7 shelter makes it so much easier to be effective in our efforts. One thing I ask myself daily as the family shelter director is, what would I want my own children exposed to? The answer is that I would wrap a bubble around them if I could. I feel the same way about every child we serve at the shelter. We would never expose them to anything that could harm them if we can prevent it. We would never open rooms on our family side for single adults in a broad stroke. It is important, however, that we do not have limitations that prohibit us from keeping teens who aged into adulthood with their families while they at least finish high school, or limitations against pairing families with similar makeup in the same dorm if the alternative is that a child is sleeping in a car. A few months ago, I would have told you that we would never enter adults into our family program without any minor child attached. This changed last week when we received a call for an adult male with severe autism who requires 24/7 care from his elderly mother. This pair didn't quite meet the criteria for the medically fragile program and didn't meet the criteria for a family program either. However, they could not be safely served at any other shelter. We interviewed them, ran a background check screening, and determined that they would not be a risk to the vulnerable populations that we serve at the hotel. So we entered them into our family program. It is unpredictable circumstances like these that are the reason that it's important to not put limitations on our ability to make decisions to responsibly provide shelter when it's possible and humane to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's see. Mary?
Good evening, Mayor McLean and council members. My name's Mary, and I'm a proud board member of Interfaith Sanctuary. I've spent my entire career in healthcare, almost 22 years. So I'm in the business of people. And when I joined the board a couple years ago, I had joined some other business folks and some attorneys and, really kind of struggled with, how do I help advance this mission forward? And Jody gave me the opportunity to sponsor the Employee of the Month, which means I get to go down to the shelter and I get to hear stories of how our incredible team has done just miraculous work to help our neighbors and our community members. And, this is the third time I've had the opportunity to participate in a forum like this. And I was incredibly struck by, there's nothing we can't do better. And to be honest with you, when I walked into our shelter to recognize our Employees of the Month, I thought to myself many a times, gosh, there's a lot we could do better. And today is exciting for me because I have had a chance to tour the new facility and I get to look at these guests and look at our entire team. And I get to say, we're now ready to actually do better. And my husband's a civil engineer. We've been married for 20 years. And, my eyes kind of glaze back when he talks about access and egress and, all those things and coming before groups like you to get projects to move forward. And today, I think he's awesome because buildings and all of this work has the capacity to change lives. And I walked into our doors, even when there's dust all over the floor, and I saw the lives being changed from the security and from the healing. And I just wanted to encourage you to let us get across this last mile and give this gift to our teams and our neighbors. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Howard. And then Nathan. Nathan here. Great. And Stacy White. And then Jerry Sturgill. Hi.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Ms. Mayor and the council. My name is Howard Belodoff. I resided and practiced law in Boise for the last 47 years. Excuse my voice. I'm here today to provide information to you so you can make the proper decision.
Will you talk to the mic, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think it is very important. I can't match the eloquence of some of the testimony here from people who have benefited from sanctuary. So I'm going to do what I do. So I'm an attorney, but I don't bring lawsuits. That's not my job. My job is to solve problems.
You got to talk into the mic. Like you're not going to be on the record if you don't talk into the mic.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay.
And just like look straight ahead, maybe a little slower.
I'll try. Thanks for the advice. Yeah. So I don't know if anybody here knows me. I'm sure that I know the mayor does. I brought the cases of Community House versus City of Boise, Martin versus City of Boise. Mayor Coles and Bill Brown got me involved in the homeless. And I was one of the original founders of Sanctuary. So I'm not coming to this lately. And President Nash, I actually am acknowledged to be a national expert on the Fair Housing Act. So if you have a question, I'm happy to address it. I want to just address not specifically some of these conditions, but I think it's something that you should be aware of. It's not only the Fair Housing Act, but there's an act called the Religious Land Use and Institutional Persons Act. And that requires for zoning conditions that affect the religious practice and beliefs of people, that includes churches and homeless shelters, that you have to show a compelling state interest to put zoning restrictions on them. And I don't believe there's anything that can say there's a compelling state interest. I kind of really chuckle that a condition would be somebody shows up at a shelter and they'll call the police to arrest that person. Look at the definition of camping in your ordinance. Look at the definition of camping in the state ordinance. Showing up and asking for shelter is not camping. We do not arrest people for what they might do. We only arrest people for what they do. That's not a crime. And frankly, I am in agreement with the city, and the ordinance was passed and it's court approved. And in my view, my professional opinion, that is binding on a city. I want you to make the best decision you can. But it has to be in compliance with the law. And that's my point. Okay. And you can't discriminate against one shelter. Any condition you put on the sanctuary has to be put on the rescue mission and every other facility. That's a Supreme Court case of 45 years, and that's under the 14th Amendment. Thank you so much, and I'll answer questions if you haven't.
Thank you. Nathan.
All right, how's my mic placement? Good. I want to be on record. Madam Mayor and council members, I actually threw myself a bit of a curveball because as I was listening tonight, I just kind of threw the script away and thought, what do I really want to say and what has resonated with me? And one of the things Pastor Dwayne just said, and that is that this process, this years-long process, has helped Interfaith Sanctuary do shelter better over time and by being challenged by neighborhood feedback. And another thing that I was really struck with tonight was how impressed I am with the voice, the representation of Interfaith Sanctuary previous guests and current guests. And I hope you appreciate the courage that it takes to stand before a crowd of people who are opposed to your future, your version of housing, your option for housing, and say that you belong there. And I think that I didn't want to pass up an opportunity to applaud them, at least in my heart. The other thing is how grateful I am for an incredible staff, and you've heard from some and you'll hear from others, and Interfaith Sanctuary wouldn't be what it is today without an incredible team leaning in to provide unending services tirelessly. There's the other thing that came to mind as I was listening tonight is we've used the word impact kind of throughout this whole process. Then minimizing, negative impact, and it's always about mitigations and that sort of thing. And the one thing that I can maybe offer just from my perspective on top of everything else that's been shared is that I think and it has to do with doing lots of tours of the shelter with Jody. And there's a moment where people recognize the impact for good that they can make, that it isn't just about minimizing negative impact, but it's looking for opportunities to impact the life of someone else for good. I'm going to give two quick examples. And one of them, it was a neighborhood tour. So these are folks that live close to the neighborhood, and they always come in with a little bit of an uncertainty. And our job is to just explain, this is how it works here. One of them, after we talked about the library and the opportunity or kind of rediscovered books, and we're working on a library together. And one of the ladies said, so you're probably going to need somebody to clean and organize the books. It's like, exactly. Thank you for volunteering, right? And this is somebody who recognizes their ability to have an impact for good in the shelter. Also mid-tour, after we had kind of walked through and talked about a lot of things, somebody tapped me on the shoulder and said, so what exactly would volunteering in the mailroom look like? Again, this is somebody who went from uncertainty to action and recognized their simple opportunity to be able to bring about positive impact for good. I have 5 seconds, so I can't do my last point, but I just want you to know how much we appreciate you. I appreciate the time and energy that you put into to this, and urge you to support Interfaith Sanctuary and moving forward.
Thank you. All right, Stacy, then Jerry, then Reverend Hurst.
Nathan Smith, I'm sorry, I was told I didn't.
Oh yeah, we got it.
You
Yeah,
got
yeah.
it.
And then Chris Alvarez, and then Amberly Smith and Jennifer Thornfeld. If you all would make your way up, I'd really appreciate it. We've got a whole bunch of people online. We're going through about 15 an hour, so it's a couple more hours. Thanks.
That being said, I had this whole thing that I wrote up, but good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Stacy White. I am the Director of Case Management for our emergency shelter and our medically fragile program. I don't think that we need a description of my job this evening. I think that we've heard testimony on both sides, both, in opposition and for us. And so I think I just want to lean on the beautiful testimony of the people that have shown up on our behalf, because I think that's more powerful than what I can say as an employee. All I will say is that really in these turbulent times, it's with sincerity and optimism that I hope that we move forward as a community to change the rhetoric and work together as a community that can lead with compassion and grace, collaboration and understanding, and leave behind that stigma, bias, and fear. Today, I ask that you uphold the conditional use permit that is in place that will allow us to continue to do this great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry.
My name is Jerry Sturgill, and I'm pleased to be here. Thank you so much, City Council, Mayor McLean, and City Council members. We appreciate your time. I'm speaking on behalf of our board. I'm the Vice Chairman of the board of the Interfaith Sanctuary, and having watched this process and participated in it, I'm grateful for the democratic process that you have hosted and sponsored. And I believe what Mayor McLean said at the very beginning, which is this results in good decisions. And things can be done better. And I think this process has made the shelter better. I think it's brought our community together in ways that are hard to measure. But thank you as our city council and our mayor for making this a wonderful place to live. Someone made reference to the sign about nothing we can't do better. I'm thinking about one city, one team for the greatest good. And I would say on behalf of our board that is, of course, in support of this project and in support of the upholding of the CUP, on behalf of all the people who have been involved from the very beginning, which started, as you know, in the basement of a church after people were freezing on the street. All the people who have over the years donated to this, people like Neguho, who have been involved, people who have seen that our community is better by doing this better and helping people in need. And I think this becomes something that we can all be proud of, because I think this becomes potentially a model for how to do it better, not just in this community, but in other communities. So on behalf of our board, on behalf of our organization, thank you for your patience and for your kind consideration of this, this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny. And then Chris Alvarez, Amberly Smith, Jennifer Thornfeld, Andrew Rafkin, Ed Keener.
Good evening, Mayor McLean and the Boise City Council. My name is Reverend Jenny Hurst, and I serve as co-pastor at Hollister United Methodist Church. It's located in the same neighborhood where Interfaith Sanctuary is preparing its new home. Last week, I had the honor of touring the new shelter home on State Street. I was overwhelmed by the detail, the care, the intention behind every feature, from colors on the walls to the safety measures to the thoughtful programs that will shape the life of this shelter. I found myself in awe and filled with gratitude as I witnessed the heart and vision and expertise has gone into this new home. There are several things from that tour that have stayed with me. First, the 24/7 shelter model. Unlike traditional shelters, this home doesn't require people to leave each morning. And I have to admit, it wasn't until I was inside this new space that I fully understood what that meant and how transformative this will be for the guests and will truly shift what is possible. Within the shelter home, there'll be on-site mental health and recovery support, job training programs, including hands-on food service training in the commercial kitchen. And there's a beautiful space for early childhood education. I've heard about this model for years, but stepping inside made it clear this is where people will be given real tools, structure, and pathways towards a sustainable future. Second, the private living spaces for families. For a number of years, I worked as an educator in a neighborhood Title I school where we had students who were unhoused. We saw the toll that it took, low self-esteem, disconnection, and academic struggles. The Interfaith Sanctuary Shelter Home will be a game changer for these students and their families. There will be private rooms, safe community spaces where kids can play, do homework, and find belonging. It creates the stability every child deserves. Finally, I'm so grateful for our city's leadership and commitment to affordable housing. And while we continue to work towards a city that has a home for all, we're not there yet. And in the meantime, Interfaith Sanctuary State Street Home will offer 19 private rooms with locked doors, providing safe space for guests who have done the hard work of preparing for housing but are still waiting for an affordable home to become available. It's a place that helps people hold on to hope while they wait. This area is appropriately called Hope House. The Interfaith Sanctuary team has truly thought of everything. As a faith leader in the neighborhood, I want to say very clearly, we welcome Interfaith Sanctuary. The foundation and walls and roof stand on holy ground, and we lift up those who will serve there, those who will find rest, safety, healing, and belonging there. It's a place not only to sleep, but to heal, to dream, to be empowered. It's a place where a child can celebrate a birthday, where neighbors can share a meal, and where hope is rekindled. And it also affirms the kind of city we are and we continually seek to be. A city that sees every human being as worthy and dignity and hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris? Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Chris Alvarez. I'm the director of the Homeless Art Collective, and I just want to share some facts. So I had a workshop in LA with an art workshop in Southgate, and there was a kid that came up and he was homeless once, and he was mentally challenged, and or I don't know the political term for that. I'm just not good at that stuff, but he was drawing a shape he was drawing in these sketchbooks over and over, and so he didn't know what to do with it. And so I had recommended that he make it out of metal or wood, and then he found a way to do that, and he went to the Museum of Contemporary Art and sold it for some money, and it was a lot of money. And so the reason why I'm sharing that story is because I'm able to do the same thing here in Boise. And so sorry, I'm so nervous. I was sitting there thinking
Don't
so
be
hard.
nervous. We're all just
and
people. Just tell your story. You're good.
So I have a new crease in my neck fat from staring at that TV right there. So anyways, I'm just so grateful that I get to do it here. And we've had people in the art collective, and they come in and from off the street, and they have started businesses off of their knitting and things like that. And so also with this new shelter, we're going to be able to help them with their artwork and be able to store it a lot more safer, I guess, if they want to save something that's a decent size and that sort of thing. So anyway, I'm also a tattooer here in the city and work at a nice shop. And yeah, that's about it. And these people, and you know what? Also, I just want to say that the people at Interfaith, they are everybody that works there, from the volunteers to the board, they are so good at their job. And I mean, a lot of them are educated. And so I'm not saying that to brag. I'm just saying that the thoroughness of what they're saying in these groups and it is so dense, and it's so good that they have helped a lot of people just so much just within the groups, and also get off the street. And that's about it. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Amberly. Right. Jennifer.
Madam Mayor, council members, I am Jennifer Thornfeld, and I am on the record 4 years ago saying some of this, but it bears repeating. I own a home right in the middle of Haiti's red dot. I am on 15th and River. My front door faces River Street, which is the main thoroughfare between Interfaith, River, Corpus, you name it. They're in my neighborhood. My house value is on the rise. My property remains safe and tidy, and my neighbors, homed or not, are as eclectic as any found in any neighborhood in Boise. It is dead quiet at night when everyone is sheltered, and I safely walk the streets with my 2 little dogs, encountering nothing but polite friendliness. Please do not fall for the rhetoric of the resistance. It's make-believe. If I had more time, I could regale you with dozens of stories, but short stories shorter, following the golden rule pays dividends. I rise in support of Interfaith Sanctuary, not just as a shelter, but as a moral imperative. And I do so with the words of Michelle Alexander echoing in my heart. We are not the resistance, we're the river. For far too long, we've treated compassion as an exception and care for the unhoused as a disruption. But Interfaith Sanctuary is not a disruption. It is the flow of justice. It's the natural current of a city that refuses to abandon its people. When opposition tells us all the reasons why not, they are building dams against the river. They are trying to hold back the tide of empathy, of equity, of healing. But the river does not stop. It carves new paths. It nourishes what others have left dry. Interfaith Sanctuary is a part of that path. It's a place where families find warmth, where veterans find dignity, where those struggling with addiction or mental illness find hope. It's not perfect, but it's principled. It's not easy, but it's essential. Michelle Alexander reminds us that the river is ancient. It predates our politics. It flows through faith traditions, through civil rights movements, through every moment when people chose love over fear. Interfaith Sanctuary is rooted in that legacy. So I ask you, will Boise be a city that flows with justice or one that builds dams against it? Will we be the river or the resistance to it? I urge you to support Interfaith Sanctuary with all the collaborative conditions that they have met, not because it's convenient, but because it's right, because it's time to stop resisting what justice demands and start flowing with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Rafkind. Denise, Denise was here earlier. Eleanor Chahy, do you plan to speak or did you just sign up? Right. All right. Eleanor. Nathan Smith. Oh, you already spoke. Yep. I had you twice on here. Reverend Josh Lee.
There. I'm okay.
Welcome.
I am Eleanor Cheehey. I live at 617 North Ross Street in Boise. I am here as one of the founding members of Interfaith Sanctuary Housing Services and a longtime board member. In the winter of 2005, a group of faith leaders and friends came together to deal with a crisis. People were sleeping outside in the cold, and there was no place for them to go. Our mission was clear: get them inside. Over the next 2 winters, several churches offered space for people to sleep overnight in the winter. The first Congregational Church on 23rd Street was the first. Nick Guho then had a building that he provided for the rest of the winter. In November 2006, the Cathedral of the Rockies provided space in Fellowship Hall. I believe that some other churches downtown also provided space. St. Michael's Cathedral had purchased the Carnegie Library and let us use the basement for the rest of the winter. We offered what we could: a safe place to sleep, breakfast and showers at the Corpus Christi Day Shelter. It was simple but life-saving. In the fall of 2007, we purchased a building at 1620 River Street and could offer year-round shelter. It has bunk beds set as close together as the fire marshal will allow, about 3 feet apart. There's a large men's section, a separate women's dorm, and we put families on the separate side. The families were moved out to hotels during COVID. We can take about 160 people in that configuration. About a third of the building is open for dining and other activities. The building is a little more than 10,000 square feet. We had no idea that 9 years later, Jody Peterson would come along and start group therapy sessions and job training in our relatively small space. Over the years, we have learned what it really takes to help the homeless. A bed at night is no longer enough. The street people you see on Americana Boulevard are a combination of our guests who are taking a break from our programs, the unhoused, and the people who sleep at the rescue mission but do not participate in their programs. The new shelter on State Street is 4 times the size of our River Street shelter, but it will take only about a quarter more people than the current shelter. It has room for group therapy, job training, and lounging all at the same time. There is to be a library and a medical clinic and other services. There's a backyard with sound-absorbing wall on the property line. Okay. There's no reason for people to leave the shelter during the daytime.
Thank you.
Except to go to work, school, or other.
Thank you so much, Eleanor. Appreciate it. And Ed, I skipped over you again, so come on up. And then after Ed, we've just got a couple more, and then we're going to take a break. Reverend Lee, I think, stepped away. Robert Fitz is the last who signed up in advance. Welcome, Ed.
Thank you. My name is Ed Keener. Our family has lived in the Collister neighborhood since 1947. I'm one of many, many founders of Interfaith Sanctuary. This is a long debate about people without homes, about a homeless shelter on State Street, and neighbors and neighborhoods near the shelter. But this debate began more than 100 years ago. More than a century ago, with the Jim Crow laws, in which white people throughout our nation worked tirelessly to ensure that people of color, as well as homeless people and, quote, others, could not live in the same neighborhoods. Those old enduring laws, policies, and beliefs exist in our community today. That certain others are not worthy to live in the same spaces as I do. There was never any just rationale for separating people based on skin color, income, or class. It was and is an idea, a prejudice with power to discriminate. And that makes it so long-lasting. Once in place, zoning, lot size, covenants, single use are very difficult to change, as you well know. However, It is the courageous and just actions of Boise City Council which will break away from these unjust housing practices of the past, which separate fellow citizens into desirables and undesirables. Bravo to you for the many long hours that you've contributed to the long-standing injustice. And thank you for standing up to criticisms and rancor in order to do what is right for our neighbors who do not have homes. And I believe that one day you'll be able to look back at this experience and be able to say, we did the right thing for the right reasons. Thank you.
All right, Robert Fitz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. I had some things written and it's all been said better than anything I could have written, but I lived on the West Coast, experienced homelessness, was out there in that community. That community is just as diverse as the people in this room. You can't pigeonhole anybody. Thankfully, I received services and that brings me to where I am today, which is I'm a senior social work student and I'm a social work intern at the Interfaith Sanctuary. It's been an awesome experience, just working with that community, learning about their personal goals, their aspirations, their fears. And the thing that really made the difference for me was taking a tour of that new shelter. I've learned a lot of things in my education. There's a lot of theory there. I kind of coupled that with my experiences being on the streets. Nothing really prepared me for how well the shelter is designed, the thought that went into it, the love that went into it. I truly believe that this shelter is a game changer. It's going to make a big difference in a lot of people's lives. And I'm really proud that I'm able to be a part of that. The shelter it's more than a facility. It's life-changing. And I think in many cases, going to prove to be life-saving for some of, Boise's most vulnerable residents. This also positions Boise as a national leader in addressing homelessness in a way that's both compassionate and innovative. By approving this conditional use permit, this council has the chance to demonstrate this city's commitment to thoughtful, progressive solutions that will uplift both individuals and the broader community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, did I call your name earlier? Okay. What's your name?
Gary Jewell.
All right, is anybody?
I just want to say I submitted online, but apparently it didn't go through.
That's okay. You'll be able to testify. Anybody else here that I didn't call that wants to testify? All right, Gary, come on up. We'll take you, and then we're going to take, and I'm going to turn on my watch, a 10-minute break, and we're starting promptly after we take a break, and anybody online is going to need to turn on their camera for their testimony.
Okay. Well, I thank you, Mayor and Council, for your patience. I mean, I have never been in a 6.5 and counting hour meeting before. So I am, we wouldn't be having this conversation, I suppose, if we lived in a country that took care of its people better. But that dysfunction of our nation falls sadly upon the municipalities of our nation. It's a national problem. That being said, here we are. And I spend quite a bit of time. I'm an interim pastor at Hyde Park Mennonite Fellowship. Hyde Park Fellowship has been involved with homeless issues for 25 plus years. They were at the ground level with Corpus Commons, and which is kind of a collaboration, fills the gaps that Interfaith Sanctuary has, they work together quite nicely. But I spend quite a bit of time going back and forth between Spokane and Boise. And I can tell you that Boise is doing things right. The homeless problem in Spokane is crazy. Here, you're ahead of the curve. We can learn a lot from you in Spokane. So that being said, everything I've heard this evening tells me that this plan for this new interfaith sanctuary facility is comprehensive, well thought out. I think it's just another example of Boise doing things right. So I think it'll go well. And I do want to, the woman who came up who declared herself as neutral, I can't remember her name, but she had a good idea. I think ongoing conversation and accountability, some kind of vehicle for people feeling heard and being heard would be a really good idea. So that's the only main thing. Everybody here who's given testimony has given such intelligent and heartfelt witness on both sides, but overwhelmingly, it sounds like, at least from the testimonies, that this is highly supported, this interfaith project, and I second that. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. It's 8:32. We'll be back here at 8:43 to start. I'm going to get the list from the clerk and we'll start calling people online.
Mayor McLean.
All right. Yep. We're going to go ahead and get started with folks online. And what we're going to do is, so everybody online, please be ready. The clerk, I can't see your name, so the clerk will be calling you. Ask that you turn your camera on and start your 3 minutes. And if you're not ready, the clerk will move to the next person and we'll catch you after we've gone through the list. Oh, that's right. There's one person here. Thanks, Jimmy. One person here who is blocked by somebody much taller than you. Come on up. You're going to give your testimony in person while Jamie's getting ready with everybody online. Welcome. I'm sorry I didn't see you.
That's okay. I'm Judy Cross, president of the Interfaith Alliance of Idaho. And I wasn't going to talk. I'm one of the oldies in this place, but in 2003 and 2004, before all of the things got going, we were compelled to be concerned about people that were homeless, people who were going hungry. And among our group of people who are on a clergy in the Interfaith Alliance, we felt compelled to be people of faith and conscience, not just religious people, but people of faith and conscience, to respond to the needs of our community. And we began thinking about what are the needs? And we had people who responded saying, we need to be compassionate. We need to take in all people. And we had many of the Christian denominations who are joining in our as we started exploring what our possibilities were. We had people who were from the Baha'i, who were Hindu, who were Buddhist, who were from just multiple different religious groups coming together and saying, we've got to do something. But we started looking not only at what the religious groups could do, but we started looking at, what are the other groups? We had the BSU social work come together with us. We started meeting with them, with the Idaho Food Bank, with the Central District Health, with people from both the hospitals and physicians, and other groups. And it was this whole group of people from Boise who were coming together saying, yes, we need to do this. We need to come together as a whole people of conscience. And it was because of that that things began to gel. And the ideas of putting something together that would really meet the needs from all of the services that we had in Boise, as well as those of us from the Interfaith Alliance. And I just felt compelled to say, I am so proud of what has developed from those early things that came out of just an idea in a board meeting that has just such a wonderful existence as Interfaith Sanctuary. It has made me so just warm my heart that all of the work that we all did. I mean, it was so many of us. It was Eleanor, it was Ed. It was,
You've been a time, so I'm going to thank you for your testimony.
I'm just so proud of Boise and all of the people that have come together to make this happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, now we will go online. Great. Looks like we've got our first person ready. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, Tiffany Cushing. We just ask her to unmute.
Tiffany, Cushing, please unmute. Can you hear us? Okay, I think we'll go to the next. Can you hear us? Give me a thumbs up if you can. Nope. Will you go to the next
Madam
person?
Mayor, I will promote her to a panelist and then we can come back to her.
Okay. And so who are we going to now?
Next, we are going to go to, sorry, we've had people that have declined. So Dave Fuji.
How about this? For everybody that's online, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. Don't like double raise your hand. If your hand is up, we'll go through those people and call you. It'll take a while, but I promise we will call you. But that way we're not taking time calling folks that are just watching, because you don't have to testify tonight. You're welcome to watch without. And so now we are going to.
Madam Mayor, if I might, also, if I promote you to a panelist, that's
I don't know if your mic is on.
My mic is on.
Okay.
So I apologize if nobody can hear, I'll speak louder. But if I do promote someone to panelist, if you will please accept versus decline if you want to speak, because that's how we can get you off mute as well. So we'll go with, next we will go with Scott Burney.
Scott Burney. This isn't working. Okay, I see Clayton Elkin. I'm going to call Clayton Elkin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Clay Elkin. I'm a local first responder. My address is 5013 Wimosa Street. I'm speaking in hopes that you will deny this permit. Under Boise City Code, both criteria for decisions by appointed bodies and by the conditional use criteria must be met. So this application cannot create any material negative impacts on the provision of public services and must promote an efficient use of land, resources, and existing infrastructure. I'm going to speak to the negative impacts to our fire and EMS public safety that this proposal brings. Fire Station 9, which serves the State Street site, was recently remodeled with an investment of $5.3 million. It reopened in 2019. However, it was not constructed with additional infrastructure for an extra engine or squad car or to support a second crew staffed out of that same station. Fire Station 5, on the other hand, is located right across the street from Rhodes Skate Park for direct access to the high call volumes at Interfaith Sanctuary at the current 1620 River site. It was also recently rebuilt to the tune of around $17 million, reopened in October 2024, and in contrast to Station 9, it already hosts 2 crews, and the remodel added the capacity to expand via an additional squad car to respond to EMS calls as needed. This infrastructure just doesn't exist at Station 9. Even if a squad car could be added, staffing it full-time with a 2-person crew would require at least 8 additional full-time equivalent firefighters. The fire department is already critically understaffed, and Ada County paramedics is also critically understaffed. This location will add a strain to our EMS services. Station 9 is currently at 82.7% reliability. In 2022, Chief Niemeyer testified to City Council that when reliability drops to 80%, the fire department begins planning for expansion and requests funding when reliability hits 75%. Numbers that could quickly be reached if the call volumes experienced at River Street and the Red Line transfer to State Street. He also testified that the request for medical personnel to be present for 20 hours a week was an arbitrary number that they hope will help, but they don't have any evidence to support that will mitigate the impact of Interfaith Sanctuary. The opening of Station 13 in Northwest Boise has not increased the reliability of Station 9, and both Station 13 and Station 5 are outside of Boise's 5-minute travel time standard to the Veterans Park area. So relying on these 2 stations to fill in for calls if Station 9 crew is tied up at Interfaith will lead to critical delays that impact service delivery. The application does not meet the decision criteria. It will negatively impact the provision of fire and EMS services and does not promote efficient use of our fire and EMS resources and infrastructure. The burden of meeting the requirements of the CUP is on the applicant. IFS has not demonstrated how they will mitigate these impacts to our public safety system. They have created an increase in calls for service at all locations they have occupied, River Street, Red Line, etc. Without any plan to mitigate these increased calls, this council must create actionable conditions to do so and be held accountable or deny this permit. The application must be denied. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And once you're done speaking, please turn off your camera so somebody else can jump up first. Great.
Madam Mayor, Brian Ertz.
Brian Ertz.
Thank you. Thanks for the time. Jesus, it's asking me to do stuff.
Yeah,
while I'm
we
talking.
need you to turn your camera on.
Why?
All right. Because
There you go.
Thank you.
All right.
You can go ahead.
Thank you. I will reiterate what I said last time, which is that as many of the council members, but not all, know, I have personal experience with homelessness twice in my life. And my principal concern is to orient you to the fact that all of the impacts that are described that are not mitigated and that attend inevitably this application are going to hurt disproportionately the very guests that are going to be accommodated by the use. And so as important to mitigating impacts to the neighbors in proximity to the project, it's important that we get this right with respect to the guests as well, because they're least positioned to sustain those impacts. And I would offer my personal experience without a home to that effect. Fortunately, I was able to find a home, get into an economically sustainable situation, get a law degree. I teach ethics at Boise State University. And I want, a lot of the concerns that I experience personally associated with what I've heard thus far is a measure of paternalism that I think we need to think about when we talk about dignifying everyone involved. With respect to the particular approval criteria, the application has been rebranded, but as it's proposed to you today, will result in more impacts than was previously approved by the council and struck down by the court. I'll remind you that planning and zoning said in their quote unquote approval that they didn't believe factually that the applicant had met the bar, but they wanted to include a condition which was illegal, requiring a decision-making process that took into consideration the neighbors in a meaningful way. I've practiced law I've practiced fair housing law. I've practiced land use law for several years. I've never encountered a more intransigent and unwilling to listen, compromise, or otherwise consider the legitimate concerns of neighbors as I have on this case. And you're in a position to change that, and I encourage you to do so.
Thank you, Brian. Next up,
Madam Mayor, we have Jennifer Kerr, if she could turn on her camera.
Jennifer Kerr.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and we can see you too. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hello, my name is Jennifer Kerr, and I live at 4805 West Wiley Lane. I've been on here since 2 o'clock when this started, and I've heard a lot of people talking about how wonderful interfaith is, and I would say that both sides agree with this. That is not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is the location, is the safety, the quality of life of the neighborhoods around the new location. Everybody's been talking about how wonderful it's going to be to support the families and the women and all these things, but nobody is talking about what about the people that do have addictions or mental health issues that are going to be in our neighborhoods? How is this problem going to be solved? That is what I think we need to be talking about, how it's going to affect the children, the families who want to be able to let their children run around in the neighborhood unsupervised. I feel like that's going to change. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you for joining us. And next up,
Madam Mayor, Dave Fuji.
Dave Fuji. We can see you, but you're muted. All right.
How's that?
Good.
Okay, so yeah, you can I don't need that slide set, so thank you, Josh. So yeah, my name is Dave Fuji. I'm the president of the Lake Harbor Master Association, which comprises 715 Boise homes and businesses, and I live at 5269 West Silver Lake Lane. So you've heard a lot of testimonies in favor of this CUP with heart-wrenching stories of people and from some of the individuals themselves that find themselves in crisis. These people are exceedingly vulnerable, have lost their self-esteem, and yearn to be in a different place. And they want a better life, complete with housing and employment and hope, but they don't know how to get there. The assistance is sorely needed to those that are literally at the bottom, and they need help. And Interfaith provides this help. No one in this room argues against this need. And Veterans Park supports organizations providing this kind of assistance to the homeless, perhaps more than any other neighborhood in the city per capita. The population that you haven't heard from is the chronically homeless, those that may prefer the street, they prefer homelessness, don't want help to change themselves, don't want to follow rules, and have substance abuse issues. They just want some free food and free services. This chronically homeless population is the group that causes a negative impact to neighborhoods wherever they are. Interfaith serves this population as well, and this population needs help too. It's very tough to provide that help. This residential neighborhood is not the right place to put this shelter, but if pressure from wealthy investors make you do so, I encourage you to put in place conditions that IFS puts in place, mandatory programming to help the chronically homeless population to turn themselves around. I realize it's tough, but they need it. I encourage you to put in place conditions that are measurable and enforceable that protect the neighborhood from negative impact. And to answer the question about neighborhoods opposing this CUP, I do know many members of Northwest, Lake Harbor, Sunset, and Collister that are opposed to this CUP and have testified as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up,
Madam Mayor, Stanford McConaughey.
Stanford McConaughey. We can see you, and now you're unmuted. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Stanford McConaughey. I live at 307 North 2nd Street in downtown Boise. I've also been a resident of the Collister neighborhood before. I am a criminal defense attorney. I work at the State Public Defender's Office in Ada County, but I'm speaking as an individual today, but that's informed by my professional experiences where I come into contact with members of our community that rely on the services that are provided by Interfaith Sanctuary. I would ask the council to uphold the P&Z Commission's approval and not impose any conditions or capacity restrictions, especially those that would increase contact with law enforcement. We see that contact with law enforcement tends to involve people in the criminal punishment system and trap people in a cycle of criminalization that can involve incarceration, fines that they're unable to pay, and things of this nature. Interfaith Sanctuary does great work, and it's an absolute necessity, and I think it's the bare minimum that the city can be doing to support all the efforts that they're making and the careful nature in which they're going about it. So I'll leave my comments there and ask you to approve the CUP without additional conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Karen Schreiber.
Hi, Karen.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I had a slide deck. Do you have that?
While we're waiting for that, Josh, is it going to take a moment? We'll go to somebody else. You've got it? Okay. Josh has it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. My name's Karen Schreiber. I reside at 4035 West Garnet, and I provide shelter and food for a homeless person. Slide 1. Over the past few years, despite the increase in housing costs, the point-in-time count has shown a relatively stable number of homeless individuals. The 2025 point-in-time count shows a slight decrease in the number of people in emergency shelter. Next slide. However, what is more pronounced is that the utilization rate of emergency shelter is decreasing. In fact, on a winter night in January when point in time was conducted, there were 224 open emergency shelter beds and only a 71% utilization rate, whereas 100% permanent supportive housing beds were utilized. In fact, the city was at a deficit. Next slide. I don't have to tell you that more permanent housing is coming, as you have been successfully at the wheel to make this happen. The comprehensive plan supports using permanent supportive housing to end chronic homelessness and address family homelessness. It does not support the priority of building a larger emergency shelter and the allowance of IFS to add more residents than what was originally approved in the initial CUP in a small neighborhood. Next slide, please. Let's revisit why permanent supportive housing is so important. Each year of experiencing homelessness significantly decreases quality of life and increases use of high-cost reactive public services. PSH programs quickly and safely house individuals and families by providing permanent housing without reconditions. VPNA would have much fewer concerns if the IS facility was transitional housing or permanent supportive housing with typical population densities for these project types or even family shelter. Next slide, please. New Paths Community Housing has been the gold star of success for helping its residents and cutting the cost of city services. Much is probably due to the close evaluation of its operations. The city of Boise should not allow the build-out of a low-barrier emergency shelter without strict documented conditions and the requirements that will not impact the security and safety of the neighborhood, the cost to taxpayers due to increased city services, and the overall health of the residents' well-being. Next slide, please. When residents of EPNA toured the proposed IFS site, the executive director was asked why people stay at the shelter for extended months and years, and she said they like it here. She inferred that it was their home and they're like family. She also said that many use their Social Security to go stay at hotels and then return when their funds run out to get a break from the shelter. So is this really a low-barrier emergency shelter, a high-barrier shelter, or are beds being taken by people that have other options? These significant IFS swamps will further put our neighborhood at risk for our safety and security, yet we are supposed to accept this and suffer the consequences. A better requirement for the on-site medical care would be to change the hours per week required to be based on the number of low-acute emergency medical calls the facility makes, or at least require recurring check-in with Boise Fire on their recommendations based on the type of calls to IFS. Please deny this cup. It needs clearly documented conditions and must be required to operate as a high barrier shelter, but would better be served as permanent supportive housing for the good of everyone. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Karen. And next up,
Madam Mayor, Scott Burney.
Scott Burney. What happened?
Unmute.
There you go.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. We can't see you.
Okay, that's all right. My camera's broke.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So the applicant's plan submitted on May 28th, 2025 indicates 205 beds plus cribs, but this number is not a true cap. The language explicitly allows overflow and gives the applicant the ability to reconfigure populations as long as building codes are met. In addition, they are asking for permission to convert the facility into an adult-only shelter at their discretion. This is not transparency. Interfaith Sanctuary has repeatedly claimed they want to work with the neighborhood, yet their actions consistently undermine that trust. I personally toured the current facility with the director, who looked me in the eye and blatantly lied to my face. What Interfaith is requesting now is essentially open-ended permission with no meaningful accountability. I have also spoken with many of my neighbors, particularly the elderly, who walk the Greenbelt daily. They have told me they would no longer feel safe if this CUP is approved. Some have even said they would be forced to sell their homes they have lived in and cherished for decades. This is the level of fear and uncertainty this proposal creates in our community. We must also be honest about the issue of addiction. Mr. Guho spoke about how Interfaith will address treatment, but the reality is the relapse rates are extremely high, often 95%. Even in professional treatment centers, that cost is anywhere from $5,000 to $50,000. Do we really believe a low barrier shelter without the proper clinical tools, trained staff, or proven transition programs can succeed where professional rehabilitation facilities often fail? What Interfaith is offering may sound compassionate, but in truth, it is little more than warehousing individuals while placing a bandage over a problem that requires serious long-term intervention. And I ask you directly, Mayor McLean, Councilman Halliburton, and members of this council, do you believe it is responsible to move people experiencing homelessness 6 miles away from the very services they rely on, while placing over 200 individuals struggling with addiction and mental illness directly into the middle of an established neighborhood? We all know Boise, like much of the country, faces a homeless crisis. And I want to be clear, our neighborhood has shown compassion. We have already welcomed 4 other shelters into our community without resistance. But there's a difference between supporting solutions that are accountable and effective and being forced to accept proposals that jeopardize public safety and destabilize an entire neighborhood. For these reasons, I urge you to reject this CUP as written, or at minimum, require strict enforceable limits and real accountability before it's considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Madam
Next up.
Mary, Madam Mayor, Denise
Carusi.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, my name is Denise Carusi of 1102 North 19th Street, and I'm here today representing the Boise Ada County Homeless Coalition. The coalition stands in support of available affordable housing and adds voice to those for whom housing is insecure or who are unhoused. For the business today, we all agree that people should be housed, that options for that are extremely limited, and that we have an affordable housing crisis in Boise, much like the rest of the country. Among those impacted are an alarming population of seniors, medically vulnerable, and families that are tragically unhoused. Our options are limited, so the question remains, how will we do this? We have a suitable space that greatly improves existing facilities. We have a suitable program with successful and expanded capability in the new location. There is tremendous support, even if not unanimous, and we have no present alternatives for meeting this critical need. Our collective hope is that the availability of housing will one day match our needs. As we work on that imbalance, we must have shelter that bridges the transition. Until that time, we appreciate and support Interfaith's work of housing, of personal development, resources, and dignity for our unhoused neighbors. We must remember that caring for each other is a foundational element of our humanity and our community. Thank you for approving the CUP and authorizing occupancy for the new State Street facility. We hope for occupancy limits that are based on safety, considering both the population needs and the regulated space limitations, rather than arbitrary caps that would leave people unnecessarily exposed to severe weather and hardship. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Denise.
Madam Mayor, Nicole Mort.
Nicole Mort. We can see you, and if you'll unmute, we should be able to hear you.
Okay.
There you are. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Nicole Mort. I live in Veterans Park on Plum Street. I've had a friend and her child live with me and my family for the last 7 years. This friend would not attempt to drive out onto State Street, but would rather go down back roads to Taft Street in order to navigate onto State. Councilmember Halliburton mentioned traffic being worse on State Street than in its current location. To me, what ACHD said, it sounded as if only changes to be made on the roads are to paint the crossing lines brighter and to make walking times longer. These things may help a little, and only if the intersections are actually used for every crossing. I live very close to State Street. I see jaywalking all the time. The amount of deaths that Councilmember Halliburton mentioned near the current shelter location will most definitely increase. It is a high probability and based on data, not feelings. One of my children became friends with a child experiencing homelessness a few years back. That child had several siblings, and the family actually lived separately from each other, with the dad at Interfaith and the mom and the kids elsewhere, because Interfaith, they felt, did not seem safe. The father worked full-time, and they used to have a rental house until the prices kept increasing in the area. My other child's good friend used to be in a homeless situation as well. So those of us who oppose the Interfaith move are not unaware of the challenges of the homeless folks. I actually volunteered at Interfaith many years ago. We are not saying those who are experiencing homelessness are not in need of compassion and assistance. What the issue is here is that Interfaith made a poor and rash decision to purchase the State Street location. It is unsafe for the extra foot traffic, and it will affect the neighborhood and public at large in many ways, which flat out cannot be mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up?
We have two after this. Valentin Decker.
Valentin Decker. Great. I can see, and you're unmuted.
You hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. My name is Valentin Decker, and I live at 5001 West Wymosa Street. I'm here to urge you to deny the relocation of Interfaith. I would like to address some of the topics that have been brought up here tonight. Interfaith, throughout the meeting, through their testimony and their supporters, has stated that their largest concern is turning people away. However, at some point, there will always be a fire code capacity. At some point, there may not be enough bed space or floor space. At the current stated capacity of 205, with 202 beds, the flexibility to provide one additional single night overnight admission already exists. You don't need to go further to remove capacity caps. And there is already a process for approving shelter in the scenario anyway. According to the 2024 annual action report given to HUD for Our Path Home, when our shelters have insufficient capacity to safely shelter a guest in need, either due to weather events or related to an ongoing public health crisis that requires client isolation, the shelter provider can work to place people in hotels, motels that partner with our COC to implement this program. The program also funds additional daytime shelter strategies through partnerships with shelter providers, public facilities, and private nonprofit and business partners to offer additional space and supplies for those in needs. So with this process in place, the question is it necessary to allow Interfaith to remove the capacity limit? Additionally, City Council has approved the libraries as warming and cooling shelters. Do they plan to discontinue this service in lieu of Interfaith providing them? Similarly, there is a process for providing shelter in emergency situations, which is a temporary designation and is not administrative approval. This CUP does not need to address these situations. Furthermore, while Interfaith does not allow people to stay in their shelter during the day right now, on the same block is Corpus Christi, a day shelter where guests can go during the day. As far as the camping ban, there has been a camping ban in the Boise River area for decades, Ada County Ordinance 546. Boise and Ada County are just not enforcing it. This is not a new issue. Finally, Interfaith is talking about this shelter as if it were a permanent supportive housing or transitional housing institution. The neighborhood would support that. Where the neighborhood struggles is with the emergency nature and their desire to serve a population with untreated addiction and drawing unsheltered population to the neighborhood. Interfaith cannot provide all the services to all the people, and it does not need to provide all the services to all the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up,
Madam Mayor, Chad Ritzer.
Chad Ritzer. Valentine, okay, you might have frozen. Great. Okay. Chad, we can see you and it looks like you're unmuted.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Council, thank you. There is a slideshow entitled Comp Plan with Heat Maps, please.
Josh, do you need a minute? Should we go to somebody else? You got it? Okay.
There we go. My name is Chad Ritzer. I live at 4881 Willow Lane. The impacts of a low barrier shelter place it in direct conflict with the Veterans Park Policy Guide, which has been incorporated by reference in the Boise Comprehensive Plan, particularly its goals of preserving neighborhood character and quality of life. Interfaith has a security plan that is internally focused and has no significant provisions to protect the neighborhood outside of its own property. This strictly internal focus is reflected in BPD's May and June 2025 memos, confirming that calls for service will migrate with the shelter into the VPNA neighborhood. The following heat maps included in the 2021 VPNA report highlight the negative impacts that relocating and enlarging the shelter will have on the neighborhood. This slide compares calls for drunk subjects, narcotics, and liquor violations between Veterans Park on the left and Shoreline on the right. The likelihood that elevated substance abuse will move with the shelter into the neighborhood is deeply concerning. Despite acknowledging that illegal drugs often make their way into the shelter, Interfaith has offered no off-site security and has not engaged in developing any additional approaches to mitigate risk of harm caused by guests off-site. The policy guide has a goal to protect the existing family residential nature of the neighborhood, which conflicts with Interfaith's open substance use policy. Next slide, please. This slide compares calls for violent incidents like armed subjects, assaults, batteries, shootings, fights with weapons between Veterans Park and the neighborhood Shoreline. This type of violent crime will also relocate to the neighborhood along with the shelter and will cause significant damage to the residential character of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. The policy guide has a goal to reduce burglary, vandalism, and other crimes in the neighborhood. This slide shows that the calls of this type in the Shoreline area are also significantly elevated and will migrate with the shelter. Studies show that when compared to shelters located in commercial areas, theft and burglary increase around emergency shelters located in residential areas. Next slide, please. As the maps show, calls of all types are significantly more prevalent in the Shoreline area near Interfaith's current shelter than Veterans Park neighborhood. Moving this call volume into this residential neighborhood would have a severe negative impact on the family-friendly character of the neighborhood and the quality of life. This places this project in direct conflict with the Veterans Park Policy Guide and the Boise Comprehensive Plan goals. Therefore, the CUP must be denied, or measurable and enforceable conditions must be attached to the CUP with a mechanism to regularly evaluate if the conditions are being met and protocols for when they are not met. Thank you.
Thanks, Chad. Up next,
Tanya Kuhn.
Tanya? Tanya Kuhn.
Yep, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can't.
My camera's not working.
All right.
My name is Tanya Kuhn, and my address is 4510 Willow Lane, Boise. Interfaith's application and the staff report fail by attempting to reference housing-related comprehensive plan goals in support of this project. If Interfaith were to convert their project to transitional housing or permanent supportive housing and reduce the project capacity to a density typical of those uses, our neighborhood would welcome it. As Council President Clegg stated during April 25, 2022 deliberations on the prior applications, quote, "I think it is unfair to compare the burden of this with the burden of a residential use. They are recognized in our codes as much different things. And yes, if this were 205 units of affordable housing, the way we'd be thinking about it and the burden and impact would be much different because it is a different use," unquote. You can't use housing goals and policies in the comprehensive plan to support this shelter. In fact, even if we did use housing goals, Goal NE CCN 1.3 specifically calls for density in this planning area to be obtained through ADUs, duplexes, and townhomes, not high-density multifamily units. In fact, it directs any higher density housing to be focused in the 30th Street Master Plan area, which does not include this site. In short, this project is not supported by the comprehensive plan, but is in conflict with the goals related to expanding social services. But this city council has already made its decision to improve this CUP the day IFS bought that State Street building. We are literally just going through the motions tonight. Elections in November 2025. Incumbent Jimmy Halliburton, member of this council, is supposed to represent our district. Yet he has supported this shelter every step of the way. He's arm in arm with Jody Peterson at the groundbreaking of the State Street IFS building and will no doubt be there at the opening ceremony. Again, arm in arm. His challenger, Lynn Brodescu, has publicly opposed it. We will remember in November who truly represents the residents of this neighborhood. Vote Brandescu.
All right, thank you. Next up,
We have Pete Barnes, Madam Mayor.
Pete Barnes.
Oh, Mayor. Hold
Hi,
on
we
one
can't
second.
see you.
You might not be able to see me.
Well, we can kind of see you. This is helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Can you pull up the slides, Barnes Council's Cup 25? Please let me know when it's up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Pete Barnes. I own the house at 4077 West Plum Street, but moved my family, young family, because of the shelter. I now rent my place below market to value to friends who couldn't survive in this housing market without it and provide it at a low cost. The city's asked us to believe the city council will make an objective, unbiased decision on this project, but those of us who have been following from the beginning see one bias after another. Next slide, please. For one example, this is the draft of the Boise Annual Action Plan prepared by the city staff. Next slide. It is a plan that guides the city investment for housing homelessness for more than 2 years. Next slide. This action plan was published by the city website on June 6th before the July hearing in the CUP before the planning and zoning. Why is this relevant? Next slide. Well, despite being drafted and published before this project even had a hearing, this plan treated the proposed shelter as a done deal. Here it states that the low barrier shelter partners Interfaith Sanctuary broke ground to build a new facility. This will result in an increased number of beds and allow for more daytime shelter capacity. Next slide. It goes to state that the city has funded the Red Lion shelter run by Interfaith Sanctuary, and while the funding will be running out in September, it will fortunately be timed with the opening of the new shelter facility. I have to ask, where does this acknowledge that this project was contingent on approval, that it exists only as an application, that it is known whether will be approved, that the application outcome is any way in doubt? In fact, city staff has been rushing the timeline to approve this project. The average day for CUP applications being filed in its P&Z hearing since 2021, not including the first interfaith application, was 104 days. For this CUP, it was 41 days. Between the P&Z meeting and the City Council meeting's appeal, it has been on average 80 days. For the meeting, it has been 85 days. But including the rushed mediation process and getting 2 different hearings on the calendar after Interfaith blew their deadline on the first one. It only took 34 days and 28 days to schedule each council meeting after the appeal was filed and the notice of cancellation, way ahead of the average. Perhaps the city was rushing to support applicants' proposed opening date in September 2025, as shown on the slide, just like they allowed construction to continue after the Supreme Court denied the project. Next slide. Guess who wrote the plan we're looking at? Maureen Brewer, who tonight meeting agenda confirmed as a new planning and zoning director. This was published while she was already interim director of planning and zoning, certainly aware of this project. She formerly was the head of Our Path Home, whose meeting minutes on record show the group strategizing about ways to build public support and improve the shelter. And the interfaith director says is fully behind the project. She will now be in charge of administrative approval to changes of any conditions in the security plan. So we see the department across Boise lining up to support a project before it was approved. We see the local media shut down the printing articles about this shelter. We see the staff report parrot interface arguments. They even recommend approving interface appeal to the variance denial, even though interfaith didn't get their appeal memo in on time. We saw planning and zoning not even have enough commissioners to make a quorum to vote on the project, and one of them acknowledged she was part of the Sunset Neighborhood Association Board, which publicly supported the project in a prior application. The record shows Meredith Steed interacting on social media to support this project prior.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could ask a question of Pete.
Sure.
Yeah.
Pete, other than denial of the application, is there any recommendations you have to improve the application?
There has to be a way to hold interfaith to standards. If you don't give the citizens that, we're screwed.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Next up.
Madam Mayor, there is no one else online with their hand raised.
All right. Well, now I'm going to take time. I want to make sure nobody else in here walked in to testify. All right. Before we do rebuttals, the first rebuttal will be interfaith and the second rebuttal will be VPNA. This is the time I'm going to make this the time for council to ask questions of staff.
Madam Mayor, we do have one additional person who just raised their hand online.
We'll take this one more and then we're moving on because there was an opportunity to do this earlier.
I have promoted this person to panelist, so they would need to accept in order to be able to speak.
Who is this person?
Connie Seward.
Connie Seward.
She needs to unmute.
You need to unmute. We can see you now, please. Great, you're unmuted.
All right, thank you. I'm Connie Seward. I live in the Winstead neighborhood and I have elderly family who lives in the Veterans Park area, and I am a user of the parks and greenbelts there. One of the most alarming gaps in the interfaith sanctuary proposal is their ever-changing and inconsistent claims about background checks. Over the years, they've shifted their story so many times that at this point, no one knows what their actual policy is, and without clear standards, the phrase rigorous background checks is meaningless. It is important you understand what that really means. A state background check only looks at records within Idaho. It will not catch crimes committed in neighboring states. A national background check can flag convictions across all 50 states and is essential in a shelter that serves a transient population. An international checklist goes further, identifying offenders who may have criminal histories abroad. Without that layer, individuals with serious violent or sexual offenses committed outside the U.S. could slip through undetected. The difference between these levels of checks is not academic. It is the difference between screening out a dangerous offender, a criminal, a pedophile, or an abuser, and placing them directly across the street from the women and children at the domestic violence shelter. And let's not forget this larger context. This site is not isolated. It sits right in the middle of a residential neighborhood where children ride bikes, walk to school, and play outside. Families are living their daily unprotected lives just steps away. The risk here doesn't stay inside the walls of the shelter. It spills over into the community. If Interfaith Sanctuary insists that this is a low barrier shelter for families, then prove it. Show the public the exact standards. Commit to national, even international background checks. Put in writing which offenses will disqualify someone, how appeals are handled, and how those checks will be audited and enforced. Because without that, what we have is not a safety plan. It's a guessing game. And when the lives of women, children, and neighborhood families are at stake, a guessing game is completely unacceptable. Please deny CUP 25-00022. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Other hands? All right, we're going to move to rebuttals. We're going to take rebuttals and then staff will ask questions. So first, Interfaith.
Madam Mayor, time allowed?
It's 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Jeff Wardle again. You know, this has been a very long process. We've had a lot of conversations about this, but one of the things that I really appreciate that the city of Boise has done with the modern zoning code, you have recognized the importance of housing and liberalizing housing. And to Commissioner Halliburton's concern earlier, yes, State Street is a busy corridor, and we are concerned. We do believe that State Street is safer than an interstate off-ramp where we currently are. But we also recognize that the benefit to this location has always been the commitment that this city has made to transit and ensuring that we increase density where transit already exists and where it already serves people. Now, when we look at what the modern zoning code did, I really appreciate the liberalization of uses. And as I shared with the Planning and Zoning Commission, when we look at this application, we look at it under the modern zoning code, I would posit that a significant portion of the uses that we're going to make of this site are now permitted of right. That you made the policy decision that a food kitchen, a social service facility, a group home operated consistent with the requirements of the Fair Housing Act are appropriate at this site and are permitted of right. Now, if you recall, when we were going through the process of adopting the modern zoning code, Madam Mayor, I noted that one of the things that I really wish we had done is that you had just articulated and adopted standards where shelter homes could be approved of right with the same development standards that we find for a lot of uses. So we don't have to have these fights. We don't have to cast the aspersions. We've established what the standards are, and that those seeking to provide shelter homes can satisfy those standards, and that we don't have to pit neighbor against neighbor for 4.5 years. I started coming to Boise City Council hearings 52 years ago with my father when he was on the planning staff here at the city of Boise. I never thought that this is where my career would take me. But I'm appreciative of the fact that I had a father who was a planner, who recognized the importance of housing, who has always been committed to housing everybody in this community. And more importantly, has spent the last 20 years with my mother working amongst the very populations that we have talked about at length tonight. That's why they were here. They have been involved with Interfaith Sanctuary. They've been involved with St. Vincent de Paul. They operated the women's ministry for the LDS Church at the prison for 6 years. So I recognize, and in land use, I know that the whole world thinks I'm a mercenary. And that's what we are. We are land use guys. We go to these hearings every week. You guys see us. What you don't see is what we do with our clients to help our clients understand the law and develop applications that satisfy requirements. That's why this is a different application. That's why this is a different application, because after the Supreme Court's decision, when it was clear that we were going to have to make a new application under the new code, I spent a considerable amount of time visiting with my father about how do I do it better? How do I help my client? Now, one of the things that is a struggle when you're a mercenary is you see everything and you're a hammer and you are the unstoppable force, and give me enough time, enough process, we're going to get to an ultimate solution. I recognize the fear and concerns that you hear from the neighborhood. I understand the objections. I also, though, do this because this is the most meaningful project I have ever undertaken in this city. And I've committed nearly 5 years of my time on a pro bono basis because I love and value the relationships I have with the guests at Interfaith Sanctuary. They are not the drug-addled zombies
Madam
that they've been
Mayor,
accused
time.
of. Please approve this application with the conditions staff has recommended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
We've
Mayor.
got some questions, Jeff.
Jeffrey, I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm also going to ask you to take a deep breath before you answer it. So we've got a lot of neighbors that are reaching out with concerns, a variety of different concerns. And I would say that some of those concerns are real, maybe some of them are misinformed, and kind of that full spectrum. And I get those concerns. And you just mentioned that you understand those concerns as well. They've also been asking for accountability. What's the thing that's going to hold Interfaith feet to the fire? What is the city going to do to make sure that you all do the things that you say that you're going to do? And one of the reasons why is if you empathize with them, we can understand that they saw Interfaith sell its building and purchase a current building before it was approved to be in there. You think it should be done by right, but that's not how it's done. It's done with a conditional use permit. So you don't know that it's going to get approved, and you move forward with that anyway. The Supreme Court overturned the decision. I think that there's also some misinformation about exactly what happened there. And then building construction continued. And if I'm a neighbor in this neighborhood, I can understand why that would be concerning, especially if I don't quite know all the details of that. So I want you to think about that. I want you to think about you sold the building, you moved into a new one before it was approved, you continued construction after the Supreme Court overturned the decision and before a new application went through, and the neighbors' concerns with that issue, because I don't blame them for being concerned about those things. I would be as well. And so I want you to think about those things and then tell me, what is the accountability? What is Interfaith willing to do? What should I as a city council member do to make sure that we are holding you accountable and addressing these concerns by the neighbor?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I understand your question. I also hope you all understand that just as the neighbors are concerned about their rights and concerns, I have a client who has certain rights. There has been a lot of misinformation and a lot of recriminations about how on earth were you able to continue construction when the Supreme Court said you were wrong. Well, that's not what this was really all about. And we know that. Lay people may not understand that. And lay people may not appreciate that under the building code, you have a right to a building permit. You pay a fee.
Jeff,
you submit a plan.
I'm not asking you about the rights.
I don't know Jeff, how we become accountable, Councilmember Halliburton, when the measures for accountability that have been requested, and I recognize they're trying to come up with their measures of accountability, but when their measures of accountability are so oppressive.
I'm asking you. I'm not saying
so.
I'm not, Jeff, hold on one second.
I'd like him to finish his question.
I know that you had the legal right to continue construction. The legal right to continue construction. I know that the Interfaith has the legal right to purchase a piece of land wherever it wants to. I can't control that. Nobody can control that. That is Interfaith's decision. I'm asking you what levels of accountability you're offering or what levels of accountability city council should be asking for. I'm not saying whether you agree with it or not. I'm saying what are appropriate levels of accountability that you would like to offer or that city council should be asking for.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, when we talk about accountability, we cannot impose accountability from the dais on an ad hoc basis. I think your staff has done an excellent job of articulating what the accountability is. Much of this use requires a conditional use permit. If we violate the terms of the conditional use permit and you have concerns, those have been articulated. But the accountability that is being demanded cannot be offered. We cannot have a situation where the neighborhood association can make phone calls, and by increasing the calls for service, it reduces occupancy. That's one of the ones they've requested. We cannot have a condition where people lose their housing because somebody's called about them 3 times where they've done nothing criminal.
Jeff, I'm going to ask you to speak in the affirmative rather than the negative, because what the council member has asked and the question that needs to be answered is not what you can abide by that's not written into the application, but instead to answer the question or move on. And that is, what accountability have you offered?
The accountability that we have offered is the same accountability that you impose upon Micron, upon Boise State, upon anyone else that is coming to get an application approved. We don't make special rules, and we don't make special rules especially for minority groups and those who are oppressed.
Okay, thank you. And so what I am hearing then is the accountability measures that you think need to be in place are the ones that are baked into city code that we establish for every other conditional use permit or every other permit, but nothing in additional than to what's required by city code.
It's all of those, plus it's these site-specific conditions of approval that you've established and you establish here, assuming that those comply with the constitutional and statutory limitations.
Okay.
It is so hard, so hard.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Anything further?
Just give me 1 second. Please.
Oh, yeah. Madam Mayor, while Jimmy's looking at his notes.
Yeah.
Jeff, I have a question on the background checks. I just need some clarification because that's come up again. Can you, maybe Jody, this is something you can answer. Can you answer the question about, is this a national background check? Can you just walk us through some of those specifics, please?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willis, Jody is the appropriate person to answer that.
Oh, actually, Jody just volunteered somebody else.
This is the head of case management, and it varies based on where people come from. So,
yes, so at every intake process, we do a local sex offender registry. We do a national. If we know that they've come from a particular state that doesn't do a national, we search that state. We also will do I-courts. We'll look into their whole background. Yep, you're welcome.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
While Jimmy's still looking that up, I have a quick question. I think this is for you. There was testimony that was brought up regarding the farmers union ditch and gates that have been requested. Do you recall anything about that during this process?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Corliss, yes. I mean, there has been a request that the canal across the street be gated. I don't know that we have the wherewithal or the right to go gate that. And I don't know if that's an appropriate condition of approval.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor, just to follow up, I wasn't requesting a condition of approval. I don't want to get anyone tackles up there. I was just curious whether or not that had been requested. You've seen that before. I would have to agree if it's not your property or your client's property. I don't see where you would have standing to put a gate on another property.
I'm going to
thank you.
Councilmember Halliburton's done.
Madam Mayor, Jeff, I know we've talked about this a lot, but I just want some further clarification about capacity. And I'm gonna repeat to you what I think I've heard, and if you could check me for understanding. What I hear you all say is that the interfaith will abide by Boise Fire Code to the maximum capacity, unless there is an emergency declared by the city.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willetts said, no, we're not going to exceed fire code. We're not going to put people's lives in jeopardy. It's just what is the delta between 205 and what the ultimate occupancy of the building is.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I
Now
have a
we'll
question.
hear-
Sorry.
Oh,
I
okay.
waited for Jimmy to shake his head no.
Is anybody else after? All right.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Wardle, so question for you. We had a handful of supporters of the appeal, so opponents of the project. I mentioned if this was transitional housing, it would be okay. Can you kind of speak to this being a shelter home? It is an emergency shelter. It feels like this application, as opposed to the prior application, you'll actually see less unique users coming through because they're not being put back out in the morning, right? So longer stays potentially night to night. Curious if there's any estimation of what that stay might look like, and is there kind of a gray area here between emergency and transitional that this lies somewhere in between?
An emergency shelter is defined by urgent need. The shelter down on Americana is responsive. It can put people on the backside of the property. It can put people on the floor. It can put people in a portable classroom. So we do a wait list. We have a capacity inside, but then we do have this back property that we can secure. The new shelter, based on the way it's designed, it's a well thought out, trauma-informed building where actually moving that many people into all of the spaces makes the work much harder for everyone, including our guests. So when we designed this shelter, we designed it to have very thoughtful dorms that are, there's only enough space for certain beds with walls for quiet and things like that. It can't respond the same way, but what it can do is it can go from a single bed to a bunk bed, and the bathrooms match the amount of beds you can have, but it's not going to have the urgent overnight response. So when someone's leaving our shelter, there's a wait list that someone else will be moving in to take that bed, as opposed to a wait list. If someone hasn't checked in the night before, by 8 p.m., that bed is now gone and it's available to the person who just came to the gate.
Yeah, and just to follow up, so kind of going back to the differences between this and maybe a pure transitional housing facility where, you know, guests are there a little bit more long term, they're transitioning out into permanent housing.
Mm-hmm.
Are you expecting, I mean, a successful guest here at this facility would be transitioning into permanent housing or transitional housing, or what would they be going to out of these programs?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could just look at, you know, what we do now. Some of our guests are seniors who have been displaced from assisted care. So it's actually getting them back into a more supportive housing situation like assisted care or skilled nursing. Some are young adults, and we're looking for opportunities to get them into the housing that's available through our partnership with Catch. Some people, it's about establishing family bonds again. Homelessness is not 30, 60, 90 days any longer. Rapid rehousing is not really a thing based on the fact that there's just no availability. And so what we built in was like, this is a comfortable place because homelessness might be longer for you now. But here's a space that you can kind of come back to and, hey, I see you. You got a job. You're doing great. You have savings. You are so close on that wait list, but it's maybe going to be another 4 months. So we built you a hope house, and we're going to transition you into a private room so you do not lose your hope. And then we're going to get you permanent housing because maybe your salary is up high enough that we don't need to wait for the waiting list. We're going to get you in through private management. That's kind of the way this work works now.
So what I'm hearing from you, tell me if I'm wrong here, is that these guests you're anticipating could be 6 months, 12 months, 24 months. And I think that's, you know, when I heard that handful of comments about transitional housing, I think that maybe is kind of what people think of as more longer term guests. So thank you for answering my question.
You're welcome. Yeah. Thank you for asking it.
All right, we are going to hear from Katie Decker.
I don't have a well-ordered presentation here for you, but just responding to some of what I just heard, I think that council needs to be aware that this project, we've heard a lot of great things about it, but it is in essence a rebrand of what was presented to you in 2021. The programming offerings, the 24/7 access, these were already part of the last application. And we heard a lot of great things from members of Interfaith's community today about their programming. And again, that is one of the conditions that Veterans Park is asking to be put on the shelter to reduce the level of untreated substance abuse in the neighborhood. Regarding the accountability question and how Interfaith can provide that, I just want to point out that we are continuing to try to present proposed conditions that address the concerns we have because nobody else is doing that. Councilmember Halliburton brought up several points that he said we had raised in 2021. They are still not addressed. We heard oral testimony addressing some of these things today. We heard what the background check process looks like and what level that is. That is not written in the operations and security manual, so this shelter is not held to that. They're held to do a background check, which could be exclusively local, per the currently written CUP and documents provided by Interfaith. That single case in point can be extended to any number of concerns that the neighborhood has. For example, the issue with transportation that I've been taking a lot of flack for tonight was raised because there is the concern with expelling guests overnight, expelling people for disruptive behavior, or we were told people can choose to leave for disruptive behavior, and Interfaith told us they couldn't do anything about that. We're saying that's an impact. How does the written plans provide accountability that that will not happen and that the impact will not occur? We're asking them, if you don't like our condition, what condition are you proposing? And we haven't received one. I heard some talk about programming saying that we don't want to subject our medically fragile populations to work requirements. Yes, I built a work requirement exception into the programming language that I recommended. Interfaith's operations manual designates the medically fragile program as one of the programs they offer. That population would be covered under the programming requirements as their operations manual is written. Ultimately, again, it comes down to, as a matter of law, the conditions have to be enumerated and enforceable to rely on them to protect from impacts. Having people crowdsourcing this rebuttal. Okay. Revisiting the Turning Point case, I think that that is an important distinction. That case centered on findings that were arbitrary and capricious, effectively. And if conditions are approved with due discretion, that does not follow that they're arbitrary and capricious. So that case doesn't outlaw any annual review process. It outlaws arbitrary imposition. We have heard during this long process that the city has no history of enforcing a CUP. Our own neighborhood has experienced requesting enforcement of a CUP, and the response was to adjust the CUP to allow greater impacts. That is why we're requesting an annual review process, so that adjustments can be made in real time without pulling the CUP necessarily, when additional mitigations can be imposed. This is similar to the fire department's statement that the 20 hours of on-site medical service is a starting point. There is not a currently written way for the fire department to say, wow, this is still a lot of impact. We're going to have to expand our fire station, or you could increase that number to 40 hours. There's no way for
Madam
council
Mayor,
to impose
time.
that retroactively. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Katie from VPNA?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Katie, I'm gonna give you one more shot and try to refine my question a little bit. What I'm concerned about by adopting your conditions as proposed is a scenario where every condition that we have as presently constituted gets thrown out under some type of legal challenge. So my question to you is it more important to have conditions that are enforceable but may not be everything you want, but are in fact enforceable and adhered to, or to have all of these conditions as requested? Because I don't think you can have both. I like, that's genuinely my finding of fact here is I don't think we can adopt all of those conditions and they remain enforceable, or we keep conditions mostly as presently constituted and we might have some level of enforceability with a willing applicant. Because I think there's a situation, I think it's legally possible, maybe not in this particular application, for a application to not meet muster under a conditional use permit, but also by denying that conditional use permit, we violate state or federal law. So I would grant you that maybe some of these risks cannot be effectively mitigated, but is it more important to have enforceable conditions or all the conditions you're requesting?
I think I'd like my lawyer to start with the answer to this one, and I will follow up. He's on Zoom right now, if you could put him on.
Thank you for this question. I think it's really important. And I think it ties in to Councilmember Halliburton's question with respect to the enforcement. There are always going to be potential legal challenges to any decision that you make. With respect to the argument that we've been making about the enforceability of conditions, we need to see a genuine deliberation and findings that address the enforceability of conditions that attend or respond to certain impacts that the council identifies as a matter of fact. And so the council is concerned with impact A. Okay. Here's a condition. We think it will address that as a matter of fact. But there's also a question of law, and that is the difference between interfaith may do this or interfaith shall do this. And in order to comply with the law, as the Idaho Supreme Court has set it down, that needs to be on record and in your reasoned statement. And so I would encourage you to address those major concerns and then address whether or not the legal enforceability of the conditions, the may versus shall. We see the operation and security plan. We see that it's all may and it's not shall. Where does the council think that the may isn't good enough and we need a shall here when it comes? Those need to be conditions, and those need to be conditions not just for my client's consideration with respect to actually reducing the impacts, but they also need to be expressly considered and put in the reasoned statement so that the applicant is on notice of the city's expectation, and so that the applicant doesn't have a due process challenge later to say, we didn't know you expected that. We weren't on notice of that. And so that's important with respect to that. Now, I can address any particular concerns you have with the Caldwell case, or I can just tell you it's hogwash. It's a bluff. It's not real. We have no, and we'll be there in federal court if they want to challenge on fair housing grounds. That's my endemic habitat, okay? And it's not real. If you provide a rational basis based upon evidence and you disclosed in your reasoned statement the way that the Idaho Supreme Court says, then you pass go. There's no concern associated with that in terms of a standard on Fair Housing Act. And so all we have to do is adhere to the clear direction of the Idaho Supreme Court with respect to, we need to justify and make factual findings that are rational. Then you clear even the fair housing case, okay? Because the reason the fair housing case went down was because those provisions were determined to be, there wasn't enough actual support. They were arbitrary and capricious. It wasn't what those conditions were. It was that the conditions were insufficiently rationally related to the problem identified. Does that make sense? And so we're not concerned about the fair housing case and its hogwash. Okay. And I mean, I'm happy to brief it out now or later. But I hope that addresses your question. Now, the other aspect is the measure of accountability. I tell my client every time, you have this full suite of rights, okay? But we're in a real world and we're going to have to compromise. And I think what's best for your neighborhood is for you to agree that if this happens over here, you're going to be better off even if you waive your rights over here. And what's been so difficult about this is that planning and zoning clearly identified that factually they didn't think that the application got there in terms of that maximum practicability, factual finding that they needed to make. And so they said, we need the applicant to be responsive to the concerns. We think mediation is there. It was illegal. It was problematic, which is one of the bases for this appeal. But what we've seen and what my testimony prior identified was, in my practice of law, I have never experienced a less willing to compromise. If I told my client, we're going to maximally enforce all the rights that you have, I'd be in court all the time. And what we see is planning and zoning identifying this problem, that there isn't a willingness to compromise. There isn't a willingness to negotiate in good faith. And unfortunately, members of council, that means that you have to step up and impose those conditions yourself because the parties aren't in a position. And I can't represent what happened. I can represent that the way that we have been characterized in these proceedings is absolutely false, that I have never encouraged a client to exercise 100% of their rights all the time, that I have always in good faith sought compromise.
Brian, the council president's nodding that he's gotten the answer from you. Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything further? All right. With that, I will close the public hearing.
Can I follow up on
No.
the remainder of his question? Yes.
Was there a second part of your question?
Enforceability. Okay.
Yeah. Great. All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. You can ask questions of staff. I'd ask that before there be deliberations, after your questions are completed, that a motion be on the table just to kind of keep us in the right order of things.
Madam Mayor. Oh, sorry. Good question for Josh. Josh, there's a condition 1K, and I think staff recommends modification to that. Deals with the variance. I think if you leaned over to legal, they might tell you that they would want conditions related to timing of that to be made in any motions related to the approval of the variance and not in the conditional use permit. Is that consistent with your recommendation?
Madam Mayor, Council President Nash, yes. So in upholding the appeal for the variance, you could recommend that condition language.
Okay, would you recommend that 1K be struck?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Nash, it's really a matter of semantics. We would probably ultimately reorder the conditions of approval to have a separate variance heading, and that's where that condition would live. So it's an added condition the conditions of approval will be included in one action letter with the combined conditions of the variance and the CUP. So it's really just a matter of reordering it.
Okay. And then another question on the proposed staff's proposed modifications. In condition 1G, the first sentence says, for the benefit of handicapped shelter guests and to alleviate calls to 911 for lower acuity calls, the applicant shall be open to residents 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Does that mean are we talking about the facility should be open? So is there a requirement that the facility be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Nash, or Council President Nash, yes, that would be the intent.
That's all I have for now, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Josh, you had some slides earlier where you actually had a list of some of the conditions. Can you pull those back up? Josh is so fast. So Josh, I'm wondering if we can walk through a couple of these conditions. Was that the first one there on the slide?
Yeah.
All right. I'm wanting to get some clarity for folks who've reached out to talk about accountability and enforcement. So here we have a condition about the hours of the day and it being open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So what is the enforcement and what is the accountability with this if they violate this condition?
Madam Mayor, Council Member Halliburton. So any of the conditions of approval, we would receive complaints through our code enforcement process, similar to any number of projects across the city, be it a tree that has died on an approved building through design review. In this situation, if and this is very similar to, again, complaints that we currently get in terms of hours of work being violated on construction sites, right? So a citizen would document that this is taking place, contact our code enforcement, they would open a case and they would investigate that and ultimately issue a notice of violation if that was found to be the case.
Yep. And this happens often. Someone reached out to me recently about construction at a water treatment facility. We had construction going on in the building next to 11th Street a couple of years ago. Somebody complained about it, goes to code enforcement, code investigates it, and then issues a citation, issues a warning, works with them, and then there's additional steps that go on down the line if they don't mitigate the.
Yes.
Can you go over those additional steps?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton. So yes, you're right. They would issue a notice of violation. Those notices of violation usually have a time frame which they can correct the situation. Something like violating hours of operation is a little bit more difficult than, say, replacing a tree. That obviously corrects it. The case is closed. If that behavior continues, that notice of violation can be elevated to, as you said, a citation. There are provisions in code which do allow misdemeanor violations for egregious violations of conditions of approval of city code. So it can be elevated up to that level where it would go to essentially ultimately to the courts.
So it goes to a misdemeanor level. They continue to violate. What else?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I would have to dig a little deeper. I mean, that's a little bit outside of my realm of my sphere of influence, if you would say. It's code enforcement, and our legal team handles that elevation into the court system.
So maybe not on this particular one, but in a situation, there's a violation, a warning's given, a violation, a citation, or a misdemeanor is given, it's taken to the courts. They don't remedy the issue. At a certain extent, the conditional use permit could be removed, I believe, maybe not on this particular one, but in some cases could be removed if they continue to violate.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton. So standard condition 26 says that failure to abide by any condition of this conditional use approval shall be grounds for revocation. I think revocation would be like that last stop in the enforcement process.
Yep. And the hope is that we never get there, right? That we solve that issue beforehand, but ultimately that is the accountability. If they continue to not follow the conditions that are put in place, it can extend to that far.
Yes.
Great. So there's another condition related to the to the occupancy in the beds. Can you pull that one up? Okay. So I want to make sure that we're crystal clear here. What I see is a approval of 205 beds. And we've been told also that there is an occupancy limit that we believe is 231 people. And so that means there's 26 gaps there between if it had somebody in every single bed and what the full occupancy would be. Am I understanding that correctly so far?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, the only thing I would clarify is that 231 is beds, is permanent beds. So that doesn't include things like nurses or support staff or people filtering through other areas of the building. So that's,
well, it's 205 beds, but 231 occupancy.
Yes, of permanent beds. The 231 would be like the ultimate cap on beds.
So here's where I've got a disconnect then. So if we're saying that the occupancy of the building is 300 or 231 people, and we have 231 beds in there, and every single one of those beds are full, where's the occupancy for the staff? Where's the occupancy for the volunteers? Where's the occupancy for the cribs that are there as well?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, speaking to the complexity of the building code, those assembly areas in the building, the kitchen, the offices have different occupancy calculations. So the 231 is a maximum on permanent beds.
A maximum permanent.
Other areas of the building
So
would fall.
just to clarify, is that 231 achieved by looking at the floor plan and calculating based on the floor plan where beds will be, what the maximum capacity of beds is?
Madam Mayor, that's correct. Allowable areas where beds could be. There are restrictions on number of beds that can be accessed off of one exit. That is a limiting factor. Again, the plumbing fixtures, things like that. But that is, the 231 is taking a look at the floor plan as submitted, where they have beds identified, where they made those bunk beds and maximized, because there really isn't anywhere else to put beds because they have those rooms dictated by where the beds are placed. So if those there are single beds proposed, if those went to buck beds, that's where our building department reached 231.
What's the occupancy for the entire building?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, that is well beyond my expertise to answer. Again, there are different calculations for assembly areas than beds. And the occupant load for the building could be very different than that.
Yeah, I guess this is different than I feel like what I've been hearing from the applicant when we brought this question up earlier. To me, I felt like I was hearing that we had 205 beds and then up to 231 occupancy that we had identified by staff. And so now I'm hearing that that's still the occupancy for beds. So there's room for that much emergency overflow, and that doesn't even include the staff and the volunteers that are on the facility.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I don't know that I would phrase it exactly that way. So the 231 limit would be on permanent beds. The building has daytime functions. They have a kitchen, they have cooks, they have employees. Those are not in that 231 calculation. They would be calculated on the different uses, the different assembly areas. So at no point, though, could the permanent beds, the people staying overnight, exceed that 231 that the building code would restrict it to.
Yeah, Madam Mayor. Josh, I think this is a misunderstanding. I think when we talked about this earlier on occupancy and the 231 number was thrown out, I know my understanding was very much aligned with Jimmy's, that we were talking 231 as a maximum occupancy, like we see on the sign over here, that this is the maximum occupancy of the room. And so we were, I think, kind of going down that route. That's what the maximum occupancy was going to be. And now we're told that's really on beds and not total number of people. As this condition is written, it says that the total capacity of does not exceed the maximum occupancy under building and life safety codes. I think what Jimmy and myself are trying to understand is, what is that number? What is the maximum occupancy under building and life safety codes?
Madam Mayor, could I interject to dial in on this question? I think we need to be specific about what council cares about. If it's daytime occupancy, that's one thing. If it's overnight occupancy for residents there, that's another thing. So I think council needs to be specific about what number it's interested in.
Yeah, thank you, President Nash. That's a good point. I guess all along we've been talking about beds plus cribs, so maybe it is really the overnight occupancy, and we're saying now that that's 230. The max that could be allowed would be 231.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Porras, that's certainly the approach we have taken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess I would wonder why we have that total capacity does not exceed the maximum capacity under building and life safety. Or we maybe need to say, we need to clarify that that's for beds and not occupancy of people in the building.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Porras, I think you could add the word overnight to that and clarify that. Sure. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, would overnight still not kind of fix this problem though? Would it be housed, or I mean, would the word housed be better than overnight, because it would indicate resident capacity?
No, this is something it is, you're talking about capacity and it's overnight. This is a shelter home. They're not being housed here. It's overnight emergency shelter. Okay. So I would ask that council stick with capacity with regards to cribs and beds, or overnight if you want to be more specific, but not go anywhere other than that.
Great.
Madam Mayor. Josh, first of all, thank you. You're awfully sharp for almost 10:30 at night. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm going to test that a little bit. So one of the things that we've heard over and over is this question about accountability and specifics, and basically the ability to trust that some of the things that are being said are actually documented. So my question for you is that it's on page 20 in our packet of the 1,700 pages, but the standards for review, let me go back. So the question, actually, it's not 17, it's another one. Oh yeah, well, that's fine. There is a piece of this that says that, I'm sorry, I clicked ahead. See, Josh, you're already ahead of me. Here, just a second. Let me go up a little bit. Madam Mayor, if there's somebody else who wants to ask the question while I find the right page.
Yeah, Madam Mayor. Josh, yeah. Thank you again for all your knowledge on this. I want to circle back onto the condition J. And this is the one we talk about with the facility shall have a monthly meeting with a representative from Neighborhood Association and Boise Fire Department. As I understand, this came out of P&Z. I think this is a little vague to be held accountable. We don't have a starting date. We don't have an ending date. We have one neighborhood association as a party where there's multiple neighborhood associations that could have or have expressed interest also, along with the whole community. So what I'd like to recommend is that we clarify that this would start after certificate of occupancy.
Sorry, Councilmember Corliss. If this is a proposal for an amendment, we need to do that once we're done with questions and as we've moved into deliberations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
And what I'll do is if people are proposing individual changes, I'm going to look for a motion and approval of the proposed changes unless it's all done in one motion.
I'm not ready to get there quite yet. I still have questions for staff. So
Yeah. No, I was just that one because that was moving into deliberation. I wanted us to get back to questions. So go ahead. Unless Lucy's ready. No. Jimmy.
Yeah, can we pull fire up again? Aren't you glad you're here? Thanks for hanging in there. So a question just about fire response. So I'm anticipating that there will be an increase of calls in this area because the fire department, Fire Station 5, does respond to quite a few calls in the interfaith sanctuary, and not just for interfaith, but for all the different surrounding areas. But there should be anticipated an increase of calls. I'm getting that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, when we add, like if we were to add a 200 unit apartment complex, we would anticipate more calls, not knowing the nature or anything like that, but we would always anticipate more calls with the addition of more housing.
Great. So the reason why we're not concerned, or the reason why Fire has approved the plan, is that we've also brought on Fire Station 13, and then also just remodeled and brought back online Fire Station 5. So if there are additional calls for service in this area, we think we have the capacity from our other fire stations that are within 3 to 4 miles of the area to pick up additional calls to service. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, that part of that is correct. Yeah, with Station 13 coming on, the size of the districts have shrunk a little. So Station 16's shrunk a little bit. Station 9's has as well. The other part of it was the institution of an EMT basic on site to actually triage and reduce our low acuity calls there, which is something we don't get when we have, like when an apartment building gets built or a new subdivision goes in. So that was part of the equation. That was one of the things that we put in the equation to make this actually work, was that. So yes.
So Fire Station 5, the House of the Sleepless Nights, our busiest fire station in Boise, would we also envision that their calls for service potentially go down with the movement of this area to another area?
There is that potential.
And is Fire Station 5 more equipped to address the calls that are unique to interfaith sanctuary or people who are experiencing homelessness versus our other fire departments, or are they all equipped to take on those same types of medical service calls?
All of our apparatus are equipped to handle all of our EMS calls. So the fact that Station 5 has a fire engine and a truck, there's 2 apparatus in there that can handle calls in its area. And then I know the firefighter that was on earlier mentioned the squad. It's a concept that we're looking into doing across multiple parts of the city, not just downtown, but I would say just each fire engine is at minimum EMT basic. And we have three fire engines that are actually paramedic engines. And those, one of them is Station 13, Station 12 on Highway 21, and Station 15 out in off Warm Springs.
Okay. And should we expect or anticipate any changes? I'm drawing a blank on the station now. Is it 9 that's on state?
9, yeah.
Should we anticipate any changes that will be needed at that station to address interfaith moving into this area?
None have been mentioned so far.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor. All right. Josh, on page 20, it goes through the site-specific requirements. And one of the things that it says is that the applicant should adhere to the provisions included in the documents titled Interfaith Sanctuary Shelter Home Operations Manual and the Home Safety and Security Manual. And then it goes through a number of different things like staff training and certification, intake, separation of families, good neighborhood agreements. And to summarize this section, it basically says if any of this changes, it has to be approved through planning and development services. With that in mind, one of the things that we've heard over and over is the conversation about intake, and particularly about national background checks. Is the process that has been explained tonight listed explicitly in those manuals?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willetts, I'm going to say I believe so, but I trust but verify. I will check real quick. I believe yes. If the intent is to go beyond that operations manual, then that would need to be added to condition approval. But let me confirm.
We'll give you time to trust but verify. Madam Mayor, while Josh is looking, I have a question for Chief Dennison. Chief, you've been here this long. You almost got out. You almost got out. thank you for being here. I should note for folks that aren't able to see the entire room, we have the full team here. So really appreciate all of our directors being here for the duration. You know, we're on 8.5 hours. Know that this is time away from your families. Know that you have a full day at work. Just appreciate you being here. And I think it says a lot about, you know, the city's commitment to making sure that we have lots of expertise here. Councilmember Halliburton talked specifically about the impact on fire, and we haven't really talked about the impact on police. You know, we have a new facility close by. Will you talk to us about that? Any changes that you would foresee in the budget by moving more of our at-risk population to this area? Talk us through that. We haven't really discussed it at length.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willits. We do have the Whitewater station that's opened up. We currently have our traffic officers based out of there, so our motor teams, our night step teams who do the DUI enforcement, and then we have a commander based out of there. We also have that open for officers who work that specific beat to respond there, so they don't have to go all the way back to City Hall West or to another location to do paperwork. So we are keeping officers in the area. We do anticipate anytime we're going to move we're going to open up a large population center, whether it was a apartment complex or anything, we do anticipate there would be some level of calls for service increase. So we do anticipate that occurring. We'll be monitoring that and adjusting our deployment schedule or our deployment models appropriately. One of the other things, been working with Captain Ransom to solidify a patrol staffing number that allows for certain amount of time allocated for work. So when we talk allocated, that's on calls for service, responding to those 911 calls, and then a certain amount of time that's unallocated to do that proactive enforcement, the community engagement, the traffic stops. So we'll be continually evaluating our workload based on those numbers and asking for additional staffing if needed to meet that. But right now, I think the PD is in good position to be able to respond as is.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willits, in my review of the operations manual, the national background check is not specifically called out. They do state that they will maintain a centralized secure database that includes information such as risk factors and other information. But if you would like that national background check, I would say that needs to be added as a condition of approval.
Okay, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, that is currently not listed explicitly within.
Not explicitly.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, Lucy, could you restate what you asked and what the answer was?
Yeah, what I asked, Council President, what I asked was, is the intake process as it has been articulated to us today the same intake process as it is in the official operations manual and the security manual? And it is not. It's not as specific to national background checks. That is not listed specifically.
Okay, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willits, is it your recollection from the testimony or the record today that adoption of that standard or that practice was proposed by the applicant or the appellant?
Well, both. I mean, so what I have heard is that this is standard practice already. I have heard that
What have we heard from the applicant?
that is standard practice, but it is not reflected in the manual.
Gotcha. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I would like to ask the applicant another question. I'd like to ask that we reopen the public hearing to ask the applicant another question. Do we have the ability to do that
No, not without reopening the entire thing and all the testimony. No.
from the get-go?
Mhm. Yep.
Madam Mayor, I guess another question for Josh then. So Josh, I'm struggling a little bit right now because I'm trying to understand the same question that I've been trying to understand the entire night. And it's the difference between the 205 beds that the applicant's asking for. When I asked the applicant questions earlier, I felt like I was getting a slightly different answer than what you're giving me right now. I felt like what I was getting was that we had occupancy of the building, not just the bed area, of 231 people. And that would include staff, that would include volunteers, and that would include the people who are staying there as well. So I'm having a disconnect right now between the question that I asked earlier about that, which I thought was clear, but now what I'm hearing is this is only specifically for the bed area and does not include the occupancy for any of the rest of the building, the office space, other areas where staff may be. And so what I'm hearing now is that we are proposing a 205 beds, which is what the applicant is asking for, but with the ability to overflow in an emergency situation up to 231. That doesn't include any staff at all. That's just the occupants in the beds. Am I understanding that correctly?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, yes.
Great. So when we're talking about an emergency situation or we're talking about overflow, how are we dictating, what that may be? Because there is one situation where it's somebody shows up, there's 205 beds there, it's freezing cold at night, and we need to get that one more person in there. That's a different story than getting an additional 26 people in there. So I'm trying to understand sort of the nebulous between these 2 points.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I would say that as the condition is written, it does not put a qualifier on that overflow. It does not say that in situations where the city declares an emergency or an inclement weather, it says that that overflow can take place. To the applicant's point, that would be that 206, 207th person that is then accommodated the next day and sent elsewhere through the system. So as proposed by the applicant and included in the appeal memo to council, we did not put a qualifier on what would allow that to exceed 205. It's just that it can.
Great. So with 205 beds plus cribs, we're including those kids in the cribs with the occupancy as well. So if there's 10 more cribs that are there at that same time, then that's bringing us up to 215.
Correct.
And at that point, if there is an emergency situation, we need to take in more people. We can still go up that extra 16 people if we need to, but not exceeding that amount.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, that's correct.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So I think the misunderstanding then was just the volunteers and the staff being incorporated into that number as well. So there still is a 26 gap in there, but that 26 spot is taken up both by kids that are in cribs and they're taken up by anybody who may be entering the shelter in an emergency situation.
Yes.
Where overflow is needed.
Yep.
Okay.
Anything further for Josh? All right. I'll give you guys a couple minutes or however much time you need.
Madam Mayor, I'm ready to put a motion on the table. I'd like to hand it out if I could. I just had it printed. There's going to only be one change to it based on this. Close that down. Alrighty. I did my best here on the written to integrate staff recommendations and recommendations that are solely from me. Would welcome feedback from council on these conditions and their modifications. I've tried to incorporate ones that I've heard from council, and I understand that there's probably ones, especially related to occupancy, that we're probably going to want to debate at length to make sure we have it consistent with what we want. But this is my best crack at something that I think complies with the law and best meets the needs of the application here. So, Madam Mayor, I move to deny the Veteran Park Neighborhood Association appeal of CUP 25-22 and uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission approval.
Second. We have, so these are, so the
Do you want to
conditions.
take them up separately? or
We have to, I think, Madam Mayor, I think we have to do separate motions for them. But it may make sense, like separate votes for them, but it may make sense for us to kind of deliberate through.
put them all the motions on the table at once?
We can't have multiple
Can't?
motions on the table at once. It can all the deliberation, we have to deliberate on both separately. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we need to
Okay.
start with that one.
We have a motion and second discussion.
Madam Mayor, I just add on this, I believe that for the reasons outlined in the staff report, the application complies with all applicable provisions of Boise City Code. The application will not create a material negative impact on adjacent properties, and such impacts have been mitigated to the maximum extent practicable, and public benefits outweigh any remaining impacts. The application will not create material negative impacts on the provision of public services. The application is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the Planning and Zoning Commission's procedures and findings were lawful and supported by substantial evidence, and conditions of approval appropriately balance flexibility and oversight. And I make these findings with 4 reasons outlined in the staff report.
And would you direct staff to return with findings?
Would direct staff to return to us with those findings.
And Madam Mayor, some clarification. You're intending on reading the additional conditions in the second motion?
Correct. There's no conditions associated with the denial of the appeal.
Further discussion?
Madam Mayor, I want to make sure that I understand the process here. So we'll have 2 motions. One is, the first would be to deny. The second would be to then apply conditions to 3. There's 3.
3, yeah, 3.
And then a variance.
Okay.
So right now, what is before you, the first motion is simple without conditions because it's a denial of the VP&A's appeal.
Yep.
For the reasons that the council president stated.
Madam Mayor, first of all, I really appreciate that this is written out. Can we have a few minutes to just look at this and evaluate it? Like 3 to 5 minutes would be very, very helpful before we go through these series of votes.
Okay. To be clear, the only discussion that I'll allow on the table at this point is related to the first motion that was just made.
And
So what you've heard is what will be debated when they're done reading everything related to the next motion.
And I would just encourage council also in this time to get on the record comments that you have that would support the reason statement that staff will come back with related to why we are denying the appeal, if that is the will of council.
Yeah, what I'd say on that is if you intend to vote to deny the appeal, please provide your reasons. And the council president in his motion referenced the staff report as the basis for his reasons, as well as some other things, and directed staff to come back with findings. So any of the reasons for your decision on this first motion tonight, up or down, would end up being incorporated in the findings that are returned to you. And for the public, I only vote in the event of a tie. And so I've made the mistake of saying before, just I don't vote, but it's only if there's a tie. And this is why you've seen me silent tonight, as well as facilitating the discussion that is now about to take place. And if it begins to appear as though I will be voting, you will then hear my deliberation as well.
Madam Mayor, since nobody else is talking, I'm probably just going to go on the record with some findings that I would like included in the reason statement.
Right.
The record demonstrates that the proposed shelter home meets all zoning, design, and development requirements applicable to the MX3 zone, the property located on State Street, a designated best-in-class transit corridor, and the proposed use aligns with the MX3 zone's intent to support institutional uses and active transportation. The applicant has significantly revised its proposal from the previous invalidated CUP 21-26. Notable changes include a 24/7 operations model that eliminates daily displacement of guests, a coordinated entry and waitlist system that reduces queuing and loitering, a detailed security and operations manual that includes protocols for staff training, guest screening, coordinated services, and neighborhood engagement. These features, combined with site-specific conditions such as restricted outdoor hours, designated smoking areas, and mandatory monthly meetings with the Boise Police Department and neighborhood representatives, mitigate potential impacts to the maximum extent practicable. While testimony raised concerns about potential increases in calls for service, public safety agencies confirmed their ability to respond as they would to any major development. The council finds that the public benefits of the project, including the provision of critical shelter service, reduction of unsheltered homelessness, and adaptive reuse of an underutilized property, outweigh any remaining unmitigated impacts. Additionally, approval requires a finding that there will not be the public services will not be materially negatively impacted. Council finds that the city's public safety agencies, including the Boise Police Department and Boise Fire Department, can serve the project with existing and planned resources. The recent opening of the Whitewater Police Station, Fire Stations 5 and 13 further supports this conclusion. The condition requiring off-site staff with EMT basic certification, robust case management service will reduce low acuity emergency calls, further minimizing impacts on emergency response systems. This Boise City Code requires that a CUP not conflict with the comprehensive plan. While Blueprint Boise references social services in the area, this project advances multiple plan objectives, including adaptive reuse of an existing building, infill development within an urbanized corridor, transit-oriented development with multimodal access, and a provision of diversity of housing and service options to meet community needs. Council concludes the project supports rather than conflicts with the comprehensive plan's policies. The appellant claims procedural error or without merit. A quorum was present throughout the hearing at Planning and Zoning, and the adoption of a reasoned statement with compelled open meeting requirements. Mediation, while not binding, was properly used to strengthen the security and operations plan. Does not invalidate the decision. The commission's findings were supported by substantial evidence, including testimony, expert reports, and revised operation plans. The council rejects the appellant's contention that all operation details must be fixed through a CUP modification process. Requiring public hearings for routine operational updates would create unnecessary bureaucracy, hinder responsive management, potentially worsen impacts. The city code provides multiple enforcement mechanisms, including nuisance abatement and permit revocation should issues arise.
Madam Mayor. Yeah. So there was a comment that was made earlier from somebody testifying in favor of interfaith sanctuary, and that they appreciated council being courageous. That's not correct. Council is up here making decisions based off of city code, based off of rule of law, and it's a land use decision. While there are gray areas or things that you can, explore in a conditional use permit, interfaith sanctuary gets to decide where they move, and then we get to decide whether or not we approve it. In a conditional use permit, we have the ability to put conditions on there to address some of those concerns. When we see an appeal, we go back and we reflect on the record, as well as the record that we have here tonight. Did planning and zoning make an error? Planning and zoning did not make an error. They followed code. They followed rule of law. They did not make decisions or put conditions on that were arbitrary and capricious. You'll hear more comments in the next motion as well. But I think it's important to focus on what it is that we're doing here. We are looking at a land use decision. We are looking at what the rights of the applicant are, the rights of the neighborhood are. We're weighing those different types of things, and we're making sure that those decisions are made based off of code and based off of rule of law. So while it is emotional, this is what we should be up here making decisions based off of, and I do not see planning and zoning making an error in that decision. And so I would be in favor of denying the appeal.
Madam Mayor, I can add to that too. I will support the motion, well, seconding the motion, but the city has long envisioned a transformation of State Street from a primary auto-oriented corridor to a more walkable transit-oriented mixed-use district. That vision includes denser housing opportunities, mixed-use commercial spaces, best-in-class transit, and an urban renewal district designed to bring infrastructure improvement to the area. I think that concerns of impact to the neighborhood have been mitigated in this application, and that the project aligns with city development code in the MX3 zone. I think that it complies with city code. It improved the operating model. It has addressed safety and security measures through the screening and the management. And I think that the public process has improved this project immensely. Therefore, I think the appeal lacks substantive evidence, and will vote to deny the appeal.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I also will be voting for to deny the appeal. I don't find error in the decision that's come from planning and zoning. And I'd like to walk through a couple of those items. First, there was mention that this application is not sufficiently different than the previous application. I would say there's abundance of evidence that it is different. We have a new zoning code, which puts us in an MX3 zone. We also have additional community or city provided supports, including a new fire station, a new police substation, and would say that it was also mentioned that a lot of the conditions in the first application were not in the second, further supporting the evidence that this application is different from the first application. There was also an assertion that that the commission's decision was in violation of constitutional, federal, state, and city law because it was a post hoc reasoned statement. The nature of these land use decisions can be very complicated, and there's lots of discussion at the dais. There was on July 14th, there was a reason statement that was provided, and it was adopted by the commission. And it was determined that reason statement accurately reflects the standards and the facts within the meeting from planning and zoning, and I support that. In addition, there was an assertion that the neighborhood association contends that the impact on property values is part of the substantial rights of the property owner, which is protected under state law. I don't see the evidence that has been provided that could support that. And I don't see any credible arguments finding that the property values will be significantly impacted. So with these reasons and looking through this, I do not see sufficient evidence of error within our planning and zoning's decision.
Madam Mayor, I'll be supporting the motion for reasons outlined in the staff report and then what my colleagues up here have said, as well as the revised findings and reason statement following the July 7th Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission, where the CUP was approved. Particularly that this is not, and noted in that statement that particularly this is not an emergency shelter, but rather a shelter home intended to provide transitional services, facilities, and opportunities to exit people from homelessness. Testimony supporting appeal of Planning and Zoning Commission's approval noted concerns about residents experiencing homelessness, arriving at the shelter home without having a spot and remaining in the area. The applicant has communicated how its programming partnerships will largely direct guests to its wait list without visiting the shelter home. Further, this application will provide shelter for a lower number of unique guests than the prior application, constraining impact in its new form. I will also note that this shelter also does meet our goals as a city to locate housing these guests along best-in-class transit corridors. These are corridors that allow for convenient and safe transit between services. Further, as has been mentioned, we have heard from our first responder community in terms of expected impacts, and it's my understanding that we will be getting a new analysis using Dark Horse, the system that we use to plan out services throughout the city based on a lot of the new developments that are being approved. And this was one of them that we could get to be able to plan out those stations that need additional resources or to get to 4-person staffing. And so for those reasons, I'll be supporting the motion to deny the appeal.
Madam Mayor, can I just make a clarifying comment before we have any more testimony? I just don't want to give any further council members the impression that we're operating under a clear error standard, that we are operating on a de novo standard, that this is something we can take up. So we don't need, there doesn't need to be a finding of error on P&Z's decision. So if you could just incorporate that into your comments, that will help keep a record clear that we were clear about what our standard was tonight.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, thanks for, and everyone, thanks for sticking with us tonight. You know, I'm always impressed and honored how Boiseans show up. It's just remarkable to me. And I appreciate how respectful everyone has been. I appreciate your endurance. I know it's been a long day. I'm thankful for how you show up. And there's a lot of places you could be on a Tuesday, now almost a Wednesday, and you chose to come here. And I know that that devotion wasn't just tonight. It's been years. That's been mentioned many, many times, that this has been years in the making. You know, I'm really inspired by the origin story of Interfaith. I think it's remarkable. I am constantly impressed about how our community helps each other, and how, I think someone mentioned the golden rule. That is truly, you know, the essence of my faith, and I think of many other faiths. And Boiseans taking care of Boiseans is how we create impact. It's how it gets done. And I thank you for that. I thank you for all that you've done. And one of the things that I've really noticed in my time living in Boise is that when Boiseans gather with a moral imperative, lives change. We get it done. So thank you. You've changed lives. We've heard about them tonight. We've heard from many of those folks tonight, and you know, you'll continue to do so. This is my second opportunity to hear this. Councilmember Halliburton and I were here before. Meredith was on P&Z, but one of the things that struck me tonight is that the same issues that existed 3 years ago largely still exist today. And I appreciated what council tried to do the last time. I'm appreciating what you're trying to do this time, but there is no way to condition this application completely to mitigate the impacts. For instance, there is a lack of clarity in the current practice in the official manuals, the home operations manual, security manual. If the current practice is not accurately reflected in the official records submitted to the city, how can neighbors rely on the city to enforce the conditions? Despite everyone's best efforts, this will create an adverse impact on those who call this city home. I appreciate that my fellow council members are trying to make this work for everyone. You know, they did it last time, but the location and the size of the facility are not conducive to a residential neighborhood. So I will be voting against the motion.
Right, thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Willetts,
No.
Corliss,
Yes.
Halliburton.
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Stead.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
All right, Madam Mayor.
I'll take the next motion and ask that you read this so that everybody's
Yep.
aware of what's being discussed.
Madam Mayor, I move to uphold the applicant's appeal of CUP 25-22 and approve the application with the following changes to the site-specific conditions of approval. As I read these, council, I'm not going to get into what is staff and what is ours. That information should be clear to you based on the notes in here. If you have questions after that, please let me know. The application shall adhere to provisions included in the documents titled Interfaith Sanctuary Shelter Home Operations Manual and Interfaith Sanctuary Shelter Home Safety and Security Manual to the extent that such provisions in this condition are consistent with applicable state and federal law, including but not limited to the Fair Housing Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act. Any substantial modifications to these documents shall be submitted to Planning and Development Services for review as to whether the modification of the conditions of this approval is required. These manuals shall include, but are not limited to, provisions for staff training and certification intake processes, safety and privacy considerations related to separation of families with children and adult-only households, good neighbor agreements, parking management, waste management, coordinated entry and guest housing plans, use of Our Path Homes, Homeless Management Information System, HMIS. I would add the following condition on 1B, that the manuals include a requirement for a national background check, as is accepted in standard practice. Condition 1F shall be modified as follows. The shelter shall be open to residents 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Standard evening check-in for overnight guests shall occur between the hours of 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. Late check-in after 8 p.m. shall take place in front of the building. The facility may provide reasonable accommodations outside those hours as required by law. Condition 1G shall be modified as follows. To mitigate potential impacts on emergency medical and public safety services associated with the operation of the facility, the applicant shall operate the shelter on a 24-hour, 7-day per week basis, include as part of its case management services health and recovery navigation that connects guests to appropriate community-based medical, behavioral health, and social service providers, as well as to in-house support programs, facilitate access to community-based services, including medical partnerships as described in the Interfaith Sanctuary Shelter Home Operations Manual, to the extent that such provisions are consistent with applicable state and federal law, including but not limited to the Fair Housing Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act, and ensure that at least one staff member on site holds EMT basic or higher certification for a minimum of 20 hours per week, or maintain equivalent agreements with external providers to ensure timely response capacity. Condition 1I shall be modified as follows. To minimize neighborhood impacts, the facility shall not require guests to leave between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m., except when necessary to protect health, safety, or legal rights of guests. When a guest chooses to depart, or when the facility has made reasonable efforts to coordinate with other area shelters or service providers, and where appropriate, notify Boise Police Department to assist in identifying safe alternatives. Nothing in this condition authorizes or requires compelled transportation, detention, or any action inconsistent with state or federal law, including the Fair Housing Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act. 1J shall be modified as follows. To support public safety coordination and ongoing neighborhood communication, the facility shall meet monthly with representatives of the Boise Police Department and interested neighborhood stakeholders as determined appropriate by the Boise Police Department during the first 2 years of operation and at least quarterly thereafter. After 4 years, Boise Police Department may determine, if still necessary, based on the facility's ongoing impact to public safety. The Boise Police Department may review and provide comment on the facility's final security manual prior to occupancy. The facility shall maintain aggregated summary data on the number and type of incidents logged, including calls for de-escalation, and shall prepare a monthly homeless management information system summary of shelter outcomes. These reports shall be provided to the city upon request and maintained in accordance with applicable federal and state confidentiality requirements. The purpose of the reporting is to assist the city in monitoring and mitigating land use and public safety impacts associated with the facility's operation. 1L shall be modified. I'm going to skip this next one. It's 1K. We'll deal with that in the next, for those following reading, we'll deal with that in the variance motion. 1L shall be modified as follows. The applicant's plan submitted to Planning and Development Services on May 28, 2025 depict the provision of 205 beds plus cribs. The total number of occupants shall be limited by the maximum occupancy permitted under applicable building, fire, and safety codes, which at the time of the application is estimated to be 231 overnight beds, and the facility must continue to comply with all other site-specific conditions of this approval. The applicant shall maintain record, this is an additional condition added above and beyond what was in the proposed application by staff and the applicant. The applicant shall maintain records of complaints received and the actions taken in response, and shall prepare periodic summary reports of such complaints and responses for the periodic meetings with Boise Police Department and neighborhood stakeholders. These summaries shall be made available to the city upon request. Nothing in this condition shall be construed to require authorized actions inconsistent with applicable state or federal law, including but not limited to the Fair Housing Act and Americans with Disabilities Act. Condition 3A shall be modified to include the following. The applicant shall work with the Ada County Highway District to incorporate public rights-of-way accessibility guidelines, pro-WAG, compliant signal and crossing standards at the intersection of State Street and Willow Lane, and shall coordinate with ACHD at the time of any future State Street redevelopment to implement pedestrian access route signals and related improvements that are designed and constructed in accord with pro-WAG standards, regardless of whether those standards have been formally adopted by ACHD at that time. Madam Mayor, if I could speak to this motion? Well, we probably need a second. Okay. So my goal in, if we were going to go the direction of approving this today, was to have a light hand on this. And with the belief that we were getting close to some type of resolution between the parties, and that the risk of litigation related to the FHA claims was low enough that to not be material to the application. As the night has gone on, even probably since dinner and the testimony that we received, my opinion on this has changed. The testimony has both centered the personal experiences of individuals that will be calling this facility home, but has also, for me, centered the legal rights that those individuals will have calling this place their home. I thought earlier today, perhaps if we could enter into some type of an agreement with Interfaith as to not bring litigation related to the Fair Housing Act, that we could find a compromise here to impose the conditions as is. The more I've thought about it, and the more I've thought about the potential claims that could be brought by people that actually live here, the more compelled I am to make sure that the conditions that we are imposing are as consistent with state and federal law as we can possibly get them. This is my best effort to comport the conditions as proposed with state and federal law. If there is any change that I have made to something proposed by staff or in the existing application, it is under that lens exclusively. I have written these since dinner. I've also had these reviewed by legal and incorporated, I believe, all of their changes except for one, which I can point out to you. And I have good reason for doing that. And yeah, happy to discuss this motion, provisions in it. And I especially want feedback on the motion, the portion of the motion related to occupancy. And I want to talk about the legal issues related to that as well.
Madam Mayor, just for some clarifications, when you were reading through, I believe you said 205 beds plus cribs specifically.
Okay, so I would say the operative language regarding occupancy is the second sentence, which is the total number of occupants shall be limited by the maximum occupancy permitted under applicable building, fire, and life safety codes, which at the time of the application is estimated to be 231 overnight beds. So what I try to do in this is lay out that the plan for the facility is 205 beds plus cribs, that the staff estimates 231 overnight beds, but that if there is a cap, it is associated exclusively with the applicable building, fire, and life safety codes. I feel like that is the most, that's the strongest rational basis for a maximum occupancy. I would also feel like this leaves latitude for if those codes change or we are incorrect in our estimates tonight as to what those codes dictate. So I believe that language accommodates that flexibility, but I'm open to feedback on that.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to agree with that statement. I've got some words to say after this. I also want to just make sure that we're noting that in this area where the bed and the sleeping area is, that occupancy does include the people that are sleeping, but it also includes any other people who may be in that area at the time, that facility at the time. So if we have staff that is actively in that area, if we have volunteers who are actively in that same area, then that should be included in general occupancy. If they're in a different part of the building, if they're in their office, that's a different area. But in the specific area where we're talking about sleeping, where we're talking about these beds, where we're talking about that 231 people, it includes the people that are sleeping as well as the people who are providing services within that specific occupancy area. So I want to make sure that we have that clear.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, are you asking me to make that clarification?
No, I
or are
want
you
to make
just
that
putting
clear
on
for
the
the
record. Okay.
Clear for the record. And then with that, I may just have some comments. So I appreciate everybody who has been involved in this process, for the folks who've been here all night long, for the folks who've been involved for the last several years. I think multiple people, those who are opposed, those who are in favor, I think that we can agree that this application is stronger than it was when it first started. It's a better product for our community. I think we can also agree that everybody in here, whether they're for or opposed, cares about their community, cares about Boise, and cares about their neighborhood. Now, we do see that in different ways. What I heard tonight was concerns about drug addicts in the neighborhood, and that's a concern. Concerns about citizens and neighbors not being heard throughout this process. I'm naming these concerns. I want you to know that you have been heard. It doesn't necessarily mean that we agree, but it does mean that these concerns are on the table. These concerns have been something we've been evaluating as council, that our staff has evaluated. I believe Interfaith Sanctuary has evaluated as well. But I do hear those concerns. I've heard concerns about the size of the shelter throughout the night. I've had concerns about Interfaith Sanctuary being pre-approved. And I don't blame people for having those concerns either. I don't love that the building was sold before and another building was purchased in that process. I can see how people would draw that conclusion. I don't love that construction continued after the Supreme Court decision. I can see how people got to that conclusion. I also understand the legal rights of an entity, and I don't get to choose where Interfaith Sanctuary moves. I don't get to choose whether or not they're going to start or end their building construction. The law on private property rights allows them to do that, and they are the ones who are making those decisions. As council members, we are up here deciding whether this fits code, doesn't fit code, and any conditions that we could put in place to address the concerns that we have here in the neighborhood. That's the important part of what we've done tonight with the testimony, is listen to these additional concerns, listen to the advice, the recommendations that we got from planning and zoning, but also to continue to explore how we can make this application stronger every single step of the way. I've heard concerns related to what is the accountability? What's the accountability of council? What's the accountability of staff? What's the accountability of Interfaith Sanctuary? I think that we've gone through and talked about what those accountability measures are. And the reality is that Interfaith Sanctuary continues, if they were to violate and continue to violate different aspects of these conditions, it could lead to some very, very severe consequences. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I hope it doesn't happen. I don't think it's going to happen. But those types of accountability measures are in place the same way that they would be for any other applicant that we would bring forward here. And I do agree that any additional accountability measures that we would be putting in place that are outside within our frame would be something that we should seriously hold off on and consider, because there are legal issues if we're trying to make something different for this applicant than we would for any other ones. I've heard some concerns about economic impact in the areas. I've heard concerns about the Farmers Union ditch. I've heard concerns about safety of the citizens in the neighborhood. I've heard concerns about people who are staying at the Interfaith Sanctuary and safety concerns for them with traffic. With all of these concerns, as a council member, we are still up here to make decisions that are based on code, that are based off the rule of law. It's a land use decision, and we have to follow these different types of things. And we get the ability to put additional conditions on, always in attempt to make this stronger. And there are conditions that make sense. I'm happy that we added the PROAG standards for the crossing there. I have serious concerns about the safety of the people staying in Interface Sanctuary trying to cross State Street. It's a scary road to cross. And by having these conversations tonight and throughout this process, we're able to identify things like PROAG standards that would make it so that the crossing time would be longer for people who take longer to cross across the street. So I think that these types of things are important for us to do. And I think that we were able to address a lot of these conditions and a lot of these concerns here tonight. That's our job as city council members. And that's one of the reasons why I'm supporting the motion. Those are the reasons why I'm supporting the motion. And I want to take just a little bit of a pause right here and now get to a human aspect. The reason why I maybe see some of these concerns differently than some of the neighbors who voice them, it doesn't mean they don't have those. It means that maybe I see them a little bit differently. When I started the Boise Bicycle Project, when I was 25 years old, I had some assumptions about what homeless people are, who they are in the community, things to worry about, danger, drug use, a lot of different things. And what I found over the course of 16 years working closely with people experiencing homelessness every day, working closely with different nonprofits that are serving this community, is that these are people who have incredible value and they have something to contribute to our community. And during this time where I worked with them at the Bike Project, worked with them at Catch, worked with them inside of Interface Sanctuary, at no point did I ever feel unsafe. Earlier today, I was riding my bike past Interface Sanctuary on my way to somewhere else. And there was a gal who was sitting on the sidewalk and she was rocking back and forth. And I'm not sure exactly what was going on, but this wasn't a person to be afraid of. This was a person who needed a helping hand. This was a person who needed systems within our community to help lift them up, to help provide services, to help give them another chance, to help get them out of a situation that they're in. We heard from several people here tonight who have gone through Interface Sanctuary's programs, who have found success, who found their way out, who've struggled, but they're community members who have value, who contribute to Boise, and who I think make us stronger. And so that is a difference when we talk about drug addicts in neighborhood or concerns about crime. I haven't experienced those things. I haven't experienced a threat. I haven't experienced my staff having a threat from people. There is crime, like any other, densely living population. There are issues. We also have agencies and nonprofits here to address those issues. And I think it's important that we continue to look at these people as human beings, as future neighbors. And I think that one of the hardest parts for people is that when you see that lady rocking back and forth, it's hard to see. It's hard to see somebody who's struggling. And people are going to see people who are struggling in their neighborhood. And it hurts to see that because it makes you wonder what your personal responsibility is to addressing the needs of this particular person. And it's a lot easier to ignore it when that person is somewhere else. But it doesn't mean that they don't exist. And I think that sometimes that's easiest, is that when they're far away, it's like the problem isn't happening because we don't have to see it. So people are going to see it in the neighborhood. And it's not going to be the funnest thing to see, but it is a call to be involved. It is a call to help. It's a call to address this issue, which is much bigger than Interface Sanctuary. It's an issue across the entire city. And what can we each be doing as neighbors to reach out and give a helping hand to the folks who need it, and just pretending like the problem is somewhere elsewhere. So I do see some of these concerns differently. In the end, it's a land use decision. In the end, we have to follow code. In the end, council has to figure out conditions to address the concerns of the neighbors. I think that we've done that tonight. I appreciate Councilmember Nash outlining these, putting these together. I appreciate him using the PROAG standards. I don't think that we can force city council to, or force Interfaith Sanctuary to come and present at an annual meeting in front of city council. I think that we have law that says that that's not something we can do, but we do have meetings that are set up with the police and with Interfaith Sanctuary on a regular basis. And there's no reason that city council couldn't call to have a report in a work session from our police department to make sure that we knew what some of those concerns might be. Those are additional accountability measures. Those are things that we can be doing as leaders on city council to make sure that we're continuing to follow up on this conversation, not requiring Interfaith Sanctuary to do it, but requiring our police department to report back to us on what they're hearing. We can do that in a public setting, and we don't have to make that a condition tonight, but it is something that I'm committed to asking for. Again, I appreciate everybody who's gone through this emotional process. I think everybody's feeling it. But I do think that we have a product here that is going to serve our community, and it's going to serve our community well. And we have our joint responsibility in making sure that it's successful, us as council members, Interfaith Sanctuary, and community members at the same time.
Madam Mayor, I want to first thank everybody for coming out tonight, especially those who are still with us. That what I heard in the testimony reflected real fear, frustration, and deep care for homes, neighbors, and safety. Those concerns are heard and they matter. Katie, to you, your dedication on this cause and for your community is admirable. You should be proud of the work that has transpired, and we would not be in the same conclusion without your tireless work. We heard from the residents and staff of Interfaith Sanctuary who spoke honestly about the challenges they face and the hope this project represents. Their stories remind us that it's not just about a land use permit, it's also about people, neighbors who need stability, compassion, and a chance to move forward. Concerns about safety are important to address directly. I heard concerns about drugs, and I know that drugs and illegal activity will not be permitted on site, and the safety and security plan indicates strict policies and enforcement measures to uphold that standard. I know certainly our police department will also not allow that. On the occupancy, the only number that I can lean on that isn't arbitrary is the building code number. If the configuration changes, if Interfaith decides they need a new classroom and decide that it's worth fewer beds, then that will change the occupancy cap. And I think that it's appropriate, that is appropriate, and that it should be decided by our fire marshal and building code experts. Every new development brings challenges. If this parcel had been a 300-unit apartment complex, many of the same concerns would likely be raised, as we hear often. In that 300-unit apartment building, or even a single family home development, there may be an addict or a thief or a mentally ill neighbor in the mix, as there can be in any population. What we'd also get in a repopulation, and especially in this population, is commitment, resilience, grit, and a sense of community. What sets the project apart is the level of commitment to partnerships. ACHD, our faith community, Interfaith Sanctuary staff and residents, and other service providers, from first responders to the Parks Department, are all prepared to shift and adapt their services to this location. The interfaith improvements, the infrastructure improvements and additional attention brought to State Street will benefit the wider community. The application before us today is not the same as the one considered in 2021, and it's not to be reviewed under the same criteria, given the city's development code has also changed. Significant changes have been made to the project, including the pre-screening process and a detailed safety and security plan and operating manual. City staff also highlighted the site's strengths, its mixed-use zoning, access to high-quality transit opportunities for adaptive reuse, and supportive services that can reduce strain on public safety. Difficult decisions like this are part of community leadership. Their true measure is whether impacts are responsibly mitigated and whether they reflect our shared values of compassion, safety, and responsibility to our governing laws. This process has been a long one and at times painful, but it has produced stronger safeguards and better conditions for success. Trust will continue to grow as Interfaith, our service partners, and the city demonstrate that commitment in practice. While the full impacts will only become clear in the months and years ahead, this decision rests on the belief that together we can uphold these commitments and make this project a positive step for the entire community. The last thing I'll say is that I think the outcome represents not just a land use and development project, but a step towards balancing neighborhood concerns with the urgent need to provide stability for some of our most vulnerable neighbors. I think that by working together, this community can meet those challenges with both accountability and compassion.
Madam Mayor. Thank you for everyone that's participated today and over the years, especially our staff, the cadre of staff back there that have been helping out with us today. Boise is a special place. I'm grateful to live in a community where so many people care so deeply about their friends, neighbors, family, our neighborhoods, and I think that describes everyone that participated in this process throughout. This interfaith project is much different than what the prior council saw. In a lot of ways, it reminds me of of an organization I was able to tour last year called Tampa Hope, that has a similar structure in that it is not in the downtown core where folks experiencing homelessness might reside or loiter or be, but rather a very mindful organization that has support resources, that checks in folks that are there for a little bit longer period and are exiting to housing. This facility is much, much nicer. That is actually kind of half tent city, half tiny homes. And this is a much, much nicer facility. And I'm excited to see what really, truly a lot of the innovative programs and things that are coming together in this wonderful facility will provide in terms of outcomes, the things that we'll learn that make people successful returning to housing. When Interfaith opens, its staff and guests will be part of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. As the city webpage says, neighborhood associations include renters, homeowners, and businesses working together on events, projects, and improvements. I believe interfaith can make this neighborhood stronger as we engage together. I hope neighbors across the city will reach out and engage with interfaith. Connecting with interfaith, touring the facility, even volunteering is the best way to ensure success for this neighborhood. Fear grows with uncertainty, but when you're involved, the relationship shifts from something happening to us or happened to us to something we're part of. One of my favorite Sundays was actually a barbecue that my church congregation had at the old Interfaith Sanctuary several years ago. Our youth groups provided activities, games for the kids while the adults socialized and maybe burned a few burgers. But it was a wonderful experience. I think for religious communities, different people celebrate, a Sabbath day maybe differently, but that was truly one of the special ones for me, and probably the way that I believe it should be celebrated. And I would just encourage all of us to find those opportunities. I'm sure when we talk about council being accountable and engaged, I think being able to volunteer as a council member and getting out there, being with the community is probably more impactful than being in a meeting. But I appreciate what our neighbors, Kathleen included, mentioned today about that. This isn't a decision that any of us, I think, up here are making and will not think about again. This is a really impactful organization that we want to make sure is successful and continues to grow and learn. A neighbor tonight mentioned Spokane and some of the new things they're trying. They still have centralized larger shelters to serve as kind of hubs and processing, but they are looking at smaller 15 to 20 bed facilities that are scattered throughout Spokane. And just, I know that this is an organization powered by a lot of organizations and community members that deeply care and actually match that with fervent action. And so I know that the work that's put into the shelter that will continue to be able to help our community members, our family and friends, I hope, flow throughout the valley, because the city of Boise is not the only city that has families, regular people, our friends, our family, our neighbors experiencing homelessness. I think I was deeply impacted several years ago when I saw the counts from the West Ada School District on children that are homeless and knowing that experience homelessness during the year and knowing that there's nothing like this in that area. And what a family experiencing homelessness would have to do to be removed from the neighborhood they know, the friends they know, the connections that could support them if they could continue to be in those general areas. So I want to thank everyone that participated in this process and commit to continue to being engaged and
like my fellow colleagues, I really want to thank everyone for coming out here tonight. As we head into the late evening hour, it's difficult to come out and advocate. It can be difficult. Time is, we have pressing uses for our time with family and friends, and appreciate everyone who made comment and sent them in. I guarantee you, everyone on this dais has read through the numerous comments and the hundreds of pages within the application that went before P&Z. And appreciate you guys coming out here and being vulnerable and transparent on what you want to see in the community. Our role up here is not about personal preferences or politics. It is about making a land use decision that serves the city of Boise as a whole. That means our role is to weigh the evidence before us and apply the standards of the zoning code fairly and consistently. I've heard the concerns on crime and accountability, and there are several conditions here that minimize any adverse impact, including tonight by adding what's been requested, that national background check that's already being done today to solidify that. Second is clarification on the monthly reports with Interfaith Sanctuary, BPD, and also interested parties to address any safety concerns real time. This is a monthly meeting. We were going to see the numbers and be able to provide input into any areas of concern. Appreciate Colin hearing council and making the adjustments in those areas. In addition, we had a lot of discussion on occupancy. Well, what is that right number? 200, 202, 205, 231. And I think the clarification that we made here and that benchmark that the occupancy shouldn't be an arbitrary number, and that it's tied to the building fire and life safety code. And that's the right decision to make. And I appreciate that being in here. And as Councilmember Halliburton said, I appreciate also adding into that is the standards is to incorporate the right-of-way accessibility guidelines with the PROWAG. More importantly, I'm not as familiar with those terms, but when ACHD gave me a level of comfort to say, hey, if there's not enough timing for our residents to get across the street safely, we can then make those adjustments. And to me, that provided me with another level of comfort that this is not a static. We don't know where we're going to be at 10 years from now. And so it's a little challenging to put the conditions in black and white print while also allowing for changes and for new modifications to happen in the future. And I think we're there. Our conditions of approval are strong. They set clear requirements for safety and accountability and reflect the community concerns and best practices. What we have here before us is a proposal that responds to really one of our most pressing challenges facing Boise, and that's providing safe shelter for individuals and for families, those experiencing homelessness. The applicant is repurposing an existing building on a transit corridor consistent with our comprehensive plan and zoning. They've committed to a managed facility complete with security measures, staff oversight, case management, and separation of populations to reduce impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. Tonight's decision is also about how do we balance compassion with accountability. By approving this project with strong conditions, we're ensuring that Boise provides safe shelter for our most vulnerable residents while protecting the surrounding neighborhood. This facility turns an empty building into a place of safety, stability, and support, reducing strain on our emergency services and giving people really a path forward. I'll conclude with this, that a shelter is more than a roof. It's a doorway to stability, recovery, and healthcare. And I appreciate everyone's time here tonight. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, just want to speak in support of my motion. I would also amend my motion to direct staff to return with a reason statement. Is there a second on that?
Yes.
I put forth this motion for the reasons outlined in the staff report, as well as the following reasons. The application complies with all applicable provisions of the Boise City Code. Subject property is zoned MX3, which allows many of the proposed uses, including medical clinic, community center, office, food service by right. Only the shelter home use requires the conditional use permit. The property meets all dimensional, parking, landscaping, design standards. Its location on State Street, a designated best-in-class transit corridor, furthers the MX3 zone's intent to support the institutional uses and active transportation. Property is approximately 2 acres, an unusually large parcel in this zoning district. It's suitable. The site is suitable for the proposed use. Formerly operated as a thrift store and social service facility, its size accommodates all required site features, including setbacks, landscaping, parking, pedestrian vehicular circulation. The site's location on a major transit route provides multimodal access. Proximity to the Boise Greenbelt and Collister Branch Library enhances accessibility for guests and service providers. Few sites in the city are better suited to shelter home use. The current application, the material and negative impacts have been mitigated to the maximum extent practicable. The current application differs substantially from CUP 21-26, which was vacated by the Idaho Supreme Court. The applicant implemented major operational changes to mitigate neighborhood impacts, including transitioning to a 24/7 operations model, eliminating daily displacement of guests, creating a coordinated entry and waitlist system to prevent outdoor queuing and reduce loitering, submitting a comprehensive operations and security manual outlining staff training, guest screening, good neighbor practices, coordinated service delivery, and incident reporting, prohibiting outdoor sleeping, limiting outdoor activity hours, designated smoking areas, and requiring monthly meetings with Boise Police Department and the neighborhood associations to discuss operations and enforcement. These conditions and operational changes collectively mitigate the impacts on adjacent properties to the maximum extent practicable. The council further finds that the project provides substantial public benefits, including provision of essential shelter and support services, reduction of unsheltered homelessness, adaptive reuse of an underutilized property, and the implementation of best practices in shelter operations, which outweigh any remaining impacts that cannot be mitigated. Boise City Code, the proposed use will not create material negative impacts on the provision of public services. Boise City Code requires the CUP not create material negative impacts on public services. The record demonstrates the city service providers can accommodate the project. Boise Police Department and Boise Fire Department have indicated their ability to serve the facility, and nearby facilities, including the Whitewater Police Station, Fire Station 13, and Fire Station 5, have increased service capacity. Conditions of approval further mitigate the impacts on emergency services by requiring the facility to employ at least one EMT basic certified staff member on site at least 20 hours per week, and to maintain case management services connecting guests to medical, mental health, substance use, and treatment resources. These measures will reduce low acuity emergency calls and support efficient service delivery. The application will promote efficient use of land resources and existing infrastructure. The project represents an adaptive reuse of an existing building and infrastructure, minimizing environmental and financial costs associated with new construction. Its location on a high-frequency transit corridor supports multimodal access and reduces transportation impacts. Pro Shelter leverages an existing urban services and contributes to the city's broader strategy of infill and redevelopment. The approval is not in conflict with the comprehensive plan. While Blueprint Boise references social services, the council finds that the project advances multiple comprehensive planning goals, including adaptive reuse and infill development that revitalizes an existing site, transit-oriented development aligned with State Street's future as best-in-class transit corridor, and diversity of housing and services citywide, increasing equitable access beyond the downtown core. The project, therefore, does not conflict with the comprehensive plan and actively supports its policies. The decision is supported by substantial evidence and complies with applicable procedure. Planning and Zoning Commission maintained quorum throughout its hearing and properly adopted its reason statements. The city's change from an error standard to a de novo appeal standard provides greater due process protections to all parties. The council's review considered a comprehensive record, including staff analysis, agency comment, applicant submittals, public testimony, and written evidence. The council concludes that substantial competent evidence supports the required finding. Based on the foregoing findings and the evidence in the record, Boise City Council includes that the application satisfies all applicable criteria of Boise City Code. Material negative impacts have been mitigated to the maximum extent practicable, and public benefits of the project outweigh any remaining impacts, and the project will not materially impact the provision of public services, and it promotes efficient use of land and infrastructure and is consistent with the policies in the comprehensive plan. All right, now that I got that out, just want to say thank you for everybody that has participated in this. I first became aware of this application when I was in the legislature, and my email was getting bombarded with inquiries about this after the public meeting was held. I remember at that time knowing that Interfaith and the surrounding area was in for what was probably going to be a lengthy battle. I did not know that I was going to be involved in that at that time. I have watched this anxiously over the last few years. It's developed through the city, both when I was off council and on council. I just want to say to the neighborhood, for those of you who may not feel heard tonight, I do not know. I do not believe that I have ever seen a conditional use permit that's as beat to death as this one is, and as heavily conditioned as this one is. And I would safe to say, even if I'm on council a long time, I do not anticipate another one as heavily conditioned as this one is. I would say it's conditioned so much to the point that I think if a claim were brought under the Fair Housing Act, I think there's a strong case to be made that the cumulative impact of these conditions could have a discriminatory impact on someone that is housed there. That's not something I can control for. What I've tried to do in this motion is make the individual conditions imposed on the facility as compliant with fair housing and other applicable state and federal law as possible. I can just briefly run through some of the changes made in 1B. When we incorporate by reference manuals, we run into challenges because we're giving these now the force of law, and we're allowing interfaith to operate under the color of law. And we need to make sure that what is in those manuals is compliant with state and federal law. And so I have a lot of reservations about incorporating those by reference, but I think that's the best way to reassure the neighborhood that the program going on there is going to meet their expectations. I'm not going to go through all of these, but what I just want to say in closing is we've done our absolute best to balance the needs of the neighborhood and the needs to provide these services. When I think about these services being provided, I'm thinking about the families affected by homelessness that I know. That most often affects me when my wife tells me about another student that she has that is homeless in her class. And those students kind of run the gamut. It's the quiet kid, it's the smart kid, it's the kid with behavior issues, it's the family you would never guess. And it always has an impact. And I just want to say that my commitment to not only making sure those folks are safely sheltered, it is my commitment and absolute, like, my primary motivator being here is trying to get those kids out of homelessness as fast as possible. And I just want you to know that I recognize the impact of shelters, both on the surrounding neighborhood, but also on individuals that use them. And I think what Interfaith has done here is going to be a much better facility than what they have now. And that's going to improve the outcomes for the kids that are staying there. And, I feel like I can endure a great deal as an adult, but as a kid spending months or a year or more in a shelter, that has a long-term impact. And it's my commitment to try to get these folks out of there as fast as possible. And I know that's the mayor's commitment as well, which is why there's been such a heavy emphasis on permanent supportive housing. I am not going to let my foot off the gas pedal on that. And I thank everybody for coming out today, and council being willing to adopt these changes on kind of a last minute basis. So thank you.
All right. Well, there won't be a tie and I won't be voting. And it's so late. I will keep my comments brief. I want to thank everybody. There's some of you that are still left. Some of you are online. Many of you have been involved in this process for 4+ years. And I'd say it predates even that in terms of the stories we heard tonight from people that were there at the beginning when you responded to a need that this city had and created a shelter And in doing that, it was the community responding to a community need and strengthening our community through it. I want to thank Katie and the VP&A team. We have heard you. This application is better than it was the first time around, and it was better the first time around because of the engagement of the neighborhoods. And this time, the neighborhood continued to engage, and you've continued to impact what this will be. I want to make clear that emergency shelter has a role in our city, and all of us say we do not want to see people unhoused on the streets at night. Well, the way to make that a reality is to ensure that we have emergency shelter in this community, while, as the council did tonight, taking the steps necessary to mitigate the impact when it's placed in our community, and also ensuring that we have housing for Boiseans at Boise budgets. Colin referenced permanent supportive housing. We've seen now over 200 homes for people exiting homelessness have either opened or in the process of being built in the city, and more to come. So it's both making sure that we have the emergency needs to get folks off the street on a nightly basis, and the long-term solution to move those folks out of shelter and into homes and on the road to self-sufficiency. Everybody that's been part of this process for the last 4+ and even I'd say 20 years is part of Boise's response. That is compassion coupled with solutions, and it falls in line with the work that this community has always done, watching out for each other, both the neighborhoods and those most vulnerable. Appreciate the work that the council put into this, the deliberations that were made, and the recognition that the conditions needed to be reflective of the impacts to do the best job within our rights when we look at a CUP to ensure that shelter is done well, and that the community is protected. And lastly, I'll say that the city is committed to ensuring that the conditions imposed on this shelter are implemented. And we have, since the first hearing, opened a new police station. We've made investments in Willow Grove and made safety changes along the Greenbelt where berms existed. We've already taken steps to demonstrate our commitment to meeting the needs of the neighborhood and this community and the shelter. And I will be clear that the city is prepared and will uphold the conditions that have been placed tonight by the council. And look forward to seeing the impact that the shelter done in new ways has on our community, and meeting our needs to house folks both in the short term and then helping us with the housing for residents in Boise in the long term. And with that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll, and then we will adjourn.
We have one more.
Oh my goodness, we have another motion.
But it'll be less deliberation.
That's right. All right, we won't adjourn.
Willetts,
No.
Corliss,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Stead.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
I'll take the final motion.
Madam Mayor, I move to uphold the appeal of CVA 25-28 and approve the application subject to the conditions of approval in the council appeal memo as modified by the motion approving CUP 25-22. Subject to the following condition: that the applicant be allowed to obtain a certificate of occupancy without the streetscape improvements, subject to completion of the improvements by 2030. The applicant may request an additional 2-year extension.
Second.
We have a motion and second discussion.
Madam Mayor, I direct staff to come back with a reason statement.
That's reflective of the discussion.
Reflective of the
already had tonight.
discussion, and also findings in the staff report. As part of that discussion, the double frontage road configuration is a unique hardship of the site that supports a variance finding, in addition to the inclusion of the streetscape improvements to the north side of State Street within ACHD's 5-year work plan. Since the CUP approval language, when combined with a variance request, requires approval of the variance, I reach the same conclusion as P&Z functionally, but approve the variance.
Clerk?
Willetts,
No.
Corliss,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Stead.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Thanks. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.